It's F-Flex on the beat. It's F-Flex on the beat.
Fast. 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 Fast.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the studio. Hello, it's VCT EMEA, best region in the world, as we always say. And here, week 5, day 3. But first, before we talk about what's coming up today, I think we have to talk about a few things that happened yesterday, because we stayed here to, what, 2 in the morning? That was a long day.
We're here today. We're just coming back.
That's true. We're recapping today on the same day. Hello, I'm Milosh. With me, my awesome analysts, Kukuka and Lothar. Friends, have you had some time to rest?
No, I'm going to be 100% honest, no. Last week, it was all a breeze. We had one match postponed. This one, it looks like everything is going to go to a third map.
Yeah, and then we have the replays from KC's match here over. It's like crazy what was happening.
Every single duel. The fact that KC got an 11-1 half yesterday, I think it talks a lot about both of the teams. For K-Corp, this is definitely a redemption arc. Like, they're really looking into things, trying to make them work. For Koi, on the other hand, especially the way that XMS closed that map there, things are not looking good for Koi.
It's a downfall for Koi, for sure. By the way, here, beautiful spray. We didn't show that Scream dies when he's spraying there, and he's essentially
but that's the best part of the clip.
Yeah, that was phenomenal. I mean, in general, this game was just absolutely unreal. Scream in this round, by the way, no one else had a gun. He forces to a Guardian small shields and it wins a round. It's like, makes no sense, but happened, you know. And and there was a lot of like makes no sense but happened rounds in this game.
Yeah, I think that's something that we have seen with K-Corp in the past, and we know of the potential and yada, yada, yada. But the fact that they have managed to beat another team, also out of exhaustion, I'm not saying that's the only fact, but do you guys remember in week 1 when BBL, against BBL, they also ended up at 2 a.m. and they just have the resilience, they have the discipline to finish it off. I have to say, K-Corp looks so much different with Zage bringing in this IGLing. It looks like a more simple game, but one that they can definitely play and exploit to the best of their abilities. I also think that implementing not only him, but also the mental coach Sense, it's a major step for them.
It's something that Zage mentioned on the French broadcast yesterday, apparently, and also Scream in the interview. But look at this. PM's having a lot of fun. He doesn't even need to do anything.
Not in this
in general, but I mean, I'm sorry, but the master of reactions, and you see the pen in Barbara's hand. Apparently, we have a stat for everybody. I know everybody likes things to be very objective. That pen was in the air for a total of 8 seconds in those moments. So that's a hell of a stat that we can work with, and
maybe the
emotions are high.
Jordan's on.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
Oh, there it is.
Has some airtime. Oh no, he actually.
Sometimes you wish you were that pair.
There we go.
Sometimes, you know, we talk to the players, we talk to the coaches. We know that Barbar is this active just because when timeouts come, he's very calm. He needs to let it all out. But I just wonder, what do the players think when they watch the VODs back and they see him losing his mind with every single round?
Barbar just comes in, deletes the VODs, you know? Like, no evidence whatsoever.
Edits the
no
VODs
evidence
when they do the
anywhere.
VOD review.
Servers are erased. It's going to be spraying over the cameras inside of the room. But the trash talking, at least the reactions themselves did not just stay on the players or on their coaches, but they also went on to Twitter, which is exactly what we like to see, some trash talk. BBL was pulling up a bit of it, taking out the trash here.
Listen, it's been a tough week so far for the Spanish teams. I'm not ready to deal with this. I love the fact that obviously yesterday, even though it was a very long day, of course we had another game. The previous one, as you can see here, 2-1 BBL against Heretics. BBL continue on their win streak, two under their numbers now, and they still have a great chance of making playoffs.
If I'm not mistaken, the Spanish teams are at the bottom of the barrel right now, right?
Actually, they...
What have I ever done to you?
It's okay,
I am such a good friend.
They are currently, yes.
All right, but the other
El Matador.
This one for me doesn't make much sense because I already explained it. You know, Brave should be the bull that just tramples over the matador.
I think that what it's trying to tell us is that the bullfighter is the one that torea, is the one that makes the bull go a little bit crazy and manages to make the bull do whatever he wants. That's you know, the red cape and everything.
A cultural piece lost in translation.
But yeah, you know, BBL is jumping into the banter game. Let's see if they can keep it up next week.
So for that, our standings look like this at the end of day 2 and at the start of our 3rd day of week 5. That's day 17 until a lot of numbers to work through, of course. But here it is. Koi and Heretics all the way at the bottom at 9th and 10th. BBL and Carmen Core able to secure points and a win to go up in the standings. Yes, they're still at 7th, 8th. It's, you know, still in the bottom 4, but it does have an impact for the teams above.
Just for the audience that maybe not be familiar with the format that we have, the top 6 teams are qualifying for the playoffs. So there's still a chance for every single team. There has to be some miracles happening, but there's still
I believe in...
Do you believe in miracles?
Do you? I heard that you can...
I don't want to sing. Please,
No?
please. Don't do this to
Can
me.
you do Wolfen, you know how?
Next week.
If they would have won yesterday, then I would have definitely done it. But no, I'm wearing black.
Just one more thing. By the way,
Yes, Lothar.
there's a round differential on 6th and 7th place, and 6th place has BBL has +5 rounds. Sorry, -5 rounds.
Yeah.
In the matches, and the 7th place KC has -56.
That's better than what they started with yesterday, -60. Our schedule for today, here's what it looks like. 2 best-of-3 series, and we get to see the top of this league playing today, Fnatic and NAVI. Of course, it's FUT versus FNC first, then Vitality versus NAVI coming up right after. And I'm talking about the top 2 in this case. Fnatic seems like they're in a league of their own.
I mean, they're definitely in the league. They're on winning lock-in as well and just coming in hot. I don't think they're going to lose a single match. Hopefully I didn't jinx them, but yeah.
You just did, I'm sure. I think it's also a very important day for Vitality after the loss that they had last week. We know that the players were taking it too hard. So knowing that you're going up against a very tough enemy doesn't make things easy.
How would we try to make sense of things? Would you think we should
play
make...
a game? Let's play a game.
boy.
Come on, come with me.
Oh,
I have prepared something for you. Come on.
Okay.
okay.
You know, it was a long day yesterday, but as it was already 3 a.m., I was like, I'm just gonna make a game for tomorrow, because I love it when we get to play things and when we also get the audience to play with us. So I prepared a little segment that I called Make It
Jingle too, what is this?
Sense.
Okay, this composition makes absolutely no sense. So this has to
I didn't
be...
make it. I didn't make it, but it's just for you.
But this is what I see in ranked all the time.
You're the one playing Noto anyways.
Yes, that guy,
you
so
are
it's like
literally him.
20% is always a given.
So the game is going to be the following. Remember, if you're at home, if you're doing a watch party, please feel free to join us in this. I'm just going to be giving you 3 facts. And have you ever played one truth, 2 lies, or 2 lies, 1 truth? Basically, 2 of the statements are going to be false, and 1 of them is going to be correct. Now, you have to spot the one that is correct. You can, check between the 2 of you. So I will be starting with our first 3 facts.
Okay.
Lies. Number 1. A. Ascend was the last team to beat Fnatic in an official match. You don't have to read that right now. Just
Oh, yeah, right. Because,
Okay,
because
I
that's
think-
the
I think-
statements.
Oh, yeah.
That's true.
We have 3 of them.
Okay.
Next statement. Gecko has been picked at least once in 5 out of 7 maps.
And
And
those
the
statements
last-
are only about EMEA.
Yeah, this is only EMEA.
Okay,
We don't
it's
care
the only
about
region that matters anyway.
Yeah, exactly. And C. Leo currently has the highest KD in EMEA with a 1.44. Don't check it at home. Play with us. It's not fun if you cheat.
Fnatic they haven't lost something since last year, right?
I think statement A
Yeah.
falls anyway. But Gecko, 5 out of 7 maps. He was picked on Fracture. He was picked on Split. He was picked on Ascent. He was picked on Haven once. And Icebox. I don't think we've seen. Oh, not sure about that. B
Can we
might
phone
be
a friend?
correct. B might be
No.
correct. C, I think, is incorrect because I think Delca has the highest KPR, but I can't remember the key.
But that's how does it?
I would be
matter?
an awful teacher.
Yes, because this is not how you teach.
No, but I mean that for test.
For tests, yeah, you'd be
exams.
awful because they would all kind of make sense.
Yes, exactly.
Cheat sheet, no, not allowed.
I would actually.
Okay, give me
C,
1.
I will give.
C true. No,
we can
B
vote
true.
separately, right? We can vote.
Yeah.
separately.
You can
Good.
vote separately.
Okay, I will gonna go that B is true.
That's what I said.
You also?
Yeah, I just said it.
Okay. Then we both.
Yeah. B, let's lock it in. Lock in. Let's go.
So the correct answer is A. Ascend was the last team to beat Fnatic in an official match. Of course, this was last year, and it was the previous iteration of Fnatic and Ascend. But we know that, this roster is currently undefeated.
What
so,
was that date? Since
I
you're
feel
asking
the
questions.
statement was
it was in the
disingenuous.
Superdome. It was, it wasn't VCT, but the fact is still true. Gecko has been picked at least
Terrible teacher.
in 6 out of 7 maps. It's just Fracture that is out.
Yeah, but that's more than that. That's still fine.
Correct. Has to be
Okay,
correct.
this is really disingenuous. Now I'm gonna know.
Yeah. I'm telling you,
second time.
I would be a terrible teacher. So let's get into the next one. Oh, I love this. By the way, the highest KD is for safe right now, 156.
That's pretty incredible.
Okay.
First statement: the team that has played the most rounds so far is Team Liquid, with 313 rounds.
I mean, yeah.
Plausible, but we
Okay,
need to see the
that's
rest.
good.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
We're pondering here.
Nukie
Pondering
has
orbs.
won 6 out of 13 clutches on Killjoy, 46%. He has won 0 out of 15 on all other agents. And the last one is that Omen is the agent with the highest pick rate in EMEA.
So I do know that C is not correct, and I know that B is correct because I was actually checking.
Yes, he has not. But we were talking about it like 2 days ago, so we definitely remember it.
Yeah.
So you're both going for B?
Yes.
It's funny that you say that because actually C is...
You horrendous...
I know what you were doing. Tom tweeted this.
Isn't it 75?
But it's no longer true because Nuki got a 1v3 on KO the other day.
We got suckered into it.
Cheated.
We weren't...
Cheated
You
again.
set this up at 3 in the morning last night. Well, this morning.
Yes.
So?
I am on a lot of caffeine right now. I don't know if you can tell. Also, the team that has played the most rounds so far is currently BBL. A little bit.
How many?
It's
315.
Wow.
Omen is higher than Killjoy right now.
Yep. Let's go
Cool.
to the third one. How are you doing at home? Are you winning? How are you doing, Slee? Are you winning?
Are you winning?
Next one. Are you winning, son? Angel is the controller in IGL that has died first, the most times so far. Strong statement here. Killjoy and Cypher have been picked at least once on every map so far. And the last one, Nuki is the only player that has played at least one agent from each of the 4 roles. Controller duel is like offered by the game itself, not the roles that we give them. I'm gonna some time to think.
C might actually be correct.
I'm thinking A or C.
It's complicated, huh?
I'm not sure. Can we bring our tablets or cheat sheet for this?
No.
No.
Oh my.
I'll go for A.
You will go for A. Okay.
Yeah, I think I'll still go for A because oh my. I was checking
He's the one that likes to be correct all the time. So.
2 weeks ago, that was
It's okay if you don't get this
the
correct.
first steps. I don't know. I'll go for A.
Okay, so obviously it's not A, it's B.
The one time!
Have been picked at least one.
We got debated.
We have to thank Angel for that because he picked Cypher
on
on
Icebox.
Icebox. You know,
Yeah.
he's just a funny guy. You guys said A. Redgar actually is the one that has the most deaths, the most first death with 42. Angel is only at 38, following very close behind. And by the way, Nuki is not the only one that has played the 4 roles. Atta Captain has also done the same. So I
So
love
the
the fact
statement was correct, but oh my god.
He's gonna have to research this all
No, because
when we're done.
he said it was the only.
Yeah, I know. It's just like it's trying to derail you so much.
Look, just to run away
To
from
make it make sense.
to run away from the craziness now, we're gonna go and check all those facts in just a sec, just for you.
Okay.
But we got Footballers versus Fnatic coming up in just a moment.
Here in 5 words would be
Stoic killer, but chill guy.
Reserved, disciplined,
picky.
really good at VALORANT doesn't fit, but
He is the epitome of he wins these, you know, like 1v3, 1v2, like you're never worried.
Muscly, suave, and MVP.
Hi, I'm Leo Jannesson. I go by Leo in game. So I play the initiator role for the team, which basically is like information utility and kind of like a support.
When I think about Leo, I wouldn't actually call them memories, I'd call them nightmares. Whenever we had to play against him, he was in like Breach or... Like it was always annoying playing against him because he was so blooming good.
what I saw in Leo was just simply the fact that he was able to create impact from a role that wasn't the impact role.
We've always had our eye on him, and I think that, you know, you'd be stupid to not want him on your team.
Yeah, the first call I think was with Colin and Minnie. I was looking to join like an existing core with you know, Coach Ideal that's been working for some time together.
When I was talking with Kojo and Minnie, the biggest attraction when it came to Leo was how good he was. Having a player that good on that role would just be such a kind of like upgrade or such a difference in our team, and it could be the difference we need to win a trophy.
He's just got something that some other players don't. Like he's able to kind of, it's like almost like an empathy. You need to think about how are your teammates wanting things, and how is the enemy going to react. And he's like extremely good at thinking about both those things.
From Sassy, and it's all down to Leo. What a miracle play, what a miracle performance, but Leo, he might just end it. Left down to the 1v1 second, he has to kill him and he won't do
So I like to just play on my instincts, what I feel like where the enemy is gonna be, rather than having the best possible lineup. I think it's about thinking a lot when I play, understanding why things are happening when you're playing bad, and don't make any excuses. Always trying to improve and learn, feel more confident day by day, and then just keep it going.
I do remember seeing him in real life, and he came across as quite shy, like he didn't talk much. But it's safe to say we're slowly bringing him out the shell. He's at the MVP of lock-in, mate, you're talking too much.
I think winning is just what motivates him. Like, he just wants to win and play Valorant.
He genuinely thought that Fnatic was the place where he was going to win trophies. And that feels like what he's motivated by.
I want to win, keeping a long career and hopefully getting a lot of trophies.
Hello, welcome back, everybody. Fnatic versus FUT is about to begin. But first, word of update on Fnatic. A couple days ago, we were talking about this here in the studio. Fnatic's game versus Koi has been moved. Of course, that was something a couple of weeks ago to health reasons. Has been solidified for May 10th. We mentioned it yesterday real quick, but May 10th, the Wednesday, they'll be starting off the day at 6 p.m. CST, which is here local time in Berlin, and then Giants versus Vitality to follow after the game that was already scheduled for the day, but starting 1 hour later than it was scheduled for 8 p.m. Anyways, that is for week 7, though here in week 5, we continue on with Fnatic versus FUT. It's a big day for FUT if they can go through Fnatic, but it might be a tough one.
Of course it's going to be a tough one, and any team that is going to go up against Fnatic is going to have a difficult time, especially because they have the privilege of having to go through a map veto against Fnatic the last week that they can get to play Icebox.
Yeah, I feel like it's a pretty unfortunate week for them to play against Fnatic, but even with Bind in the poll, I wouldn't think that it would make much of a difference.
You know,
I mean, you don't want to.
It's not a comfort.
Essentially, Foot is in a spot where they don't really want to play Fnatic at all because the map will.
Who wants to?
Yeah, but you know the case of Icebox in particular, Angie will say in the last week, we just don't want to play Icebox anymore because we don't think there's really a meaning behind putting time into practicing something that is going to be gone. And for them, they have to use this week to prepare that too.
So it's no secret to anybody, literally, even living under a rock, that Fnatic have been incredibly dominant. There has to be a reason, the secret sauce here, Lothar.
Oh yeah, and I had actually a slideshow prepared. I'm so happy.
A slideshow?
Yeah, it so happens that I uploaded it for the production to like cue it in at some point. I'm so happy that you brought it in. You know, so I prepared 5 points about why Fnatic is so dominant, and we're actually gonna call it why Fnatic is undefeated. So the first point that we're gonna bring in is the core DNA of Fnatic. This is the reason why the team is so consistent and it's so great at Valorant. Boaster and Mini, those two guys are just the reason why the team has its signature playstyle, the way that they define themselves as a team, and I can guarantee you that those two players could take any players imaginable in the scene and make Fnatic look the same, because they are the signature, they are the reason why Fnatic just looks like Fnatic does. Now the second point is gonna be a little bit different. There are meta definers, which is connected a little bit to Bosa because he's the tinkerer of the team. And when you think about Fnatic, on Icebox, they were the team that solidified the most meta composition with the Killjoy instead of the Reyna. We have seen also on other maps, like Fracture, for example, and we're gonna show the clip right now. They were the first team to showcase this move, which is a Breach Stun into a Gravwell, into Paint Shells to essentially have a control of A main. All of those, let's say, open gambits openers that are being done by Fnatic are being coined as a meta game, and everyone has to be aware of them to be fully, let's say, appreciative of the Valorant gameplay, and they are doing this on every single map. That's why they're always ahead of the game. Next point is gonna be fundamentals. That is the reason why Fnatic is actually getting each month still better, because they're fixing the fundamental things when it comes to our approach to the game. We have a clip actually with sound that is very important from Icebox, and I would like you to listen what is being screamed here.
5 versus 3, 5 versus 3, direct.
They are calling out that they have an advantage. It's 5v3. The DRX is actually meaning to play very safe, not overheat. Be certain that you can play with that numbers advantage that you already established, and you're not throwing those opportunities away. But also on Brand Very, they have another call out that is just PRX when they need to overheat. So if you're watching a lot of Pacific region, you're gonna know what that means. Now, fourth point is gonna be a very weird one. It's called Viper Wall. We're gonna bring in a mini-map. This is a very specific point that I'm bringing. It's a little bit aligned with the meta definers, because this is a Fracture Viper Wall that was being used by Boaster on attack. It's a very specific one because it allows you to go through Arcade towards the side without being spotted from Tower, or go towards Arcade without being spotted from Canteen, but then also denies vision on Long B from the defenders to see what's happening on Long. And this is a wall that was being copied by many teams. The thing is, many teams used it on the incorrect side, and they were using this exact wall on defense. That is something that many teams don't do. Fnatic has a plan with each of utility and has a deeper meaning. They understand the reason why they use this utility, while other teams just copy and paste, put it in, and think it's done. The prep work that Fnatic does is really insane. And the last point that we want to bring in when it comes to why Fnatic is so undefeated, they have the top performers in every single role. Best in slot. We have Dirk as a duelist. We have an Alpha as the crazy sentinel. We have Chronicle as the Swiss knight. And then we have Leo as the best initiator. And Alex and him, those players also does Boaster. But, you know, the top performers are here. So, that's gonna be it.
Thank you very much for that, Lothar. Yes.
Another day of Lothar telling us why Fnatic is his favorite.
Yeah, it seems like
it's Fnatic and DRX. Okay.
We can pull off an entire week of content just off of that. I'm pretty sure about. And now we have to see which maps we're gonna have for this series. And I'm very curious about this because, like we said, Icebox is on its way out. This is the last week that we get to see it, and I'm curious if there's a reason for FUT to pick it today, or at least to let it slide through.
I mean, there is. They have to go with the consequences of doing so. We know that especially on Icebox, they have been changing compositions, and maybe they want to go back, maybe they want to play it simple, or maybe even consider that they're just going to lose the first map and just think about the other two.
Well, remember that Foot is also playing a very, very unique composition on Icebox.
Yeah, but they can always go back to it.
Fade Harbor, yeah, true. Yeah. But in general, I would say that
oh, look at them.
Foot has a win condition in this map pool. And the map pool, the win condition for Foot, in my opinion, is Ascent. They need to get this map as soon as possible to establish control in this map pool, and then yeah.
Fnatic is going to ban Pearl.
Not really surprising.
Not surprising. And also, you know, it's the level of comfort. They're going to go for banning Fracture. Actually, on the first 2 weeks, they were banning Icebox, and they moved Footballist. Then they moved on to Fracture, and of course, you know, Fnatic is going to pick Icebox. They want to say goodbye to it.
Yeah, it's not really surprising. Now let's see what Foot chooses. I'm gonna assume it's gonna be Ascent.
Lotus?
I mean, if you choose Lotus, then you're not gonna get to play Ascent.
They picked Lotus every single time that they've had the chance to.
But that's, oh my, that's...
Yeah, they've been split.
They're gonna end up on a decider that doesn't really benefit them in this case.
They got Ascent in Haven.
Surprising to me.
And they ban Ascent?
They don't want to play Ascent.
What?
Is their decision, Lothar. Do you want to go and talk to them?
What?
And so Fnatic is gonna...
What?
So you choose, you really...
Can we
want to go on
Can we redo it?
What just happened in this map pool? Like,
it's the last bit that confuses me the most.
For me, Ascent was the most important map because Lotus is the best map for Foot, right? One map is going to be picked by Fnatic that's going to benefit them highly, right? It's going to be either Haven or Icebox. So then the deciding map will be the third one. And for me, that was the Ascent map. So I was fully expecting it to be picked even as first one for Foot.
I am just surprised about the third one. I think that Foot can read into what Fnatic did last week. We saw a lot of Odin and whatnot of Lotus, but they have a lot of experience, and I believe in them, and definitely they believe in themselves going on Lotus.
I'm enjoying the chaos of just watching you two spiraling out of. Both of you are spiraling out of it, but you know what? Let's pull ourselves back into reality, snap back to reality. As the song goes, we're just playing it this way. What if then we talked about Icebox? I mentioned it previously, but we actually do have it in the pool for this game.
Yes, exactly. It's going to be an interesting one. Would you like to go with me and actually?
You can.
I know that you love talking about Fnatic, so let's talk about Fnatic a little bit. Yes, we wanted to show a little bit of the positions, the early positions that they're going to have for this moment. Can I ask for the iPad, please? Thank you very much, production. And we're going to start with, as I said, the early positions for Fnatic. As you see in the bottom right, you have the legend. Let's start with one of the most static players, per se, which is Alpha, right? You're going to be seeing him moving across the mid to get in that control. And most importantly, that turret is going to be put in the window, just making sure that he takes control of the mid. And look at those alarm boats as well. Sometimes they're going to be in the B entrance, but most of the time are going to be there on mid. We know that he lost that part of the map. Okay, let's talk a little bit about, let's forget about Alpha, and let's talk about Leo. Look at his positions. He's always going to be on that right side and actually playing very passive. Just remember that this is the first 10 seconds. He's not going to be the one taking the risks. Who do you want to go for?
Let's go maybe for Boaster.
Okay.
I guess. Yeah, Boaster is actually a crucial piece of the defense for Fnatic, because he has to be alive to make sure that he is able to postpone the plant from the opponents. So he is very safely playing in positions when he is not exposed to danger in the first opening duels. And that's something that you're going to probably see today in Icebox as well.
And I think that he also wants to support a little bit of everyone, not being predictable, especially if you're playing, for example, against a KO. You don't want them to know every single time where you're going to be and actually having to use that 0.2.
Remember, they're going to play most likely against a Fade and Harbor, so the Cove is actually very open to any kind of moments, right?
Maybe
you think they go back?
Yeah, because they were pretty shut down, so I think they will go back. But I don't know everything in this world. What happens then with one of our favorite players? Dirk, look at these early positions. This is just 10 seconds. Look what Dirk is playing. He's going to be aggressive. He's going to be taking these positions in the map because he's Dirk and he can do it. And if he can't, he will. Chronicle will be helping him a lot. These are the early positions from Chronicle. Probably put in the wall if needed. Going with the slow if they have to counter an operator, and so on and so on.
Yeah, you're going to see a lot of setups on A that are basically a recon and slow combo to allow Dirk to take those early positions. And also have in mind that Dirk really likes to stand on the generator, so I would love to see Foot not go into this corridor at all, because it can just drop down from belt and not be exposed to it.
The thing is, if you have the Harbor, maybe you want to play up against that, but you know, footballists decide their own composition. We'll have to see, you know, we're just giving them some guidelines for this one.
All right.
It seems like, if I'm gathering this as best as I can, it's going to be a rough time for a footballist against Fnatic especially.
The thing is that they have a lot of footage to go over. The problem is that... Okay. The problem is that Fnatic is still brilliant in the map because of the way that they understand it and the way that they've developed so good, not only fundamentals, but protocols into trading.
Yeah, and also when you're going to be attacking...
No mistake goes unpunished.
If you're going to be going as an attacker on this map against Fnatic, you have to be certain that you're going to draw out the utility first from them, because planting first tempo is not possible against the amount of utility that Fnatic has at their disposal.
Especially when Leo is playing on the Sova. We know that his utility is brilliant, and they will decide exactly when they want to shut you down.
All right, so it's going to be Fnatic controlling, I guess, the script of the map until footballers can find a way to break through it. My question is that now, what is the big challenge? And also for footballists, who has to step up? We'll talk about that, though, after we introduce both of our squads. Fnatic v Footballists, let's walk them in to the Coliseum.
FUT Esports.
Trying to push to the top of the pack, think that I'd stop, yeah, never that. Trying to get to the top of my game. I don't want hear no talk from lames. I don't want to do it if there's not no gain. Them man are lacking cause them man don't train. Hey, I can't accept one loss, never that. Trying to be something I'm not, never that. Trying to push to the top of the
Fnatic.
I can feel it in my blood, got my heart racing. Got the world in my sights and it's for the taking. We apply the pressure, diamonds in the making. Got the spirit, got the vision, yeah we groundbreaking. Now we trying to take the whole game and make it bigger. I can take the pain, cause I'm a born winner. Got the medal round my neck, watch my chain shimmer. Only ever seen a king looking in the mirror.
Fnatic and Futbolist now in the Colosseum, and I gotta say, Futbolist looking a bit more tense than the opponents on the other side of that area. But yeah, now they're huddling in and pulling together. Fnatic happy all the way through. What are we looking at though as X factors? We've already set it up. We talked about Fnatic forever, and I'm sure we can do it for much longer. But what's something that Futbolist can exploit today, Bea, to push?
Changing the composition back, or actually adapting the one they have to constantly punish and trying to go on the hunt of, for Durka. One of the things that I really like that Durka does in this map is the fact that he can go for a kill and he will not overheat. He will only push when he knows it's the right thing to do and very late in the round. But Durka is not the kind of duelist that just gets one kill and is like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go in the aggression. No, he plays with his operator, he gets the kill, backs off, and again, DRX.
The DRX all the time when they play the advantage. Also, I love the way that Chronicle just said, do not ruin. You know, it's like, who says that? That is so like RPG-like, you know, and that kind of sentence.
Well, we are almost ready for Agent Select. We'll pull it up on the screen. We'll see if we get any surprises from map 1 of the series. Remind everybody again, it's Icebox. FUT are starting off on the attacking side with Fnatic on defense. Lothar, anything that you would like to see as surprises?
I would love to see the composition from FUT that includes the Harbor and Fade, but this is not looking like it because we already have the Sage that you typically slot in either or instead of the Harbor. So they are literally going to play mirror comps. In this case, this is the most played composition on Icebox since Fnatic meta defined it, you know, and yeah, there are no surprises here apart from the fact that they literally just don't play Fade and Hub anymore. But at the same time, I expected Fnatic to fully counter it if they would play it.
Yeah, exactly. I think that this is something that Futbolist knew. If you want to ban the Fracture, you know that Icebox is going to happen. You want to have a surprise. You want to maybe play it simple. We saw it yesterday from BBL. Just going back on the jet, just not thinking too much into it and just playing a simple game of Icebox that we all love.
All right, big challenge here on Icebox, of course, with the warm-up position.
We missed it last week. We missed the warm-up.
Why do they do this?
They do it all the time because you need to warm up before you go into the game. A little wrist, yeah, to get the headshots. Yes.
Yeah, I'm doing it as well. Kakuka is doing it as well, right? Milos is not doing it.
I'm trying. This seems like more of a thriller kind of dance.
It's important to stretch when you know you're going to be sitting and playing for some long hours. So
look,
that's why I put the headband on.
Who don't really care about economy, you know, looking at your red guy, for example. But in general, if you want to stay healthy as a pro player, stuff like this is actually gonna keep you long term in the game.
Yoga, bit of trip to the gym.
Very nice ritual. Yeah, I agree. Also going for a walk in the morning.
Is Boaster actually going for a mustache? Did you see that?
Is it?
Boaster's going for a mustache. Yeah, it's gonna take a while for him, but it's...
Maybe he was lazy this morning.
Yeah, we're gonna have a mirror match on Icebox, and I'll be honest with you, when you play a mirror match against Fnatic with that composition, it's gonna be very tough to find any advantage with that.
A mirror matchup where Fnatic can counter everything. Thank you very much, both of you, Bea and Lothar. Our casters are ready. Tom and Mitch, take it away.
Thank you so much, Milos. Wow, a final send-off to this map for us at least.
Comps, come on.
These comps, these teams as well,
Harbor, Fade, this is cool. Like, they're going to throw some of the new stuff in, and then they go, no, let's try and beat Fnatic with the Fnatic comp. Like, I'll be honest, I think FUT have lost their minds even attempting to try and do this. There is no team that beats them on this map. I definitely think there's no team that beats them with their own comp, but I appreciate the optimism, and there's a reason we've seen this comp played for so long on this map. One of the reasons why I'm quite happy to see the back of it is because it became meta and stayed meta for a very long time.
Yeah, we were used to just seeing this composition rolling again and again. You know, one of the things I think when it comes to the more recent memory about Icebox, the compositions we've seen, the mid takes, even teams starting out the map with mid takes, it's wonderful. Almost brought a tear to my eye. But now, we're back to the same old Icebox. Fnatic on the defensive side. This is the map they're known for. And I think most people coming into today are expecting a quick affair on map number 1. Let's see if Foot can bring the hurt to them. And it seems like they're going to start this out, looking to pressure right towards Boaster. He sat inside of B main, lots of players coming his way. They're actually taking their time and going for those swings though. Drone up on A, maybe even going to drag some rotations, pull them back, and allow these players to sneak their way up.
Yeah, I think if we look at this map for Foot genuinely as if you can get even close to double digits, I think you've done a decent job. Like the last 2 teams to play them, Heretics and Giants, got 3 rounds apiece. Like they are the best team in the world at this map for a very good reason, so anything Foot can do is going to be huge, especially going onto a map like Lotus where they have looked sublime.
Well, Boaster's already seen the contact. He's not afraid to fire off some snake bites either, keep them back. But with that one on the floor, that's the last piece of utility he's got to keep them away. That orb now out of juice. So he's going to have to do it with his pistol if he wants to actually deny the plant. As you can see, not going to be possible, and a retake is now their best chance. So a very slow round for Fnatic to start this one off. A key detail on the way back in, they still have their wall on Chronicle. They've kept that late into the round, and in a pistol, it can be hard to deny that defuse. I see a late play from Mr. Fallen, that might come into it.
Yeah, they're delaying, at least for now. Swing coming back out as well. A couple of kills already going through, and the wall actually hasn't really helped them so much. Just trying to get round to it's going to be difficult. A couple of kills going back the other way, but the spray is wild on the back of the Frenzy. Alpha, though, already managing to come up with 3 kills. Just 1 man remaining. He needs to try and defend the spike, and that's exactly what he does. It's safe to say that when Alpha was missing, he was definitely missed, and it was rounds like this that made the difference.
We heard it about Leo earlier on, that he's just got that factor to get you out of tough situations. Well, Alpha certainly displaying that same trait here. 4 kills in quick succession as well.
Yeah.
Closing out that round, and sure, the wall helped out in forcing certain fights, but it looked like Foot had a great plan here. The delay working for Mr. Fallen's flank to come through and deal all that damage, and if it isn't...
Oh no, oh no. We'll see if that's going to be one of those unfortunate quotes that come back to bite them, but I can understand why Fnatic are so confident. I got to chat a little bit earlier with Sinan. We all know Sinan, the owner, and I was saying, well, surely 5 Turkish players is better than 1, and he was like, you know, we've got an imposter among them. So maybe, but Alpha's not been kind so far.
No, he certainly hasn't. 4 kills in the first round, a good pace set for him. Boaster's same setup, further back this time. He doesn't want to get caught off by pistols up close and all the damage they can dish out. Instead, you're going to keep it on range in this. And then you saw Kiwi try to dash out of the site. He went straight into the snake bites. The Boaster's been dishing out. Mr. Fallen with the flank finally yielding. We saw the attempt in the pistol. This time, good for damage. Anything they can get from this point would be huge for Ada Captain. Just dropping a weapon, making it a little bit more costly. The timing is perfect. And now he can even grab a weapon himself. This gets a little bit scary. I mean, Sturka and Boaster on the other side, a deadly duo to take down, and they've got spike control. So it's anything but easy, but it is possible.
He did well, but ultimately it is going to be the click up. Now you have to bear in mind, a couple of rifles purchased in, few SMGs. It's not that same sort of purchase we've seen recently from a lot of squads where it's like 3 rifles and then there's going to be a huge purchase up into this next one. Saying that, it does still seem like Fnatic are going to go and try and get this round. They're leaving a few players actually very, very low in terms of their economy, but at the same time, in this Logitech G power-up round, you do have to feel like there's a good opportunity that Fnatic will still be able to take it away.
Yeah. With the weaponry they're bringing to the table for sure. Alpha 1 away from a lockdown. Nobody else really that close on their side. So that's the only early round or early game ultimate we're going to see coming here. If any, 3 players stacked up on B, making the read that Foot have liked to shift their way towards that side of the map in earlier stages. Not just yet. I mean, to be honest, Foot playing this slower default, I almost wonder if Fnatic will start to get a little overeager, start to push forward and take control, but just look at the position that they've left their A-Lurk in. Leo super passive. I think this is a round where they're more than happy to play the retake.
Yeah, had a captain already getting tagged low. They walked past each other. A gap found within, and that's going to give 2 kills for Maj early in this one. And it's a ruse. That was just a fake. That was the lurk. They're going to get an easy plant on towards this A site. And there is already a part of me that wonders, do Fnatic even continue going for this Boaster? I don't think he expected Kiwi to be anywhere near that deep in terms of the site control. And this round is done. The remaining 2 players, they now have to hold on to those weapons so that Fnatic can actually have a buy in the next round.
Yeah, it's the Bulldogs and the pistol that went down, right? So if this is where it ends, I think you can still be pretty happy. But I find it hard to believe that Foot don't cast the net a little wider to try and remove these weapons from play. There's Kiwi already spraying away. Leo's going to know that there's a player to his left. But Kiwi's decided to go back towards A main. A little bit of a prod around Kitchen that isn't getting too much. Looks like they're going to get away with this.
Yeah, I do like what we've seen so far from Foot, though. Like, at least in the pistol round, slightly different plant. They're expecting a lot of early utility denial. Something that I think that Fnatic are fantastic at is the combinations you're going to get from the likes of Alpha, Leo, Boaster with all the utility they can have to try and deny plants. So they've already shown some slight adaptations, deeper plants to try and avoid where those util lineups would necessarily be. And then in this round, just Moj being that little bit more sneaky, like taking that map control, almost disrespecting Durka's positioning and getting them a couple of early fights. It's not something that necessarily I think will be easy to recreate, but ultimately 2-1, a good start from them, but now Durka has an op.
Oh wow, starting the round off with a lot of utility denying that AWP. They saw them take it in one of the earlier rounds. Key thing about this, we started it out at a captain, popped the wall on B immediately. I think 13 seconds, 14 left in the buy round, in the buy phase. So for them putting that down certainly telegraphs to Boaster that he should be looking for any sort of early control. He doesn't see it, decides to fall back, and now a super passive B hold with a lot of players ready for A. Foot have been pretty conscious about controlling this map and understanding how Fnatic are going to be responding when they take control. I think a good example is how they push up, make a little bit of noise on A in one of those initial rounds, use their drone, and then they're looking to burst onto the B site for the pistol. Attempting something similar here with the noise made early. And again, burning those snake bites up from Boaster. This is, it was looking like it would be a ruse yet again, but I think this is almost just Foot's default.
Yeah, they threw out a dart as well on A, so it wouldn't have worked as a fake. It kept a couple of players around. Drone also being held late. This is a little bit scary for Moj, who's going to have to fall back. And the spike's nowhere near making it to the site. Instead, they've had Ada Captain push up aggressively. Bear in mind, as Viper, this has huge risks about it. If he goes down, they lose all of his utility for any ideas in the post plant, but also his screen.
A good fight to start with Alpha gone. That wall blocking off a lot of vision. Ada, oh, he's got a good spot to fight from, and that's a missed shot from Durka. Okay, he'll go down in the end, but the numbers, they sit with Fnatic. Leo grabbing that kill. HP damage done to Maj, but Kiwi's quick to pull it back. Chronicle left out, way out of position by that lockdown. And his fight back in looks almost impossible. I don't know that he's going to go for this.
No, I don't think there's a reason to. A 1 versus 3, spike planted. There was a lockdown just moments ago, so trying to even get back in at that stage was impossible. And again, just a good, well-worked round from Foot, playing this slow default, not really giving anything over to Durka in those early picks. And okay, there was a missed shot in there, but I think it was also just the surprise factor. Yeah. Like the fact that Foot, again, and I mentioned it, they're not happy with just doing what everybody else is doing, where they go, okay, we're going to put the ball down, we're going to plant, and then we're going to play these post plants. They're like, okay, if we try that versus Fnatic, that's not going to work. They're going to retake versus us, or they're going to plant denial. So every round, we've seen a different wall. It was a deep one this time, and because of that, because of the positioning of Ada Captain, they'd managed to lurk deep and catch a few players on the rotation. Good start from them, 2-2. And now we get to see what sort of response is there from Fnatic. It's not the greatest of buys.
So again, we come into the start of this round with a wall sitting down on the B site, put right at the start of the buy phase. Gonna use this in the majority of rounds. You have to think Dirk has been red on this one. He got up close, they've sprayed him down low, but he still gets the kill and dashes out. Wow, Fnatic sitting with the man advantage now, and that looked like it could have been a little bit more. Not even the tag coming out of that shot.
Yeah, Moj continuing to put pressure on him, and Ada Captain has been a deadly duo around this B site. Fnatic haven't really been able to get too much of a gauge of how they're playing this one. Mr. Farland has been selling a lot of information on this side of the map. Even just shooting over a couple of shock darts, I don't think there's any intention of them going this way. It's just to keep players there. A lot of damage done still. Moj, low on HP, will get a heal, but Krag somehow just wallbang headshots Boaster.
Yeah, just hits that snake bite tracer, you know, why not? Certainly a costly piece of utility put down, or, I mean, not really a way you could predict that though. The weapon removed was only the Marshall, still a rifle and a Bulldog to play with, the Phantom and the Bulldog. Good chance for Fnatic. They have to really work hard to wrestle these players out of position. Chronicle has a wall still to play with, could be a concern in the late round. A little bit of a tag, but Ada Captain survived it, repositioned and allowed Krax to pick up the kill. Really well handled, the double peek onto Durka, even a swing from Ada Captain, tripling up on that fight. And you can see even that last fight, that was Moj that found the kill from mid. Every single duel they just took, there was a second guy ready to help out. Gorgeous play from Foot.
Yeah, they've been really good. I've been liking the sort of 1-2 punch of each of their plays. It never seems like, other than maybe the lurk through one round, which was just a timing farm by Ada Captain, every other round has sort of been this, like, okay, even if you kill me, there's another player instantly ready to trade, be it from another angle, another portion, even baiting a player or two in on that sort of crossfire as well. Sure, that was a lower purchase from Fnatic, but now 3 well-structured rounds in a row from Foot. I want to see some sort of response.
I think the scary thing about this, you know, 3-2, it's very early on, but Foot are looking very good in their ideas. You know, we see teams come in and they win a couple of rounds here and there, and it's whatever. There's nothing to write home about, but they're putting down the same wall, start of every single round. They just have default utility that they have a ton of ideas of how they can flesh out and flex later on into the round. I mean, you're seeing Boaster, I think, have a bit of a problem on B. He's getting the read early that there's no one there, falling back, but Foot are accounting for that. It looks like they're very familiar with Fnatic's game plan and how they like to control it. I think this is where you really need to open that strat book and go to the off-brand comp, the B play, whatever your secondary setup is.
Wait, they haven't used Durka Go Kill yet.
They haven't tried
That's
it,
normally on page 1. I feel like that strat's got to be coming
Maybe
soon.
they started too deep into the strat book. Go back to page 1.
He's got a Blade Storm as well, so I feel like it's definitely the height of that sort of strat.
Yeah, here we go.
I will say as well, Foot have already matched Heretics and Giants in the amount of rounds they managed to get. So, as said, like a competitive game of Icebox is actually a very good sign for Foot. If they somehow manage to win it,
it would suck that it was this late. Yeah, it would suck that it was this late anyways, but look at this guy go. Ada Captain's been throwing out a lot of these late plays. This time, though, he's caught by the alarm bot.
I think he went just to destroy it. I think that was his only goal in this round, was just destroy the alarm bot, and it instantly pulls a rotation away. Like, you can see that Leo's now having to spot into mid because of that, and that gives more A-site space for the remaining players to push in. They are just basically pushing and pulling Fnatic right now. That doesn't happen.
They're controlling them. They are controlling them, and you do not see that. Even if there's a guy pushed up on A, he's then forced forward and going to end up getting deleted. Fury used, it's actually going to get the kill here. He sacrificed his life. He knew what he was doing, and another tag as well. The res comes in, so that damage mostly mitigated.
Yeah, they still have a lockdown though. Fnatic coming in with a fair amount of retake ults. And already, you're going to see a Hunter's Fury on the other side. Main goal to get rid of that lockdown and save them within the Viper's Pit. And that's exactly what it's done. They can now keep these aggressive positions. You can see that Shorty pulled out. They know that it's one of the better weapons for these close-range battles, and they've actually killed off that pit as well, giving them a chance. Krax goes back for more, though. A nasty surprise, and Kiwi with a double, not quite the triple, but again, there's an instant trade from Foot. 4 rounds now in a row, and the Turkish side are looking fantastic.
I love the idea, the Shorty out to take the Viper, and it's literally, you know you're not gonna get the kill, more than likely, but you're gonna get the tag, and your teammate is finding the kill afterwards. A good idea from Fnatic, but again, the execution too good from Foot. There are no gaps here. Even Mr. Fallen, he understands he has to give up his life to get that plant. Immediately he's rezzed back up, and then he gave his life. That Nano Swarm was going to take him down, but It was worthwhile, and traded out again by Kiwi, able to find so much more from the corner. I'm loving every round I'm seeing here. This doesn't feel lucky. It doesn't feel like a one-off. This feels like a problem Fnatic have to solve.
Yeah, and they're not really in the right position to do it this round. As said, Durka go kill hasn't really happened just yet. It seems like he's not really been in the right place at the right time. I think that's the one thing that I haven't seen so much, is they've managed to avoid him for the most part, which isn't going to last forever. Alpha.
Oh, that time.
It's actually going to be Boaster pushing up, but no. I've realized that Alpha's just everywhere at the moment.
Well, for Foot, they've got the kill on B. They found the aggression out of Boaster, who's often been the only player there. Last round we did see Durka doubling down with him, but I'm not sure Foot spotted that. They'll decide to redirect this over towards the A site, bring it in for the push, but looks like Fnatic have a decent idea of this. Again, the weaponry not the best when it comes to actually taking these fights. Still able to take down Mr. Fallen on the way through. Alpha, you're going to attempt more. He's dangerous with this Guardian. Already 2 kills. Shock Dart's going to weaken him up a little more. Very low Kiwi, could have went down. They just weren't placed in the right spot. Blade Storm from Durka. Dash activated. He's about to make the play. There's one already. Updraft as he's in for more. Dash still online to save him. He's low on knives, but the damage should be done. Crack's low. They just need the trade on the way through, and Durka doesn't even. Takes him down the first time, and that's going to be a third for Fnatic.
Yeah, again, it's one of those rounds that you kind of just look at it and go, okay, 2 Guardian headshots coming off the back of Alpha, yeah, and then a couple of kills with the Blade Storm. It's something that not many teams can pull off, but they did manage to, I guess, make the push a little bit more disjointed. Some decent utility thrown out. I think there was a dart put in by Leo that basically pinged the whole team. That's just absurd. Like, that first shot is just ridiculous.
I really like Durka's pacing as well on the Blade Storm. It feels almost like he feels invulnerable at times with how patient he is in firing them out. He taps it, he doesn't hold left click. And I think that's, well, normally he's hitting the head maybe because of that, but he's often left alive for so long in those positions. And I think just because of his positioning being so good, people are caught off by him, having to adjust. Drone early used. Gonna get them up close at least.
This is a setup switch. Like, Boaster's been playing B for the majority of rounds, but with Viper's Pit, it seems like he might just be sticking around on that A site, even if it's just to remove deep control of the site if it's necessary. And then that's put up Durka alongside Chronicle on the other side of the map. And Durka can play relatively aggressive here because they have that res available. Even if he falls back and gets caught, it's fine. Chronicle can bring him right back to life.
Yeah, they spotted the Boaster isn't playing B here, and they've popped out a recon, which is obviously going to put that little bit of pressure on the B players. The reality is, I feel like they were trying to push and pull them a little, but Fnatic have still maintained their position, and now Viper's Pits come into play. Great coverage on the site with that pit, and we know Boaster still got 2 snake bites in the back pocket. The lockdown, yeah, it's going to get them some good space. Boaster, 3 seconds. He's got to go. He's going to stay inside.
Yeah, he's going to stay.
He's staying, but the only problem I see here is if Kiwi decides to go absolutely nuts, and in the end, yeah, the pit's gone anyways, unless he stood inside it and Kiwi would have just walked up on him.
Yeah, they've dealt with that well. I think the plan was to try and initially stop them. Instead, this retake going to be that little bit harder. Kiwi tagged up. Operator close, slow, thrown in again. Crack's just pushing through it. The man has absolutely no fear, and now Mr. Fallen on a deep luck. The problem is even spotting him is going to cause issue. Cracks has somehow found another one, and now they're stuck. Even escaping here is going to be difficult.
Really well handled. Again, I'm just looking at the fact I'm pretty sure that alarm bot was sat down in mid. I don't know if Mr. Fallen, I missed it in the chaos on site, whether he destroyed it because he was certainly aware of it and playing on the edge, but he went back around anyways to come through kitchen. And you can see that those players, you have 2 guys who are looking at their back. Now Mr. Fallen goes out, it doesn't matter now, but if he had went out 20 seconds earlier and died, then these players can refocus and all look forward and all look to retake. Instead, you have 2 players who are kind of thinking, hey guys, are we ready to go? And they're way back in spawn, busy with their own job. At that point, you have to call it off. You have to play for the retake, or for the next round, rather, for the save.
It's very interesting, because I think, again, if you start a game of Icebox against Fnatic and I say, okay, one of these teams is going to win the pistol and then have 1 buy round win, after 8 rounds. Who is it? I don't think you're saying Fnatic.
I would bet all attackers on that one. I'd be feeling pretty comfortable, but especially with the context of Foot coming in and playing the Fnatic comp. I mean, it's called that for a reason. I think when you look at Fnatic right now, they are almost without a doubt the best team at this map and at running this in particular. It feels like if you pull out the mirror matchup, you are doomed to fail. Most teams are just doomed to fail from the get-go, regardless of what their idea is. This sort of display is unbelievable for Foot, and they're only getting started.
Well, you look at the last 2 teams to play them. Giants, when they got smashed, tried to play a sageless comp with the KO thrown into the mix, and they've not tried to run that any other time. Maybe because it failed miserably, or maybe because they think that they can beat other teams with a normal comp. Then you look at Heretics, they were playing the Harbor comp that we've seen them run and had to switch the agents a few times. It hasn't worked versus other teams as well, but that's the sort of case. I'm not really mad at those teams for trying to run new and different sort of things, because most of the time if you try and beat Fnatic at their own game, you lose. Right now, Foot are doing something incredibly impressive, pushing and pulling them all over the map. Krags has had some super high impact kills, just in very risky situations, but with the way the rest of the team has been playing, I think it's fine.
Here we go. This is what Adacaptain was looking for before, the round where they don't have the alarm bot there, the round that he can sneak his way up. We saw him before go up, destroy it, fall immediately back, but now he's going to use that position to sneak his way up into them. They think they'd be scared of the alarm bot. Why would they try it? They've seen the setup again and again, but he felt out that space, and it's worked well to start with, but Fnatic have an immediate response. 2 quick kills, and an AWP still standing, Durka on site. They baited him out at least, but Leo's back into the fight, further extending their advantage.
Kiwis managed to find one back. Durka drops him a second later, and Mr. Farland almost manages to even things up. Cracked again, though. Mr. Impact so far is going to find another. Alpha coming in from behind. This one is free. And now Mr. Farland pinged up is all that remains. A 1v3 completely surrounded. And Fnatic break back onto the scoreboard. It almost looked like it was going to fall apart again with Adacaptain's initial position, but a quick reaction. Durka stepping up with the operator. And well, the difference now down to just 1.
Good recovery by Fnatic later into it, and when you look at what they used up there, yeah, just the res for Chronicle, I think they can be very happy with that. Seemed like a round that they were decently in control of even after the res, and it started out with Adacaptain having his most successful early round flank so far. So I think this is somewhere that a gap was exploited, and they still managed to, without using too many safety nets, come out on top in. Certainly a return to form for Fnatic for now.
Yeah, lockdown available as well for Alpha, so this might change how they play the map. Although saying that, he's now been more dedicated to B. I think it is just because of his utility initially being destroyed. They're trying to switch things up a little bit. Dirk are also being set up early in the round to try and cause havoc over towards this deep A position. It's something they should expect, and maybe a little bit lucky to get away with your head.
And the same sort of setup from Adacaptain, orb down on mid, but this time he doesn't go through it. He doesn't look for the alarm bot, he doesn't look for the player. Instead, he's actually waiting for a punish play, for someone to come down through tube to try and sneak behind him or sneak down through a middle. Either way, he would catch that aggression. But it hasn't come in. Fnatic's responses seem to be, they're not looking to disrupt the attacker side. They're looking to sit back and have you run into their setup. For now, at least, I think Foot are realizing that that's the game we're playing. They're not going to be able to bait anything out of this defensive side. Instead, they're going to have to go running into it and try to break them on the sites.
Yeah, alarm bot there as well. You can see the poison orb still sat, so just trying to cause them issues. Shock darts as well. This is something we know. And a late lurk coming out from Mr. Farland. He's so far behind everyone else. This is the utility stack that you want to try and avoid. And well, avoiding the lockdown might be a more pressing issue. I don't know if they're going to get away from this. In fact, they're definitely not. 2 players have been detained. If this is pressured, this is a problem. They've run out of time completely with the spike down on the ground, and this round completely crumbles for Foot. This is such a weird scenario to see Mr. Farland basically saving in the other team's spawn.
It makes sense in what he was going for. If they get sight, they get the plant. You know, he is in a pretty unexpected flanking position, but, well, that didn't happen. And you have to put it down to, again, some fantastic snake bites from Boaster. He has sat there firing them away from way back, and that's what led to this death. I did see the snakebite, didn't look to be on it, but look, it was just barely touching the shoelace. That's all that was needed.
But the other thing as well is you've got none of the utility was placed. Other than the poison orb,
it's fired
everything is being thrown. So it's like you see like Foot come in and they go, oh yeah, let's destroy all of the nanoswarms. Sorry, Burrow, none of them are there.
30 HP off rip. Durka almost lost his life on that pick. A near early punish.
This is bold.
He's broken.
Leo.
Okay, look, they've seen 2 players now. They know 2 pushed up. They had their drone go through. It was fired off on from afar, and now they've dropped Chronicle. If they decided, like a lot of teams would, to all in on A right now, it could be huge. Instead, though, they're rotating, and I think that will have been heard. Those steps as they faded away from Leo. The question is, was it a bait, or are they actually intending to take this towards the B site? And as we can see, it is the latter. They're making their way in towards the very light side of the map, but it's appeared to be a little bit more open than it was in the past. Let's see if they'll be able to punish on the Fnatic side as the plan's attempted on B.
I think they're hopeful that maybe they can try and avoid some of the utility.
Oh, wow.
As said, they've been quite good at adapting their plants because of where all this util comes through. Playing much deeper this time out, but they're going to get caught by Durka. Trying to trade him, they fail. 2 kills up for the Finn. And while they can't take the control they wanted, look at where they planted for. They're now stuck in the mud. They were hoping to take that defender spawn, and because of this, it becomes very awkward.
Good shot on the Boaster at least, though. Look, this might make it a little easier. You're looking at Durka down to 20, Alpha Yer on 89 as well, but he's dropped out of Captain. And Nano Swarm, a big danger. He has to updraft, and he'll still get more! He was so low, but Durka now again stuck in the corner, being held, and he gets more! Are you kidding? 4 kills for Durka, 6 rounds for Fnatic. Unrelenting on this comeback.
Mini activated the strat.
That's the one.
It's like, Durka, I've not seen enough cheese so far this game. Could you like updraft, land on the ground right next to a nano swarm and shoot someone with an up? And he's like, okay, boss, got this, no problem. For me, it's the 3rd one. Alpha does well on the cross, but this, just done it. Like, if you're Mr. Fallen, you've just got to be mad. It's not easy to track him through that, but a single bullet would have basically changed the round. And again, I think a lot of that just comes down to wanting to take that control. I don't mind the idea from Foot, but they end up pushing into Durka, and unfortunately that's never a good idea.
Okay, here we go. Durka's going pushing into them again, though that drone's coming around causing problems. Don't have the same setup as before with Leo up close. Instead, they just have Durka firing off an answer to Kiwi right away. And Foot again, left on the back foot. Look, Fnatic, they started this out slow. Foot managed to get one hell of a lead, but now it's coming right back to bite them. Double op setup here for Fnatic. Both ops finding opening duels. And good luck with getting this plant down. At least they've got the res. That's going to get their Viper wall back into it. Little easier now.
Yeah, they've still got to try and find a gap. And while Moj, he got that aggressive position again, but it does seem like from the early rounds at least, Fnatic are now much more aware. From such a strong position. There we go, cracks again. Mr. Impact himself just finding kills that you never feel like he should be landing. Maybe giving them a little bit of a chance in this scenario.
Oh, that's a good snake bite, but no one's really there to swing, and a slow lands right after. Poster was caught up. He was vulnerable on that swing, still manages 1 kill and thinning out the herd. That's all they need.
Oh, no.
Foot in a terrible position here, that defuse not being held. The Cracks just had too many bodies to take down. 7 rounds at the half. And I gotta say, you know, this last quarter has felt a lot more like the Fnatic Icebox that we were expecting to see starting it out. Foot had some fantastic ideas, but eventually Fnatic found that comfort ground to fight from.
Well, yeah, it's the adaptations. Again, you look at the initial setup, a lot of it was based on Boaster holding onto that B site. Wasn't really working out, so they switched up with Big Man Alpha, yeah, taking a lot of that control, moving his alarm bot deeper into that B site because it was being destroyed every round. It was holding literally no value. And with the way he was playing, 17 and 5 on the scoreboard, he's not a bad man to be able to move into position and start to shut these plays down. The main thing that's a bit worrying for me is like you're looking at an early scoreline, was it 5-2, something like that? It was a decent position to be in. The problem is you've now gone back 7-5. Like, I think in the half, like at the beginning, maybe Foot would have taken this sort of scoreline because of the way the Fnatic plays. I'm going to be intrigued to see if they can still do it on the defense. If they can play versus a team that have basically mastered both sides of this map, just because you managed to make it close on one does not mean you're lost on the other.
Well, here's the thing, right? We were 5-3, now we're 5-7, and the reality is for Fnatic, right, they had a slow start on a map that they're incredibly comfortable on. You can read into that whatever way you want, but I'll say that now that Foot are on the defense, they're the ones that are going to have to be making those adaptations with a composition that, well, Fnatic are a little bit more intimately familiar with than they are. This is somewhere that I think brings the biggest challenge. You can make a comp you're not too familiar with, or even on a map that your opponent's very comfortable with, you can make the attack side look workable. But, and it's because it's if you've surprised them, you put them on the back foot. When they get to define the pace of the game, that's where you find a whole lot more ideas coming at you than you're ready for.
Yeah, and I almost think that's what Foot need to do, is try and not allow them to define the pace of the game. Like, take some of that control away from them. We know that Kiwi has it in his back pocket to take over different parts of the map. Of course, well, one of the things we always credit Fnatic for is their adaptiveness, like changing to what the tide is showing almost with the other team. So I'm curious to see if we're going to see any of that aggression, any of that map control taken away, or if they're going to try and play back on the site. And if they do, that's where I think they lose. I don't think you can do that versus Fnatic. The problem is there's not a lot you can do.
Well, that's it. At least from what we've seen so
Pick your
far,
poison.
there's never really a lot that teams can do. They haven't been able to. We've seen some of the best try it, and they just can't. And I'd almost look at the Giants game and think, like, we've had teams counter-pick comps just to beat Fnatic, where they have some ideas like maybe this can break that, and it never can. But we're about to dive back in after the halftime, and Foot, well, they're about to be tested. 4 players early on towards B. Recon's gone up and above, but the players, well, they're coming right into their face to take this fight. And look, it's Fnatic coming ahead yet again. Kiwi forced back, and the advantage sits with the attackers. The early B crunch not working, and they've noted that they saw a lot of bodies there. Time to shift back towards A, where only one man waits.
Well, that's the thing. This was the risk. A 4-man B push in a pistol round just to try and catch them. Probably hoping to catch them in the back, not that they're all waiting for you outside the B side. That was definitely a bit of an obscure setup from Fnatic themselves. Now, just watching that flank, Alpha has been crisp. 18-5, slowly being pressured on. Kiwi will at least get that kill, but they have so much left to do.
Kiwi's been heard, yeah. They know from the kill that he's around here. They know he's still in this position, and good luck to you up against Leo. Maj, the last man standing, nothing to obscure vision. There's no way that spike was getting defused. Fnatic have claimed the pistol, their second pistol, if I'm not mistaken. Remember, that first half, all in all, when you look back and Fnatic won the pistol, you have to say it was very good from Foot.
Yeah.
Let's see how
I think it's just the fact that the last 4 rounds look like, okay, this is where they've got back into their rhythm.
Back on track,
into
literally.
Yeah, the swing of things. Maybe coming in a little bit cold after having a week off and, well, having a quite bad cold.
Quite a bad cold indeed, yes.
But it's one of those things where they now look back to their old selves, and it's going to be up to Foot to show us that, okay, this wasn't a blip on Fnatic's radar, and they have got more to show on this map in particular. Already, though, Durka looking to pad those stats. He's got Leo and Chronicle alongside him. Oh, it looked like maybe that was going to be a freebie, but the Classic has dealt the final blow. Maj, good luck, my friend.
Well, he's got the Classic, and there's one.
Hey, that, you know
Drops
what?
Leo at least. Yeah, I'll
better
take
than
it.
0.
It is. Statistically, I agree. Fnatic in the end, 9-5, and for a map that was looking a little bit uncomfortable, certainly a very good recovery from them. 6 in a row now.
Yeah, this was what, 5-2?
5-3, 5-3.
Oh, God. Wow.
It's been quite a fight back in.
Yeah, again, this is where you have a slightly better purchase coming through, but you see that Fnatic have still got rifles across the board. Chronicle not far away from getting himself a res. Leo close to a Hunter's Fury as well. And as we know, the attack side is pretty decent for fighting for some early orb control. Saying that, Kiwi is instantly pushed up on that A side of the map, taking that control away. It is mainly just a lurk from Alpha, who, again, I don't think that's the man you want to be facing off against in the server right now, but it does allow for a gamble rotation already. Mr. Farlin is going to be sat on that B side with an extra teammate.
We saw how much of a delay potential comes into play when Boaster was over on this side of the map, and sure, he was pushed back into pretty uncomfortable positions a lot of the time, but those snake bites were still deadly coming from him. Although we're watching him right now line up another, and you have to wonder what his idea is it's fired up and over. It's going to contain these players, maybe push them forward, or make those spams a little easier. Either way, not much to be found in the back of it as they meet some Viper utility of the defenders. And we pump the brakes on this round.
Yeah, still got a decent amount of time to play with, but Foot have got this correct in terms of their rotations. Nobody pushing up for that flank, so Alpha's got that held down. This Dart could do a lot if it manages to pick someone up, but the deep wall, this needs to be broken if they're going to have any chance of denying that plant. Instead, the swing, it's actually cracks again. Comes up with a high-impact double. Going to get traded out by Leo, but now the time starts to become an issue. Kiwi given a chance, and the lurk of Alpha finally springs into action. And Mr. Farlin is the only man to be found, and he falls as well. 10-5. It's not looking good for Foot, as now they're going to have to be back on an eco, and Fnatic speeding their way towards the finish line.
Look, I think Alpha Year might have taken it a bit personally, right? That they thought he was an agent on the inside, and he's proven that no, his allegiances stand with the Fnatic flag.
He's going a double agent, so I double their kills, right? Yeah.
21 kills and 6 deaths right now. He's on fire. And I'll even note that at the end, when he kills Maj was looking at him. Maj was ready for that flank up through mid. He was in his head. But still, Alpha was able to find that and another afterwards. You know, his flanks are being read. They're ready for them. They're watching him. Still coming out on top for 2. That's just the kind of game he's been having so far. And when you're unstoppable like that, when the momentum is rolling, you're snowballing, there's nothing that you can't do. Slow orb up top, and well, it's not going to do too much for him. But these players on yellow are being assaulted. All of that utility coming in to get him. Good night and sweet dreams. The flank of Alpha, he's now on the A side, ready to plant.
Guys, A's clear. Well, Mr. Farlin again. He's had a bit of a rough day at the office. It's always going to be difficult calling versus Fnatic. He's at least caught Alpha, yeah. Got himself a rifle, no shields to play with, and 3 on the other side. A Hunter's Fury, I doubt they're going to need it, but Leo's got it anyway. Again, it almost comes down to damage. They've got enough to buy in the next round anyway, so let's see what Mr. Farlin can do.
No pulse out of the recon, so that's going to pretty much destroy any hope of the information of the quick kills. And in the end, oh, he even gets pinged up. They know exactly where he is. That was the expected outcome. 11 rounds now for Fnatic. They are getting towards the home stretch of this map. Foot not at the end of their tether just yet, but you can see those credits are spilling out of the bank just to afford this potentially last strong buy like this, even an operator through on Kiwi. And it's plays like this, you know, they only have pistols, but they try to stack up, they try to play the numbers, and the caution there from Fnatic on the way through. They're still going to commit everything to clearing out those ratty angles just to make sure they don't get overwhelmed.
Well, a streak of 8 rounds in a row. It feels like a lifetime ago that this map looked competitive. We were singing the praises of Foot and how they were able to take it to Fnatic. Already, Hunter's Fury utilized almost just as an attempt to disperse some of these players. They've forced them all back into the corners as Durka takes the space. Shock darts will at least slow them down a little bit, but not by much.
Yeah, look, once those bounces are coming from in front of you, it's rare a player is going to just watch it come towards them like a frisbee in the park. You're going to move out of the way pretty quickly. Slows them down, disrupts the rhythm, but not too much done past that. I think that Hunter's Fury did about as much damage to Durka as it did to Foot, but again, like you said, it is often just about clearing out those positions. A little bit of crowd control. Durka being spammed at up top, but he has an angle that he wants to fight on, and Mr. Fallen, well, he made the mistake of giving him that challenge. The plant coming in, but look, there's 2 players up close ready to take that down, and they've indeed dropped Alpha right away. Now they've got to compete. That spike's on the floor, and utilities coming, firing through. Both are finding next to nothing. Someone needs to step it up, and there you go. Leo and Durka making this doable yet again. Rez popped in to keep the numbers advantage, and it extends even further. Just Kiwi left now. Blade Storm up, 1 found, but nothing more. 12 for Fnatic, and Foot's economy's in the dumpster.
Yeah, we've seen a fair bit of clay pigeon shooting today, people being taken out of the air. Alpha just picks off that last kill. I think Durka's been trying to catch him over the last few rounds, but he definitely seems like he's too far gone at this point. 9 rounds in a row for Fnatic. The streak continues, and Well, it almost feels desperate at this point for FUT. I think that's the thing. We came into this series, we knew that either they'll have to play their permaban of Fracture versus Fnatic, who are a fantastic Fracture team, or they'd have to play Icebox. They picked the lesser of evils, and they're losing the map. I don't think anybody expected that. This is the first of the series. Lotus, I think, is a much more, I don't even want to say level playing field. In terms of results, it favors FUT. More so does this round, at least for now. Kiwi has taken out one. The Hunter's Fury, not quite going to catch Chronicle. Now, he doesn't have his res available, so not going to be bringing back Durka in this round, but they do have a lockdown.
Yeah, at least they've managed to strip his shields off him as well, a small consolation. It could come into play later on. 7 in a row, a big request out of FUT. One that's doable, and look, they had a strong start here, a decent foothold to begin, but they've certainly slipped up. Lost their grip as time's gone on, and it looks like it's getting worse now. Mr. Fallen in with a lifeline kill for the team. He's gone out for more, and he's got it as well. That's what they needed. Keeping them alive on this defensive side. They will still play the retake.
Yeah, he's given them some hope. This round was looking bleak, but a hero play has given them an opportunity. Chronicle low on HP again, trying to get up in their face. He's already found one. A third kill in this round already. Boaster sat back watching the flank, but Chronicle's just gonna do it all! 5 kills, an ace to close it. And after FUT had such a strong start in this map, they lose 10 in a row, and Fnatic clean up on their map choice. That might be the last time we see the Kings of Icebox play this map for quite a while, but their crown doesn't fall off their heads today.
I think he's getting close to 200 damage taken in that round. He just kept healing himself back up, going out for more.
30 HP.
I'm back, baby. Back in the fight. Love to see it. That's the Fnatic that we were kind of hinting at. That's why we were so surprised to see FUT leading on that 5-3 margin.
They were leading? I don't remember that. Felt like a while ago.
They were. They had their foothold, but that slipped. They pulled the rug out from under them eventually. Now look, I don't expect the same form of dominance from Fnatic moving into the next map, but that is a tough one to recover from. I think when you start to get a grip on a series like that and feel it just slip out of your hands, they're definitely going to need a break, Tom, but so will we.
Yeah, you know.
Let's toss it over to one. We'll see you soon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Before we're gonna go to the desk, I wanted to give a small nod towards Foot. Even though they lost the map pretty decisively, they had actually a very decent plan into attacking half on Icebox, something that not many teams actually managed to do against Fnatic and other teams on Icebox. Why I'm excited about this is because they explored the mid-region of the map a lot more than other teams that we have seen so far in the past, not only this season, but in general on this map. So how did they play this? Is essentially they had a responsibility shift for 3 players. In attack, we didn't have QE and QRX lurk through mid at all, so we're gonna take away them from those traces on the map, and the 3 players left are essentially the Sova, the Killjoy and the Viper. Now typically the beginning of the round we have seen the Sova on A side use any kind of utility, but then in 4 rounds he actually shifted towards mid as a lurker. You don't see this often when it comes to the Sova because typically he stays with the team, but also there's the possibility of using shock darts from different lineups from mid or even going for the ultimate there. And then we had also Moj and Atte Captain on Killjoy and Viper respectively, also lurking into this area. Now before the show we actually spoke about about the setup from Alpha in kitchen and in the mid top section with the Alamo bot and the turret from Killjoy, and that's something that Foot was actually dealing pretty well with. They either were waiting for Alpha to rotate towards the side and then lurked when the Alamo bot or the turret was disactive, or in one of the rounds we have actually seen a very impactful timing of destroying the utility during the moment when the pressure on side was happening. So as the team was attacking towards A side, that was the moment when the rotation started, and then the lurker from mid destroyed the turret in kitchen, which essentially disorientated the defenders that had to look towards the kitchen and destroy the timing for the retake. So in general, I would say that Foot had a really nicely planned out attack against Fnatic, but not only that, they slowed down the playstyle. They didn't plant anymore in like 20-30th second of the round. They just went through the rounds a little bit slower and had a better grasp on how to deal with the situation at hand.
From a good start to the half for Foot, it turned into Fnatic 10 rounds in a row to bring it all back and close it off 13-5. Bea, they're still the kings of Icebox.
I mean, yes, I think that especially at the beginning of the rounds, I do agree with Lothar. I do agree with what we talked before the map. I think that they came in prepared, that they knew where to expect them and how to work around the map. To me, Fnatic gave me the feel of when someone is really good at something, so they don't practice it for a long time, being like, you know, if it happens, we are already prepared. Yeah. It's still, when it came to the later rounds and especially the attack, they knew exactly how to run a retake, and they're not going to allow you to do so. So beautiful play from Fnatic still. Props to Foot. They managed to get 5 rounds. That's more than any team has gotten out of them since Loud. So, you know, they knew that this was going to happen. I still think that Fnatic is still the better team on Icebox.
Yeah, it definitely looked like that when we reached the Fnatic attack. Like the way that they move as a unit on this map is just so different from other teams. There's always a better understanding of the planning. And also, I'm just so happy to see both the min-maxed on that Viper, because all of the Viper walls that I've seen on defense on this map were actually taking a little bit more space on King than other teams are doing actually on defense. So everything is so precise with this team.
Shout out to Kiwi, because he had a pretty good start to this game, and it was pretty important for Footballers to put those 5 rounds, even though it only ended at those 5. Though, it's very clear, Alpha at the top for Fnatic, the Egyptian stallion at this point, the pharaoh of Icebox, very fitting in that case, performing wildly on the map.
Yeah, exactly. I think that this is one of the things that I think he took a little bit personal, especially because at the beginning of the rounds, Lothar, you were talking about how football is. The reason why they were getting the rounds and actually getting the openings is because they were playing around Alpha's utility, destroying it, and having Fnatic miss that information. So the moment that things turn around, he's like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna win this. And he was getting the most insane and impactful kills for his team.
Yeah, honestly, when you have a 23-9 on a Killjoy in a map that you win, it's like the performance that you put is just unreal. 225 ADR in this one map, that is unreal. He kills on average 1 person and hits it twice with a Phantom. Like another person. Like what's going on? Like how are you doing that on a Killjoy that has no utility to like go out of any situation, like when
it's the comfort. It's the comfort for Alpha. It is all the time. I cannot wait to see it at Lotus, because you know we missed him throughout that first week, so it's lovely to see that he's given everything on the last. You know, at the beginning of that map, I'm not going to lie. After we're getting those rounds, I was like, really, Fnatic is going to lose the last Icebox that they're going to play in a while, but then everything.
I wanted to tell you in that moment when you said it, it's like, you know, remember, they are pretty good at comebacks, you know? We have seen that in the past. But the moment you said that,
the situation
they were
was
like,
different, you know?
They just switch, and it's like, now we're not losing anymore.
There was a little bit of overheat, and we were talking about how good Fnatic is with timings and retakes and actually not over-peaking. It happened in a couple of occasions, but I think they knew that everything was going to be fine.
PRX sometimes. It happens. Though, on to map select, as you were mentioning, Lotus, our second map for the series, where Fnatic is starting off on the attacking side. Foot's pick for this. Expecting any special surprises? Lothar?
I'll be honest with you. I think after seeing how they approached the Icebox differently from the previous time that they played it, in general, I'm expecting some major shifts for Lotus as well. Because the way they previously played Lotus is super aggro, that neon composition. They are much faster on all of those maps actually that we're gonna play today than Fnatic.
Is there a way to visualize that?
Oh, yeah, we actually do have a visualization of that. So we're going to play in the heat maps of the first attack cycle. So when I say a cycle, I mean first 40 seconds or the second 40 seconds for the second cycle, because that's where you use the, let's say, recon arrow, and it takes 40 seconds to get it back. So we use those cycles here as a nomenclature. And when you see Fnatic, this is only one map, while FUT has 3 maps on Lotus being played this season. But the difference in heat maps is just insane. Like the amount of space that FUT takes in the same time is like unreal, right? They just commit. They just go in, they take the space, they fight for it.
Listen, I was just looking at Chronicle and Alpha, the colors there at Lobby, and I was just thinking of the Odin round after round, like, oh my god.
Yeah. Oh, no. I mean, you bring actually a very good point. The reason why Fnatic on that heat map is actually kinda like left-handed, let's say, is because the right-hand side is being held by a player with an Odin. There were 2 different players, or maybe even 3 in that Lotus game.
Yeah, but mainly two. Maybe it was
just holding the angle on that A lobby and just spamming through the wall if necessary.
So now on to Agent Select. We'll bring it up on the screen. FUT has played Lotus a few times now with the same comp, pretty much, with a Viper and Neon on it. So maybe we would expect some changes on here against Fnatic.
I mean, they feel comfortable with the composition. If they want to surprise Fnatic and bring in something new, we will see it now. Leo going on that fade, as a captain on that Viper. No surprises so far.
Yeah.
Astra, Kiwi, is going to be the Neon.
Yes, those are the exact same compositions that they used before.
Yes.
Bosa on the Astra. I feel like Bosa on Astra just feels so comfortable because he has the, let's say, the macro. He can reach everything.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, he can reach everything, he can support the entire team. Wherever he is on the map, he can be a little bit of a lurker as well on attack. So this is his comfort zone, but I'm looking forward to how FUT deals with the play, with the plan that they will have on attack, because I don't believe that they can stick to it.
Yeah, of course it's going to be complicated, and it's good for them. It's good for Fnatic that they haven't shown off a lot, because Team Liquid thought that it would be a nice idea to pick it onto them after they didn't have the best results against Lao, but Fnatic put the hours in, put the work in, and worked it out as well. They knew that coming into this encounter, if FUT is able to pick that Lotus and is not especially scared of you, they're going to do it.
I wonder if Fnatic actually on defense will be showing any kind of A control early, because they have so much utility to take that space and rubble area.
All right, thank you very much, both of you. Bea and Lothar, casters are ready. Tom, Mitch, take it away.
Thank you so much, Milosh. Tom, time to dive on into Lotus. Now, look, it's been a while since we've seen FUT win a round. It's definitely feeling like the momentum is behind Fnatic, but is there anything that's inspiring confidence from you moving into this map?
Oh, they've won it 5 times in a row. I think that's a very good sign. It's their best map. I think so far in the league, they've been the best team at this map. They've also been one of the teams that played it the most. So they destroyed Vitality, Liquid, and Heretics. So all decent teams. The thing is, though, we haven't seen massive amounts from Fnatic on this. Other than this season, they played it once against Liquid. Other than that, the last time they played it was at lock-in. So they don't have a lot of info, but I don't think FUT will care. Like, they are a team that are very direct in the way they play the map and have incredibly strong attack sides. Like, normally in the maps they win, you're looking at 7, 8, or 9 rounds. So that's going to be the main focus of this one. And obviously starting out on that defensive side, I think the main thing you have to look at for FUT is, okay, can they get a foothold? Can they get themselves in a position where they have, okay, 5, 6 rounds or a buffer to play with?
While starting this off, it looks like Mound is under heavy contention. Fnatic on the attack side, take note of the compositional differences we heard from on the desk, and it's Neon, Kiwi that's going to be sliding after them, making the big difference. Quite speedy on these pushes, and they've managed to isolate Boaster here. He's now trapped in towards B, but do they know that? Well, they're certainly clearing the angle. He'll get the first kill, 18 HP left, but here comes help. Little too late, unfortunately, as they round the corner, puts them in an awkward position with trades going back into Foot's favor. But look at the control from Fnatic. They managed to sneak their way into the spawn, and they are
They're going to go C in the end anyway. That's brilliant. After like basically battling for C earlier, not managing to win it, and then running all the way back. And now it's going to be basically a reverse site take. Them coming in for defender's spawn, and then the defenders coming in from attacker's spawn. It's so weird.
And the plant's a little further back as well, right? Because they've got the spawn control. Oh, Kiwi was spotted. The orb just about blocking vision in time. It is, of course, their wall, or their orb, excuse me, but the repositioning from Kiwi, very quick. He was spotted in a mound just a second ago. They know there's 2 players there. They might almost look to fight elsewhere to isolate that other guy who could be coming alone. Instead, they'll find there's 2 players. Well, they've already dropped 2 of them. Out of captain, the last alive, so far unaccounted for, but they've got a pretty good idea on where he might be moving in from. He can't even swap his weapon before he's taken down. A 3K from Chronicle, with Fnatic picking up the pistol.
Yeah, 8 kills in the last 2 rounds. I'm including the last
Yeah,
map.
no, the ace, yeah. I put, well, I was going to say 2 and 2. I put 5 and 3 together, you know. I was proud of myself for that.
This is the thing with Fnatic that they were so good at versus Liquid, is they were very good at controlling the aggression. And that's the problem with these sort of Neon comps, is there's not a lot you can do with Neon staying passive and being defensive. So they set up a comp for Liquid that basically allows them to sit back, even buy Odins at times, and just spam that initial control. Now that comp also works when they face off against what Foot are running, because it's a very similar comp. So that's going to be the most difficult thing for them on this defensive side, is they want to get aggressive, they want to take map control, and Fnatic are very, very prepared for that.
Well, even just look at this round here. Not even as passive as you might expect, but 2 players on the corner ready to fight. And there's going to be 3 swinging around, 4 in fact, any moment now. Good damage all in all. Like, you don't expect 2 kills out of Classic there. You ain't getting any more than 2 though.
No, and both weapons are going to be retrieved in the end, so it's not the problematic round you might have expected for Fnatic. They're likely going to invest onto the couple of players that had a bit of extra cash as well, so this will be a very strong buy coming back for them in the next round. And that's the thing. As said, Fnatic, they're going to want to play a lot of these rounds passive. In fact, I think it was getting down to sort of the 40, 50-second mark where they would start to actually pressure towards Rubble and actually use their utility that they have a mountain of, as it was said by Lothar on the desk, to clear that control. So the first minute of the round, you might see Fnatic doing very little. Not this time, though.
No, not at all. A very quick take. A round where they don't want Foot to have that same level of control and comfort to begin. Foot will be rotating. They only had 2 players to start on A, but Kiwi's already made his way from the C side through the spawn and onto site to help out. Thing is, Fnatic playing a little bit of that push and pull. There is a lot of presence on A, but they are seeking out B or C aggression, and they're about to run into some. Captain found himself in quite an aggressive spot. They didn't swing to punish, though. I thought that would be the fight immediately, but they were just checking if anybody'd come up this far.
That's the cool thing about running a Fade. Like, one of the main nerfs that Faders have is the distance of the Prowlers. It's really not as effective as clearing, like, mass amounts of size. So running. But that's not what Fnatic are using it for. They're going, okay, if you push Mound or if you push Rubble, I can clear that with a single Prowler. So you can't do that anymore. And as you wow, okay. It's more difficult to clear that, though.
A little bit, yeah. The Toxin Wall hadn't quite went up just yet. So 1 man down as they look to make their way in towards the site. 30 seconds as well, so time now starting to be a bit of an issue. And they'll look to bring it to B. They've broken open that single wall. And they're blast packing through. Maj pushed off the angle by this player who's already on site. And it looks like the plant is coming through. Undeniable for the Foot side, but they still hold on to that advantage to hopefully fight their way back into the round.
They don't have a lot of utility to play with. Most of it is Viper util, which is definitely not ideal for a retake. You want to have some flashes or something. Oh! Nice work from Boaster, managing to trade this back into a 2v2 now with Moj finding 1 more kill. Still sat in that post plant. Gravwell being called for by Leo, who's just waiting on the angle. He still has a seize and a reveal if he needs it.
Oh, the reveal goes a little deeper. Headshot found, but no kill. That's 2 guns still on the angle. Boaster in trouble. He needs to go huge and can't this time. Foot just about grabbing that 3rd round. And it came close. 10 HP left on Kiwi. That could have been a completely different 1v2.
Yeah, especially with an initial two-man advantage, that got very, very scary indeed. And I do think that with the amount of util that was left, I was kind of expecting that that would go the way of Fnatic. Good work, though, from Moj, just basically defending his teammate. That definitely, if he went down there, I think the time was gone for them to stick that entire defuse. So a little bit close for comfort. Of course, that was the bonus round now. So into the Logitech G power-up round. Both teams going to be having rifles, and actually the slightly worse buy is on foot.
Well, that's the thing, you know, with how close the previous round came and how Fnatic were able to slow it down and play the control, you might forget that that was almost their bonus, right? Like because of the way they play it, they still have a whole lot of firepower coming into that round. Allows them to compete, but Foot then move into this with all their credits on the line. Good early half from Fnatic to set that up, but now it's time to capitalize. Orb's going to be picked up to start this round, or at least baited at.
Yeah.
They're trying to pull a fight out of somebody, or maybe just to pull the rotations from the other side because they don't see any aggression. And really, this just feels like they're figuring out how Foot respond on this map when they do certain things.
I like the way that if you watch Chronicle and his Poison Orb, it's constantly being repositioned as they take further control. Like, he's just going to place it down. Okay, we need that control now. And the push from Adacaptain has started to come through. Clearly calling the bluff, but it's whether he goes any further or even just having that information is enough to gamble rotations across the side of the map.
It's the whole game plan for this round, man. You fake out C at the start. Hopefully they push A. You saw how long they took to clear all of those angles around the broken wall. Now they're going to start to move to the B side, but this is where Boaster needs to be careful. They know that that push didn't come through on C earlier. There was no presence. They might think it was passive play, and instead they need to be very cautious about this flank. Adacaptain has the timing perfectly. Boaster turns to Jet. He's jumped! We saw that just the other day.
No.
A mistimed mouse wheel scroll, and that's what it'll get you. Nade is dangerous too. That's isolating Kiwi. It's gonna do damage. Make him a little squishier on the way through. Flashes in, doesn't do much. They're lined up, but kills are going Foot's way. They're fighting right back into it. Time could start to be an issue. They've got a lot of players to deal with. Still in a great position from Alpha. He is on fire with 4. Fnatic not letting go of that one.
I don't want to see it again. And you know what I mean, production. I want to see the 4K from Alpha. That was a nice little thing. Yeah, no, this is the bit I didn't want to see again. You know, the bit that you've just shown. Thanks for that one. Yeah, that's horrible. Because that's a spot as well. You get rid of Boaster. The whole round turns into panic as well because everybody's having to look on that flank, and you can see that frustration from Adacaptain. He played everything perfectly up until the very last second, and wow.
That's it, man. I love this.
Here we
Chronicle.
go again.
Chronicle. You're becoming a favorite of mine day by day. It's fun to see, even when he's trying it. But it's even more fun to see succeed. And this is the perfect site for it. Walls made out of paper. As he looks to make his way through, you can spam to clear out some tree, push these players back, and let Durka take the fight on the side. 2 already. Make that 3. Showstopper most certainly online at this point, as Chronicle just holds down the heavy MG covering fire, making sure nobody steps Foot back through that connector. I mean, Foot only had pistols in this round here, but they are given no chance. Now, for Adacaptain and Moj, it might be worth going and dying to a player here. Grab that orb. 3 of your opponents already have ults as well. So you're not really going to be giving them that much, and what are you worried about? Boaster grabbing a Cosmic Divide. I think we're pretty comfortable that the lockdown and the Viper's Pit stands to gain a lot more.
Yeah, it's one of the only situations where I can say it's probably worth it. Just throwing yourself into the players instead, but it seems like, no, they're going to die to the spike anyway. Maybe just going off more of the normal in terms of just dying to the spike.
I mean, maybe it's Leo that gets 2 kills, right? And then he's closer. It's one of those things. It's a decision, it's a risk, and they don't want to roll the dice this time. Respectable still. But Fnatic certainly looking strong to start this one off. And the key thing here, Tom, is that without those 2 players dying to a player, without them falling at someone else's hands, there's no ultimates online starting out this round. Plenty on offer, but pretty difficult for Foot to get access to any of these in the early round.
But that's the thing that also makes this map quite a bit more attack-sided, is a lot of the orbs are very, very difficult to fight for if you're on the defense. By the looks of it, though, they might be about to go for one. 3 players set up outside of this B site early on in the round. They are pushing forward off the back, off this screen. setting up. Well, they've been spotted. A showstopper here might just end the round in his tracks.
They know exactly who spotted them as well, but look, he's got enough support, and now they're boxing them in with the Odin. There's no retreat. Straight away at them through the box, and it's just disgusting. You see the idea, the intention there for Foot early round, but wow, that has backfired. And these two players from the last round are left to try and recover. Chronicle, why have you dropped it? Are you running low on ammo already? Come on. He actually probably is. I think he might be running down to like his last 70, 80. But either way, Maj last man alive, 1 versus 2. 50 seconds left. They're probably making the right call by just pumping the brakes. Eventually, they've got to gamble, and they're moving in the right direction.
That's the thing. They've got the turret down there, so they know that no one has peeked further than this. But he can hear it, so he knows they're still in this area. If it went offline, that could be a problem. Instead, looking to clear them. He's going to take the round. It looked from the beginning like that was going Fnatic's way. They shut down the initial push. They read things almost to perfection. But I think he literally was just going, okay, this turret is online. Yep. They can't have gone B. They can't have gone C. If I hear it go off, then I move. And until that point, they actually walk back into him.
Would have won that with the Odin Chronicle, that's all I'm saying. But you look, for Foot, that's a round that definitely buys them back into things. They were up against a bunch of ultimates. Fnatic decided not to burn them up there, not to use them. And, well, I don't think we'll have the same situation to start out this round. Already a Viper's Pit used up by Captain as he defends B, locking down a ton of control. I mean, that site is, it's not off limits because you can still take a main control, which they have, break that door, and you're right on into the B site. In fact, you're putting a ton of pressure on Captain then. And with 3 players on the C site, I mean, obviously they're rotating, and their rotations are extremely quick with Kiwi. But this starter round was extremely scary. If you're that A defender, I mean, Maj could not afford to go down, but now he's got support to fight and hold on to the site.
Down on either side.
Lockdown already?
Yeah, they've used it quite early into the round. I think Fnatic will be quite happy to sort of bait that one out. They don't necessarily have to reset into a B play, and even if they do, they have a lockdown that will completely clear Captain. Now Kiwi goes swinging, and he's lost to Alpha here once again. And now the showstopper, 2 players somewhat stuck at the back of the site. They're taking so much damage on the way back through. This take has looked so easy for Fnatic. Just 2 remain. And Captain, his Viper's Pit is gone.
They heard Mr. Fallen. I think he's heard Boaster as well, but with that realizing he's not sneaking up behind them. The door's open, so there's at least 1 more guy around here. Yeah, worth just going somewhere else to save this one. A tough pill to swallow for Foot in that round. I think they had the read, they had the rotations, they burned up ultimates as well, and that's the real kicker. That's 0 damage. You're right. You're right. 25 and 25 shields. Chronicle and Durka started with that. Everybody else sitting pretty on 50. That's extremely rough, man.
It's bitter. You used 2 ults.
Viper's Pit and Lockdown. Yeah. And then, okay, you know, Durka used his showstopper.
Cool.
So
that's a nice ult.
That's good. We got rid of that. That genuinely could change a round coming up, but they've got a few others to fall back on and a solid strategy that's been working so far.
It's funny as well because they had, what, 3 players on the A site? So to not do any damage in that push through, and I think a lot of it was great utility usage. Like backside was just getting wrecked with different util. There was a showstopper thrown in, there was a C's thrown in. Kiwi peeking just gets owned instantly the second he tries to take a battle, and the remaining 2 players are just being bombarded by the rest of the utility. Because the thing is, with using a Viper's Pit on one side of the map and then basically playing passive for the lockdown on the other, basically Fnatic didn't have to use most of their utility like they were before to clear all of these angles because they took them just at the beginning of the round, so made things a lot easier for them. Now, as said, Foot, in the 5 games that they played, I think the only difference would be against RRQ, where they kind of just smashed them on the defense, so they didn't have to play attack. Every other time they have been much better on the attacking side. That's where they have dominated, and I think in some cases even being like 8-1. So the main thing for them here, getting to sort of like 5 rounds. 4 might be minimal. It might even be a point where, okay, I still expect Fnatic to be better than a lot of the opposition they played before. But if they can at least get themselves a foothold in this half, there is a chance. The problem is, the way Fnatic are playing right now, that is looking more and more difficult.
Well, one of the big problems that they're having, and I think they'll look to solve, is just that A main hold. So consistently, we'll see attacking teams take control of that, but Fnatic, more than anyone else, have been running this through the connector into the B site and causing problems. An example we said was if Captain had have been crunched like that, his Viper's Pit would all of a sudden become not a disadvantage, but he would have to retreat into it facing his back to the attackers. Now here, we see that early attempt at A main control, and this time, they will get away with it. 2 players pushed up, control gained, nobody spotted on the other side, bar a small amount of utility. Viper wall again from the attackers, from Fnatic in the same position. Same can be said for Foot, without a captain, having this to play off of, but most importantly, he is one of the players with a rifle. The man behind him, Krax, who's had a rough game so far, but a great series, or at least a good map previously, also has a rifle to work with. So this retake still packs quite a punch.
Yeah, the problem is it's still just going to be this post-plant from Fnatic, which is not going to get any easier. Sees to make sure that no one can get in quickly. Nice snake bite. Will at least delay them a moment.
He's going in. He's just decided to send it. Captain's got one, but that's the rifle on the floor now. He's gone. Nightfall thrown in. Kills going Fnatic's way across the board. You'd expect it in a round like this, but you'd hope to see something else. For the fans of Foot out there, this has been a tough start to the game. And it looks like Fnatic are set to push up to 6.
Do you want to know something interesting?
Sure.
I'm pretty sure Leo just got his first kill.
No. Surely not.
I think he's 1.
I even spotted Krax was on 1. There's no way Leo.
I think he's 1 and 2.
You might be right. I'm sort of thinking
he's just not had to do anything.
Not been fighting. He's been putting prowlers out. He's been popping reveals, but
I could maybe the scoreboard has bamboozled me, but I'm pretty sure at the beginning of this round,
I'm trying to
Leo
think of a kill
was,
that he got,
was
and
0 and 2.
I don't think I've said his name once so far. Actually, I think you're right.
That is very, very odd. But it almost just shows how in a lot of the rounds that Fnatic have played, they've been very, very dominant in the manner in which they've won it. And
Well, what did they say? What did they say in the video? They said Leo's the kind of guy, like he'll do his role, he'll be supportive, he is the initiator for the team, but when you need him, he will have impact from non-impact roles. And yeah, so far, you're right, he hasn't been needed.
Well, they got himself a kill in this round at least. And again, I don't even know if that one was necessary. 6 and 2, this attack looking ever stronger, and Kiwi just being forced back to hold on to things. Fnatic, again, just doing a great job to almost get into afterplants, avoiding, I would say, normal. Yeah, avoiding normal fights. Like, all they're really doing is, okay, at a captain, they had to take a fight because he ran into the site on his own.
Yeah.
Other than that, you look at this, them getting into an afterplant here. Did we just get a double replay of Leo's first kill?
That's just
cruel. What we're doing now?
That's just cruel. At least they didn't do that for Krax.
Yeah, that would have been slightly
Let's get a replay, all 8 deaths.
Let's not do that. Let's absolutely not do that.
He's a player who had a ton of impact previously. There's a tag up and slowed down as well on Kiwi. He's a little late getting around that angle, but he'll still get around there in time. Mr. Fallen supporting as well. Stinger through the smoke. And that's all they needed. 2 kills very quickly. Commanding control of this round.
Well, that's the thing. The Odin definitely has a threat with the spam through the wall, but with the pace of which Kiwi managed to get across and the TP available for Mr. Fallen, they dodged most of the damage that can commit and just went for the fights, stunned up Durka, who was out in the open, the one actually claiming the space, and also killed off the player to trade. This is something I wanted to see Liquid do more regularly and actually try and hold on to this control. They've punished Fnatic for their initial setup. Can they hold on to the round?
That is cruel, Mel. I don't know why you'd show me that. The Odin left
on the floor
behind
where it belongs.
Wow. Well, we'll have a word about that after this game. Have left behind a high-value weapon. Let's hope Foot don't get control of that. Then things could get
definitely.
It could get scary if they pick that up. On the way towards the C site, good setup. Killjoy turret. They've even got a nano swarm up close, and Killjoy not even on the site, playing towards B, spotting it out and just on the edge of the turret radius. This is a effective 3-man stack with the utility that you've got here to support. The pull, Gravwell causing some issues here, but leaving Krax alone is no problem whatsoever. Picking up both of those fights, and then Captain was right back into the duel. Very well handled by Foot, and this is actually one of the rounds I was thinking earlier. We've seen them try and be so proactive. The A pushes, I think, have been the problem. The fact that they haven't got a main control, they're left to push elsewhere on the map to make up for it. But now that they have that, they're able to sit back and let Fnatic push into them, and they set the trap perfectly.
The thing is, though, again, this is something that Fnatic, I won't say have to adapt to because they already have in the past. A lot of what they were doing versus Liquid was going for these late reclaims of rubble, using their utility when most of that initial util was gone. And that's exactly what they're doing here. Nobody, okay, I was gonna say no one pushing. Alpha just goes through the smoke with an op and just says, you know what? Normally we'd sit passive and wait and reclaim the control with our util. Instead, I'm going to peek through a smoke with an operator and kill you instead.
Oh, Chronicle, he's holding that smoke as well. With Odin far back, Leo picking up the C push. This is more of what they were looking for. There's the spray coming through from Chronicle. They're catching the A push. The response from Foot is to push C. They're catching the C push. The response from Foot is to push A. They catch the A push. Guess what the response is? It's to push C. And now they're going to try catch that by going behind them, apparently. Ton of control, wall bangs being thrown through as well. Chronicle, you're really stealing my heart here, man. I want a Chronicle cam right now. Durka's caught trying to flank. It's not really a chance yet. They need so much more, and with Boaster locking down their spawn, feels all but done here for Cracks. The man was looked to for so many high-impact rounds in the previous map, and indeed in the history of Foot so far, but the reality is he is not going to double up his kills here in a 1v4 time limited.
No.
In fact, isn't going to even get one.
No, and this is exactly what I was saying. Like, Fnatic don't need to work on fixing this as a problem because they already have. They've done it before, they faced off against a very similar comp, and the problem with a Neon on defense is it is very one-dimensional. You have to try and fight for this control, and well, the smoke actually goes up just a second after, but even still, just filthy stuff from them, just basically waiting for Foot to attempt the same thing again, and it's just a domino effect. The second they lose that first man, everyone else is just pushing, and it becomes incredibly easy for them. 7 and 3. We'll see if it's going to be the same case. They've thrown out similar util. They've put in exactly what they did in the prior rounds, but it's all a ruse from Foot. It's an attempt to maybe bait them into wasting utility on this control, and instead, after the initial spam, Mr. Farland's just walked up.
This must be what Valorant's like for my teammates.
Is he going to try and wallbang him with a Guardian?
No.
I think he did.
He probably did attempt to. And look, he did, yeah, 80 and 10. He's backed off now. They traded a few blows.
I don't like that as a plan, though. He's wallbanging with an Odin. I'm going to try and kill him with a Guardian. But yeah, but the thing is, even if you succeed, he's had another player sitting there most rounds that will just trade it.
Yeah, that's more the issue. You're caught. I mean, the Guardian reset time is at least pretty decent. I think it's better than running dead into the angle, but now the thing again is we come back to, right, I said Foot have had a problem a few rounds ago because they didn't have a main control, and now you move back to they don't have a main control. So the problem in these rounds has been their A hold has not been up to par. Once Fnatic have made it past this part of the map, where they are right now, the rounds have gone their way time and time again. But they've broken this wall and tried to fight through. There's the adaptation, but Maj only good for one, and the B side under threat again. This time with a lurk left behind.
Yeah, Viper's Pit. Chronicles unfortunately had to drop the Odin again, and Nightfall actually not going to catch. At least gives a little bit of extra space. We've seen a pop of the null command on the other side.
Ratty Boaster
still just waiting, leaving this lurk behind. They've also got players outside of B making it difficult. Oh, he might get caught by his own weapon. The spam is going to get rid of it. That's the Viper's Pit gone.
I told you better be careful they don't pick that up. Problems start to follow. Now listen, they're not defusing, but well, they should realize it at this point at least. Shorty out, back around the corner. Here's the fight for Boaster, the off angle. Oh, so close. Damage done, but the range a little much. And Foot will be able to walk out of this with 4. I told you, Tom, the second they pick up that Odin, it's a game changer. Roll back a few rounds.
He should have dropped it in the pit.
Look, I saw a round where Chronicle had the Odin. He dropped it. We saw it on the floor as they walked away. They lost that round. Then they play with it. They win the round. This time they drop it. Foot pick it up. Who wins? I don't know. I'm not trying to do math here. I'm trying to pull out the transitive property, but it's certainly starting to seem.
I can't wait for the day where you betray the Odin just like you betrayed Enzo.
All right, you watch your goddamn mouth. You watch your goddamn mouth, all right?
I'm just going off the footage, man. Oh, see you cracked. See you later.
That's what I'm talking about, baby. Quick kill on A. C push attempted yet again, and they've caught this time and time again. But now Kiwi's got the operator to try and fight back.
Okay.
Nice shot by Mr. Fallen. Finally, a solution is found to that Odin. The numbers are even back up.
It's a massive risk, but it worked. Shutting him down. Ult-wise, actually not a lot online for either side, so there's not going to be that same sort of saving grace of a Viper's Pit that they can throw in. Again, though, with a minute left on the clock, they're going to start to reclaim this A control. It's something that Foot can't hold on to. Have had to fall back more passively. They've got a couple of players waiting, at least nearby. Nanoswarm and a nade just to force the player completely out of position. It's not going to be claimed, though, by Fnatic, and this means Modge can go right back.
Yeah, but they're faking this out. They're looking for Modge to go back. They're looking for somebody to make a push, and most importantly, they want the rotations. Durka's going up close for that fight. He needed it. They're going to realize very quickly that this is not a play towards the A site. Where is the rest of the presence? Where is the rest of the push? Maybe they're just about to make their way through the tree, but now the timer's starting to tick down. They're realizing something's not right. The C site's under threat. The plant is coming in, and look at this, the angle we get as we see Modge and Kiwi make their way around. Shows us Boaster trying to cut them off. Sat in a corner waiting. These shots need to land. They're not checking it. It's such an uncouth position. Boaster's got two. That might just be the round.
I think he was expecting get one kill, smoke himself out, retreat, but instead he's been able to hold on to the angle. A huge double coming out from the IGL, and now Adacaptain needs one back, but Boaster's taking control. It's left all on to Mr. Fallen. 1 versus 3, time is ticking the prowl. Okay, it might not clear him, but even still, it's wasting his time. This round is done, and an execution of Alpha will close out the half.
8 rounds from Fnatic. A solid attack pulled out from them. Now, like you said, Tom, Foot, they should look a little better swapping over to this next half, and we'll see it time and time again where teams move to that attack side. They get to set the pace, but on Lotus, I think it's worse than Fracture, actually, for being on that attack side. You don't get to set the pace in quite the same way, and it's mainly because of those A main fights. Thing I'll say, a lot less likely to see Chronicle controlling A main with an Odin in this one. They're going to have a different solution, but then I just look to Durka and Leo, the good old Snade combination, and it's done so much for them in the past in just keeping teams out of A main. And once they get that control, it's hard to wrestle that back out of Fnatic's hands.
Yeah, and the thing is, as we saw from the lovely little heat maps that we were shown prior, they do like to go for these fairly pacey takes in the early stages of the round, like desperately just running their way in towards that C site is something we're going to see regularly, but also something that Fnatic should be ready for. And that's the thing. Of all the teams that we have in this tournament, a lot of the time you don't have a lot of tape, even going deeper into the weeks. The problem is we have seen Foot play this map many a time. As I said, they played this 5 times. I think the comp was the same all 5 times. So Fnatic know exactly what they're running into with this attacker side, and with how well they've already done on the attack themselves, even a pistol round here could start to lead this one to the finish. So I don't think this is going to be an easy road for Foot. Don't get me wrong, Fnatic have still looked solid on this map. But if they can get themselves the pistol, I think this could be competitive.
I mean, coming into today, we still had Boaster leading the clutch stats, and I don't think he's been in too many of them, so we might still...
He was like 5 out of 8, I think. It was just ridiculous.
But that was actually, you know, it's funny you say that, because the week before I tweeted it out, it was the exact same. It was still 5 for 8. It's just they're not in clutch situations.
Well, he also hasn't played.
He hasn't played as well. Of course, last week they had a little bit of a hiccup, I suppose. But often, if you look at the amount of clutches when you go through that percentage, everybody else like doubles or triples up in numbers. But
a lot of people
just because of dominant
like
games, you're not
30, 40 clutches.
Exactly,
point,
yeah. At the same time, though, you can't take it away from him. He's leading the clutches, the biggest clutch player in the league, and sitting 12-5 right now. Having a pretty good game, considering last game it looked a little bit like Foot had it out for him. They were, where's Boaster? Let's go there. Now I think they might have a little bit of a different mantra.
But they were still trying to find out where he was, because he was in spawn every round. Like, the majority of the Fnatic players were there, so they did go looking for a fight. I think this time, I think they're going to be happy to try and dictate that pace a little bit, and by the looks of it, it is going to be another blitz round for the side of Foot. They are walking their way straight towards this B site.
Fnatic are waiting for it. And they haven't burned up any of their utility early on. Still having a nade up on Durka. They push through. They're going into the spawn. What's Boaster going to do on the back of this? That wall, he's got a grav well to fight with, and that's cracks down. They fall back. They reset with the advantage. No, Boaster continues, taking down Captain as well. There goes your Viper wall. And Kiwi, he's about to be spotted out, but Chronicle won't win that fight. Maybe that can bring them back.
The HP, though. Kiwi on 10, Mr. Fallen 47. Alpha just trying to clear these angles out. Mr. Fallen lurking behind. It's a big fight, and Alpha's managed to take it, leaving the players isolated. Okay, Alpha almost going down to Timmy. He's had a lot of kills so far, but Boaster's got that one. And now Kiwi with no hope. Low HP, cleared by Durka. Now, we've seen a few teams begin to force up when it comes to this attack side of Lotus. The hits into the C site can work out wonderfully. I question with the deficit from Foot if they might go for something similar.
It's a big risk, I think, at this point if they decide to throw the credits at the round, but that pistol going Fnatic's way, it could make you desperate. Boaster with a triple kill as well. We already talked about how incredible he's been so far on this map, now sitting on a 3 KD as well. That's a different face to him, you have to say. Doing it with the frenzy as well. Now move into this round, you don't get an investment out of Foot. Very, very low investment from them. Just a few pistols that they buy up into. And most importantly, it's only one player coming in with any form of shields. Alpha essentially has an op here. There's the shields removed. And from here on out, he is going to take them all down with just one shot, building up those orbs.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm actually very surprised Mr. Fallen manages to get 2 there. Respect to him for at least being able to do a little bit of damage, but this is it. For Foot, if they're going to stand a chance in this series, obviously for Fnatic, they're one of the teams running away with it at the top of the board. Even with sort of a weak deficit, they still sit in first. Every other team having a slip up at a point, but they are 4-0 right now. Foot, on the other hand, 3-2. I think we were kind of surprised with some of the results that came up over the last week. They got bullied by Giants, losing to Team Liquid as well. A loss to Fnatic wouldn't be a surprise, but it would put them back into that sort of danger zone of teams that could be slipping out of playoffs.
Quick push down through C main, and it's going to be trades to start it off. Kiwi, he's still fighting on this one. Player up close on him, that could be dangerous, but Leo's traded out immediately. The extra man of Maj being there helps out. Chronicle now having to clutch it all by himself, Bulldog in hand, but Krax is quick to take him down. That was a pacey round out of Fnatic, and it did not pay off.
Yeah, even still, I think like Leo may have only had a pistol in that one. They did play that
bonus,
as a slight more of a bonus. They had 3 rifles though to play with still. However, now is where we should get the proper investment coming through for them. It's unlikely to be a round of similar pace, and Mitch is going to be happy.
I love to see it. Boaster's still got 3 seconds to break my heart. And he hasn't done
3 seconds is all it takes.
What a guy. Well, that's certainly not the angle I expect to see the Odin on, unless he's actually going for the wall bang through to B main, which is just ridiculous if he's solo holding that and doing it, but I'm here for every second of it. Forced back, though, by the presence spotted.
He's going for plant denial.
And that's it. It's what we saw from Nats earlier on, whether it's Nats' idea. I know a lot of players have been ripping stuff off of the Fnatic scrims. Playing that Odin backside and then spamming through the wall, there is 0 places that you can plant that he cannot punish you. Even if you go up where the Killjoy turret is, pop a smoke, get inside, spray it through. And getting there is the main issue. And they've made the choice. They just go the other way. Where's Boaster? Go the other side.
But that's the thing, it's looking like a bit of a ruse at the moment. That initial pressure, you've still got the hold in case they try and push in towards the spawn, and then, well, I'm about to say a thing I've never said before. The only man they have to deal with is Durka.
Well, that was true about 1 second ago, but now there's 3 players coming into position, ready to support Durka from up above, or watching on the cross, actually, as he makes noise on the fall back. It's not pretty to begin with, barely missing each other past the smoke. A few tags, all we can hope for in that early engagement. And Kiwi's making a decision now on whether to continue that aggression. You can see falling back to his teammates. 4 players can confidently take a swing on that angle. This could be extremely dangerous for any of those Fnatic players up in heaven. Boaster, so much damage done. He's taking down Captain. No more Viper Wall, no more utility, and this is a disaster. In just seconds, they have lost the sight and lost it all.
The Nano didn't even
Fnatic
reach.
looking unbelievable. Yeah, you're right. The Nano was a little shallow, allowing it to be diffused all the way, really.
Didn't matter anyway.
But then they reallocated over to Alpha, Lockdown online, Cosmic Divide, and the Odin thriving.
Yeah, it's not like it would have made a difference. They had, what, 6.5 seconds left? I don't think that Nano Swarm would have stopped them anyway, but
true.
It's still just one of those things that we might have to watch out for. That was a 5v5 retake, and they don't get a kill. Like, that's not something you want to be seeing if you want to believe in Foot being able to turn this around, just losing every single battle and
That's why I like
boast up.
That's the discipline. It wasn't yesterday, it was today.
Oh, that's it. You got to fix it.
I want to know what
yesterday.
happened. I want to know what happened yesterday.
Oh,
what
who
was
were you
going on
scrimming?
yesterday?
Who were you scrimming? Let us know. Wow,
Oh,
Durka
dear.
immediately. They didn't even need the nade, and then the nade goes through, pushes them further back. They have to burn up
was one of
Mr.
their only
Fall. No, they
rifles.
didn't know. They didn't know he was that far up already, I guess.
Yeah, they wanted to try and get. They had 2 rifles in this round, and
look
one
who
of
they're
them's
pushing.
already gone.
Look who they're pushing. The man with the big gun here. Oh, he's made a misread, and Maj is punished.
That's more like when I see you play.
All right,
Odin.
Tom, relax yourself.
Either way, he must have got that one out of your strap, but maybe someone was
Everyone makes
watching
mistakes,
your
Tom.
scrims.
Everyone makes mistakes. Lockdown in play. Okay, Alpha, that's a brave
Oh, no.
idea. They
Oh,
swung out
okay.
the challenge. They have lost that fight. Fnatic up to 12.
I think that's his spot. We saw a clutch from him not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago in the 1v3. I don't think you want to be peeking Alpha on that angle. And 12-2-5. Bear in mind, this is a map that Foot within this season have won 3 times. 13-4, 13-10, 13-9. All strong attack sides. They are being destroyed. 12-5. A similar scoreline to what we saw in the previous map. Durka now just taking that control almost for free. They manage, what, a couple of kills. Sure, it was a round where they didn't have much to play with, but they're not going to have much more to play with in this round. They invested a lot in that last one. I'm currently looking over at 4 Spectres and a Bulldog as your lifeline round.
They've got a ton of ultimates. Alpha, yeah, right now, 16-8. Echoing on his performance from the previous map where he was just unstoppable, and now look at him go! He's not made it out.
Okay.
Not this time.
That's
There's the
enough for
punish
them.
at least. And here we go. Kiwi speeding in. This is going to be a challenge for Boaster to defend against. He's got his Odin down below. Those wall bangs will have to be sublime. No reveals or anything to work with on the way through, and the spam doesn't land to start with. So a reset for a retake, and the all picked up manages to delete Durka.
Kiwi just trying to get out of there. Trying to make sure they can sit for this post plant. They've left Anna Captain behind. A kill would get him Viper's Pit, but I don't think they're going to want to use it here. Instead, he's looking to try and make the push up close in their face, dodging everything in front of him, but not for long. Evening things up once again. Spam through, doing a fair amount of damage on either side. And Leo's now picked off another. Back down to Kiwi to try and save them here. Nightfall going to be thrown through. Shot landed. The question is on that timer. But it seems to be that he's going to have this one. Closing it out just about 0.81 seconds, and Fnatic have got it done. A swift 2-0, a quick start to the day, and another representation of why Fnatic are the best of the best.
13-5s, man. I mean, you'll say this about them, they are consistent. And just look at some of those plays coming out towards the end. I mean, you could tell Alpha was fired up. He was ready to go, and when we have regional matchups, we talk about it all the time. Right here, he's standing against an entire stage of his countrymen, and well, he brought the fight to them today. We had the question of whether that pressure would breed into some kind of mercy. No. If anything, he was even harsher than normal.
It almost felt like one of those scenarios where it's like, yeah, people talk about Turkish players. I want you to know I am the Turkish player. Like, I'm the one that went over. I'm the one that went to Fnatic, and there is a reason for that. And honestly, looked unbelievable today. But you could say that for the entirety of the roster. They might have been a little bit sick this week. Now they're sick in the server as well, because absolutely destroyed Foot. And again, they're now 5-0. I'm not going to claim that they are completely safe, but at this point, you're almost just giving them, like, okay, they're going to get a free win versus this team next week. That team's now got another loss. Like, that's how I'm calculating things. And you're going to see more of that in the post-match Prime Gaming highlights.
I mean, Alpha certainly started out as he meant to continue to 4K in the pistol round to clutch out what a 2v4. I mean, it was that energy all the way through. He brought it with him. Some of the ridiculous plays from Durka as well. We're seeing that one there just a moment ago. We had the 20 HP updraft out of a nano swarm, shot at in midair, lands, quick scopes the guy, gets out of dodge. Just unreal to watch these guys play the game. It's like the mechanics work differently for them.
Yeah, and it's a rough one for Foot, but at the same time, you kind of just look at Fnatic in a different league right now. Like, they are beating everybody in the same manner. I think it was only BBL who managed to take a map off them.
They lost one map.
That map was Ascent, so it's not even like one that they're really too deep within their map for at the moment. And we're sort of talking about, like, okay, they're going to get the pick of Lotus, the map choice that they have been fantastic on. Fnatic have proven that they can adapt and beat pretty much any team on any map at any time. Maybe other than Pearl, or maybe that one's just being hidden for another day.
Hey, look, at this point, and I think we were looking at the stats earlier. We've had Fracture 4 times, but Pearl 3. It's definitely towards the lower end of the preference for teams right now, but we'll see how things shake up.
They get it a lot in Pacific, I'll tell you that much.
I've heard.
And I'm glad that we don't have it that much over at EMEA. It's not the most fun map to watch in the world.
But the thing is, now we lose Icebox, and I think that's going to shake things up towards the lower echelon.
That's
I know,
a shame.
I'm devastated about that, but the reality is, with that coming in, with Bind coming in,
Fnatic are going to win that one instead. Cool.
Hey, they were always decent at Bind. I'm expecting something new. I've heard maybe we're going to see some Yorus pulled out on that map. I'm super excited, but that was the final time that we get to see Fnatic play Icebox, and well, bar the first couple of rounds, they certainly delivered exactly as we expected. I did say going into map 2, it won't be quite as dominant. Well, it was identical, 13-5 both ways.
Well, the star of the show is waiting on the stage, so let's not waste any more time. Take it away with Alpha,
Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch. We are in the Coliseum with Alpha. Thank you very much for joining us. Congrats on the win. How you feeling?
I'm happy because of the win.
It's a big win, you know, two big 13-5s, but I want to ask you first about Icebox, because in the beginning it seemed a bit rocky, but then you had a 10-round comeback. What was going on there?
Like, I think our defense is good, so we just came back. I mean, attack.
You felt really comfortable on the Killjoy too.
Yeah.
Was there something, was there somebody boosting you up in the back, really making sure you're comfy?
No, I'm just playing maybe 1000 Killjoy all the time. Like, I have many Killjoy matches, so I'm just comfort.
It was very comfortable for sure. Now, to turn it into Lotus, we saw a Boaster going up on the Astra. Is there a more macro idea behind that?
As Boaster today play live game on Lotus.
Honestly, the man is just constantly running around giving all the info for everybody.
Yes, but he play live game.
Did that help with the Odin picks early in CT?
Yeah, we just play Odin on Lotus because it's strong. You can shoot from wall.
You can wallbang through everything pretty much at that point. The best gun in the game, as some would say. Anything you would like to say to Vitality next week?
Like, I can say, I don't know how can I translate English, but...
You can say it in Turkish.
Yeah, ayaklarım neyin kalsınlar. Like, we playing 5 win, and we are going 5 win, and we wanna finish the top 1 on the leaderboard. So we're gonna beat them, I think.
All right, very much looking forward to it. Of course, Fnatic's match versus Koi has been pushed to May 10th. We're very excited to see that also the week after. Thank you very much, Alpha, and congratulations on the win. There it is, Fnatic victorious, keeping up the streak. We'll see you on the desk in a minute.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Welcome back, everybody, to the desk here. VCT EMEA live from Messe Berlin. Fnatic, the top team, remains undefeated. 2-0 victory, 13-5. Colora surprised.
I mean, Colora surprised. We were talking about Lotus and the fact that it was going to be foot, but yeah, the Odin is still apparently the meta in Lotus.
Wit will stay the meta, and we're gonna see evolution of the meta of the Odin because there's a lot of still uncharted area with that weapon here. But I just want to say that the thing that I worried about the most happened, and that's Foot playing with the Neon in the predictable way that they were playing in the past. It works for a few times, but then everyone knows what your plan and the one-dimensional aspect of Neon that she has to commit. She has to be the all-in, something that Tom actually spoke about a lot during the cast, is a problem, and Fnatic just reads into that.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it was at some moments even too easy for them to read onto to act onto that, because they didn't have to change much. Just with the Odin knowing that is going to be that extra aggression coming. Another thing that Tom mentioned was Leon not finding even a single kill until round 8 because he was not required to. He was just,
He's doing his job, you know?
Yeah, but that's the thing. In Fnatic, you do not have to be the ones getting the kills to actually have the impact that you require. Boaster as well, for example, we're seeing here. He also had some plays with the Odin. He had some first kills. He was actually reading very well and came very prepared against Foot.
The thing is, with Boaster, the amount of impact that he had, not with the kills, but with the amount of space that he was getting on the map, as I said, he's going to be in the comfort zone when playing Astra. On such a big map like Lotus, he's going to be able to lurk and still have access to the supportive utility for the entire team, and was able to get the space on C a lot of times. He was able to get the space on B. He was calling out rotations from the opponents. Many times, Foot was just caught out in the open because of that.
Also, Durka was unleashed in many of the rounds, especially when it came to the attack. He was just living for it. There's nothing that you can do to stop this man when he's feeling himself.
Yeah, and even, I mean, you're talking about the two players, even Alpha in the interview was saying, yeah, I mean, look, Boaster is giving us info, he's getting kills, he's giving us all that we need to succeed here on Lotus, and was not really surprised by map 3 Ascent that we didn't really get to see in this case, but in general, great performance from Fnatic, standout by Boaster. Anybody else that we're really seeing that has more of an impact to it?
I think the Chronicle was doing what he was supposed to do. I think that's the thing with Fnatic. You have, as you said, Lothar, in your segment, the best in slot that you can get. Everybody's going to be playing for their roles. They're also...
And Boaster.
True. 4 and Boaster.
Name a better IGL in EMEA.
It's a joke!
It doesn't matter. It's still best in slot. No, but that's the thing. I don't think that they stretched it enough. I think that they have more to offer in Lotus. I think that for the preparation that they had, Foot was not a big rival.
Yeah, we expected, setting into this, here's the expectations of what we want to see from Fnatic. On Icebox, we were surprised about the start of Foot. Things needed to be worked on. Though, you mentioned a very specific weapon and how it's going to continue to define the meta on Lotus. Oh, the Odin in general, that early CT spawn spray is a powerhouse.
Yeah, the thing is, in this round, pay attention to the angle. Oh, actually, this is, I think those are the kills happening.
Yeah, we just got to highlight just because we know that Mitch is watching and he had a blast while casting this, and it's good to know, and we wanted to show people a little bit what the players are actually seeing when they're spamming this, and sometimes things get out of control, but it doesn't matter because it's still an Odin.
Yeah, remember, when you're ADs with an Odin, you can't really go AD. The bullets just go astray completely. Yeah. You can see sometimes when someone doesn't know how to play Odin because he didn't have like a lot of practice with it, he picks it up from the ground and he's just like, oh my god, it goes everywhere and just gets insta-killed. You know, there's a little bit of practice with this gun.
So these are like, as you mentioned, Bea, these are like...
The other ones, like, you know, they don't need it.
General highlights of how things went with the Odin, but a very specific round beginning in round number 5, where Fnatic also utilized this downrange spam to their advantage.
The thing is, look at the bullets coming into that specific area where the Omen is standing. That is the spot that Odin is spamming, and because of that, because it's a straight line and there's no friendly fire when it comes to the bullets in Valorant, you can just run through towards tree because of that. So this suppressing fire, by the way, someone watches Archer, I know the meme, it's really something that is underappreciated when it comes to this weapon. It's not about killing, it's not about having like any actual impact with the damage, it's more about intimidation and getting possible angles because of the amount of spam that goes into it.
It's very funny that it has the same effect as if your race, for example, were to take the showstopper. It has even more effect than that because you hear it and you're like, okay, and I have the chances. I go and hide, I go and fight. With the Odin, you need to go and hide.
Would you say that it puts you in the danger zone? Yeah, danger zone. There you go. That's the Lana call that we would expect at that time. But that is it. Fnatic victorious, 13-5 on both of our maps. We still have one more game, of course. Vitality versus NAVI coming up in a moment.
Hello, it's Salah, the head coach of Team Vitality VALORANT. It's the 21st of April, we're about to play our BBL game. I'd say right now the season is going quite well. I think the first 2 games were really important for us in terms of setting the standard and kind of the pace we wanted to go at for this season. And I think we accomplished what we wanted to accomplish. It could have been a lot cleaner, of course, but I think it was a very good start. I think right now in the team we have an amazing vibe as always, right? I think it's something we pride ourselves on. It's something, you know, I think personally we can use to an advantage, you know, compared to other teams, is that we have 5-6 people who love each other and who are always there for each other. And I think when you have something like that, you know, you feel immortal. So I think we have a really, really good feeling in the team right now. I think we all know that the 3 games we've passed, or the 4 games we've passed, isn't even close to us being our, you know, at our peak. So I think we're all excited and all working hard to get to our peak. The Fnatic and NAVI games, those are I think they're gonna be great games. For me, I don't want us to feel like, yeah, we're the third wheel almost in a 2-team relationship. I want us. My biggest goal for those 2 games is to go out and prove, yeah, we're not the third wheel. We're not, you know, the outsiders. You know, it's not those 2 and everyone else. Yeah. I want us to go and prove them wrong in that regard. For me, I think, and the whole team, our biggest goal, of course, is Japan and is LA. You know, Masters in LA is by far our biggest goal. I think, you know, we set out at the start of the season with this idea in our head that no matter what, we wanted to be at every single tournament and we wanted to be relevant at every single tournament. No, that is the minimum we want. And I think right now to us, it feels like it's there in front of us. You know, it's never, nothing in life is ever guaranteed, but we all as a team talk about this a lot, how this thing is there in front of us and we need to, you know, we had a nice little talk the other day as a team about how, you know, we can all see the path we need to take. We can all see what needs to happen for us to be at Japan and LA. Now it's time to actually do it, because it's very easy to want something. I think it's, you know, and we said this as a team, it's very easy to want something. It's very easy to say, yeah, I want to be this, I want to do this, I want to be the best. But for us, I think we put a lot of importance on actually doing the work and actually taking steps in order to go there, right? So I think we're all extremely excited to do our best for that. I think, you know, we're confident that we can do it and we will do it even. That's all from me. See you next time.
And that was a diary of Salah from it. Yes, Lothar?
I was checking his hand, you know?
No, he was turning off the camera.
You go and you click. Cameras don't go like this anymore, Lothar. You don't have to turn it around quick.
Yeah, well, back in my times, we had no tapes. You know, it was
silver.
It was all drone. It was made in paint with paint. You know, it's like we had just moving pictures.
Yeah, was Botticelli the one that was also doing it for you? A great painter of the time. I don't even know if they are. Anyways, sounded like a very fancy name. Anyways, that was it from Salah. We have our matchup almost ready here, but we're gonna talk about a few things. First of all, what's the big deal with NAVI and Vitality? What are these 2 teams looking for at the end of today?
Maybe NAVI wants to try a new composition, maybe not. Maybe they want to stick with something and actually improve it to the best of their...
I'll never believe that.
I think there's
I think that they will. I think that they're done with the period of testing thing.
That's what I wanted to allude to, because last week when they were playing against Carmine Corp, they had like this moment where, okay, let's maybe not troll anymore and let's just win this because we really need this win to like go closer to the playoffs. And right now they're almost on the brink. If they win, they're most likely qualified already for playoffs, right?
Yes.
So
they would be very close to it. 13-10. Maybe that's something, one of the questions that was asked to NAVI, and they lie detector test. Let's see what they had to say.
Hello Zipam, welcome to the lie detector test. You all right? You feeling?
Hello.
You feeling good?
Yes.
Okay.
Perfect.
Right. Okay, so we're going to start off with some warm-up questions. Do you want to take this lie detector test?
No.
A nervous man would say that. Okay. Do you think you have an important role in developing esports in your country?
Yes.
Yeah. Would you like to have more followers and be more popular than you are right now?
No. More fans means I have to do more media.
Okay. Have you ever lied to Angel?
No.
Do you envy any of your teammates? So, are you jealous of any of your teammates?
Yes, you can say yes.
Do you like attention from the female fans?
Yes.
Who is better in a clutch scenario, yourself or Xiao?
Me.
Have you ever wasted all of your prize money on useless stuff?
No.
Not even sushi?
It's not useless, it's food.
No, it's not true.
It's not true.
Oh, maybe one day it was.
Ever been so upset during an official match that you just wanted the team to lose?
No.
Good. That's true. I'm glad. Just never
I'm
win.
just testing, can I outplay the system? No, I don't know, bro.
Have you ever used any form of cheats or hacks during a professional VALORANT game?
No.
Okay. Who is better in clutch situations, you or Sugetsu?
Me.
That's not true.
It's not true. Do you personally have ever had any disagreements with the team captain?
Yes. Eric is very nervous.
Nervous.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Is there a real rivalry between you and your brother?
No.
No. Ooh. Jeez, that one was a little bit.
Yeah.
And there you go. We got the news from Navi. That was.
They create my favorite pieces of content.
Look,
Like Xiao was so funny.
Every single Navi piece is like absolute maximum cringe, but also like a really funny moments.
We love the cringe.
I think whoever edited that after they asked Xiao, hey, have you ever cheated? And he's like, no. they just like, oof.
I'm almost certain that someone had like something in their boot, you know, to trigger the
a pin.
mechanism.
I've heard that story before. Maybe one of these coaches here has one with them. Here we are for our bans and picks. And first up will be Split. Navi picking defense.
Yeah, we see the Vitas, of course. Vitality is going to be banning Pearl, as they've been doing for the entirety of the competition. Split and Fracture.
Okay.
No!
Oh, no icebox anymore.
No icebox. It's done. That's it. It's over.
There are gonna be no more Fracture at all.
No icebox.
No icebox.
Yeah, what I'm talking about. No icebox at all.
We can remove it as well if you want, Lothar. Okay, so Ascent is going to be the last map that we're going to see. If we were to get that far, it's actually Vitality banning icebox, something that Navi had been doing previously.
So I think we have to just lay it out. It's the last day of it. It's already been played. We got it with Fnatic. Maybe that's the good way to end it. But my friends, I think it's a somber day. Lothar Bea, we're joined here today to mourn the passing of the box of ice. Icebox. May it rest in peace.
We'll be waiting for the revival.
Is that really the turnaround, though?
It could be.
Coming in from both ends. Chronicle looking at a night dive, which puts Mech on top.
Oh my goodness!
Kill with the Sheriff once more. Rekka back into the fight. Sees a pod is right before his eyes, but Chronicle is also in the fight and he's drawn around his Headhunter to try and assist the teammate as soon as possible. Holding back, Rekka aggressors. That is the first kill out of the two. Nivera is all that remains.
All on him.
And this is where it all could be decided. Nivera
All on him.
And Redgar is low. All you need to do is one shot wherever on his body, even through the wall. But Nivera goes all the way around.
So smart.
And Team Liquid haven't got a clue. Redgar might know now because he clears it all out.
Oh!
That's the shot required! Nivera with an ace!
Hey, come on.
We've seen these players grow. We've seen Nivera and Team Liquid. Now he's in K-Corp. I chose a different clip that has a lot of meaning for me to say goodbye to Icebox. I chose a clip that made me scream.
Does it?
Because of its meaning.
Is it Scream involved in it?
Scream is not involved. Someone more important.
Oh no. the most important of them all?
I chose a clip from the old guild. Can we please see it? This was
Is he spot safe as he just takes a little peek? It was a bit of timing as well to know that a player was going to try and get out in that position, but it creates a lot of space for Pora at the same time.
So, irreducible pain that Guild had to feel so far. It might just even get worse. Pora's getting in there. He's getting into it, and he's finding Drake, and so that one is out. And so it could be working quite well. The walls that have been so far delivered from supermassive plays for the Recade have been perfect, but Bonker might just have a good timing. He's going for it. We'll find one on the right-hand side. Can he deny the half? He cannot deny the half. Bonker, you're so smart, and you're getting them all. Bonker with the quad, and this is what you want to see this guy do.
I broke the sound barrier that day. I remember it was also one of, I think it was the second event that I was working in the international broadcast, so it meant a lot to me because that was the moment that Guild started turning the series around. They ended up winning.
I think that was
I
the
just
only,
missed Bonker.
only moment of Bonker getting a 4K
I
on
missed
the
the
official
scene
broadcast.
too.
Look, positive, positive.
Oh yeah, I mean, that was a very nice clip. Kakuka, very nice. Thank you
Good
for
catch.
remembering that moment.
I'm used to you. Lothar, do you have a clip of your own?
Yes, I would like to mourn because of Reyna is dead.
What?
Reyna is dead because of Icebox. Now we're
Is that
definitely not gonna see her. So I chose a clip that includes a very iconic moment of Reyna at this map.
But hold on, what does he do?
But he doesn't
what does he do? Does he take the fries? You wait for the other players to come by. There's one up close now, and a second kill. The Smith's out of there. He's still alive. 2 kills. Looking for more. 3. Element, you absolute monster. What is this? They've won the round. It's a 4v1 off the back of an absolutely insane play by Element. The position was perfect. The patience was there. And now 10 seconds left for Draken to try and recover it. It is not going to happen. That's disgusting. He wins it on the zip line. Come on, Element. Get out of here.
Not only Reyna getting multi-kills, but also on a zip line, fully gliding with a phantom headshot, full speed. Everything is iconic about this moment.
Lothar, I'm surprised you saw Reyna. You didn't break out into hives in the moment itself.
In Kakuka's clip, there were 2 Reynas as well. Save was playing a Reyna.
Oh no.
Back in the day, it was what they did, okay?
It was not good. It was not good. Don't believe.
It tells you how long he's been complaining about this for.
Yeah, there's years.
Years.
Can we actually go and check some stats of what Icebox has been for EMEA?
You know what? Now that you ask, we'll be very happy to oblige, Bale.
EMEA has played Icebox 143 times. The most played composition, you know, is that classic that we've seen a lot, but the second most played was the one with Arena. There's only 5.
Yeah, because everyone was spamming it. Everyone thought to themselves, oh, we are so smart, we are so good, we're gonna play Reyna on this map, and we don't need any utility. But as it turns out, Fnatic, as always, the meta definers, were able to coin out the best composition. We have seen it today twice as well.
Kings of Icebox, finally. Biggest losses, most losses on the map. Team Liquid. Definitely not a solid time on the Frozen map. I think it's in the name.
Okay, I think it's enough.
Good.
I'm done with it.
Good.
I'm actually out. Yeah, it's out. Whatever.
Good riddance. Okay. Icebox is out, and we are done. Happy days, happy time. We're gonna warm up the studio here because, of course, we are also finishing up with winter time, which means Icebox is on his way out until it will inevitably come back, and I'm very excited for it. No, it'll be the exact same, and there will be absolutely no difference.
Okay.
Cool.
I hope not.
I don't expect it to. Anyways, the morning of Icebox in this case. We're not going to see it in this game. We saw the highlight moments from each one of us, but anything else that might have slipped through the nets for the one selection?
I don't know actually. Nothing comes to my mind right now.
I mean, I had to see it again. I was too much into the clips and remember everything that we've been through with Icebox.
All right, there we go. This memories trip down memory lane, going back even a couple of years in the past for it. And here we are now, just to remind everybody of our map bans. Split is up first, Vitality picking it up. NAVI starting off on the defense, followed by Fracture and Ascent should we need it. Split, any team here with an advantage. Does this fit well for Vitality, Bea?
I think, well, they decided to pick it for a reason. My only concern here, well, I have many concerns when it comes to Vitality, is maybe the false sense of security that they've built around themselves because of the victories that they've gotten here so far. Both against Carmine Corp and Koi, if I'm not mistaken. Also, both teams, you know, just because they're shaky, they're like shaky teams, let's call it like that, or they were like shaky victories in a way, or maybe teams that are easier to predict or to prep for. They might give you the false sense of security that, yeah, you're brilliant and yada yada. And I know that you wanted to talk about their composition.
Yeah, in general, like, you can't really prep against NAVI as well.
Exactly.
Like,
they're gonna change it. There's no way, right?
They played Gecko last time on Split. I don't anticipate that they're gonna play it again, so we'll see how that goes. But Vitality just plays double duelist typically on the on Split, and that's just like such a 2020 meta game as well, right?
Have to move on from things in this case, and I think our teams are ready to walk in, and maybe we'll get to see them in the actual Coliseum. I'm very excited for it. Thank you very much, though, Bea and Lothar. We'll turn. Actually, no. Well, they need a moment. They need a moment. I think there was a pen that got thrown from yesterday somewhere in the Coliseum entry. They have to clear that just for a second. But otherwise, you both are mentioning NAVI very difficult to adapt to. What is it that makes NAVI such an unpredictable team?
The comps.
Yeah,
the fact that they keep changing the compositions, and I don't think that the last one that they run against Giants, if I'm not mistaken, is going to be the one that they decide to go for. I don't feel like Angel was comfortable. We have seen Gecko on this map, how one-dimensional it gets, how many teams have already played against it and beat the Vita. It's done. I don't think it's going to happen for NAVI. We're not going to see the Gecko.
Even if we're going to see the Gecko, I just hope it's going to be a little bit more flexible than we've seen in the past, you know, or more all-in and not just about the recurring of the utility, like moving it, using it on mid, picking it up all the time, you know?
All right, these teams are looking for it. NAVI are second now. They look to overtake. Will it happen? Let's toss it to the Coliseum, where NAVI Vitality walk on in and get ready for their match.
Team Vitality. NAVI.
Also got like a little bit of a funk, you know?
And here we are, almost ready to get into Agent Select. You two chuckling over there. What's going on?
Look, this is going to be a battle of whoever has the best yellow logo, you know? I was actually, I'm not sure how much was heard, you know, on live broadcast, but I was saying that Mosi is actually a little bit more energetic during those walkouts. I like that the people are getting more comfortable. Boncold, every single time, just walks in like he owns the pit, you know, and he's just very loose, you know. I like that.
I think Vitality especially need that kind of confidence for today, because not only this match is so important for them after the loss that they had last week, it's also the fact that next week they will be going up against Fnatic, and they need to recover the mental from the train wreck that they were put through last week.
Hey, at least they were not gonna go fight Fnatic on Icebox. That's something.
Always look on the bright side of life, as the song goes in this case. And yes, Icebox being away is something they'll have to consider, but even Alpha in preparation for next week's match, like, you know what, we're looking to keep up with our streak. So today is definitely crunch time for Vitality if they want to put it through. Otherwise, for NAVI, maybe all they want to do is just keep up with what they've been doing over the past few weeks. Honestly, it seems like a pretty good winning formula.
it's a little bit of a blind pick here for Vitality, but I am sure that the Bees have something ready for this map, something that is going to surprise us, maybe not in the Agent Select, but definitely trying to crush NAVI no matter what they're playing.
One thing that I would like to put some attention to, maybe viewers can also look at it when Vitality will be defending. If we're gonna see Vitality play with the Omen, they do fight for B control a lot in the early game. Yeah, for the Gecko, yeah, for sure. There's no Gecko, but yeah, Deschan will be the one that is gonna run away in B main a lot in the early game, and that's gonna put like a bit of a issue for attacking side of Navi, because they're not gonna get the first stage of the B main for free. So that's one of the things that I'm gonna be looking forward to this.
Yeah, as we see in our monitors, Navi is going to start on the defense, and look at that. They have a Cypher, they have a Viper, and they have an Astra. That is a lot of control to have over your opponents. Of course, the information is going to come from the hands of Zipan, but they should be winning that mid control pretty easily with that Viper.
Remember though that they don't have any stuns. There's actually not a single breach in any of those compositions. So there's no way of just medium range support your teammates apart from the Astra. Yes, apart from the Astra, but that stun is very, let's say, pinpoint. It requires pinpoint accuracy, and also it requires to put a star before, so your opponents are alerted of the position. So there's gonna be also one of the issues that I see from Vitality is on the attack side. The only thing that can support the double duelist is the Omen paranoia. Other than that, they're on their own. And fortunately, well, those are the agents that can do stuff on their own.
So we're expecting Navi to bank up rounds on defense, Bea?
Yeah, exactly. We were talking about the win rates of the rounds last week and how this map had been getting good results on the attack. Navi, of course, they want to make their own interpretations, as we say. They're swapping things around just a little bit, just adapting, probably just still testing things out. Let's see what Angel is most comfortable playing here.
And talking about Angel, because he's playing Cypher, that doesn't really have that much synergy with the Viper and Astra. I mean, sorry, when you compare it to Killjoy, it doesn't have that much synergy. But I'm wondering, typically Cypher is lurking on A side. Yeah, but there's also a Viper now. They have the same kind of roles on that side. So I wonder what will be the responsibilities.
I guess it's not Batman.
Yeah.
He's not that guy. Well, thank you very much, Bea and Lothar. We are set to go. Pansy Hypok, take it away.
With absolute pleasure. This should be quite the telling affair here. Now, Mike, I'm actually quite a fan of Vitality after seeing them early in the days, kind of enjoying the prospects they were bringing up. But even though they are sat currently in 6th, some of those results worry me a little bit.
A pinch of salt. There is a pinch of salt. Again, the Koi one, we kind of look at with squinted eyes. Kind of like, yeah, okay, well, now what we know, benefit of hindsight, sure, how much credence do we really give to that? But the two that stick out are FUT and BBL. And again, these are two very, any given Sunday teams, yes. But they're definitely concerning. Other side of things though, NAVI, this kind of sporadic composition, some of these performances on a map-by-map basis, having a little concerning as well.
And I think you're right, breaking it down to map-by-map, it certainly changes the perspective. Overall record, 4-1, looks fine. Yes, that early drop against Koi, but you're right. Under the microscope, there were some worries. Now let's kind of tailor it into this map. Agent Select, anything that stood out to you?
Yeah, I want to just touch on something Lothar was mentioning, and this is really about Navi's comp. Yes, this is this almost feels targeted to try and isolate Twiston, right, on some of these burst plays that Vitality make, but you got to argue then, they've obviously gone for Zipan for some form of information gathering, right? But the Breach would just be better if you're going to look to stack these rounds on defense. We'll have to see how it plays out, but you got to argue there that the Breach would be a more comfortable pick.
We'll check back in on that. Let me just make note, and we'll see how we feel about it once this game develops. Already, speaking of developing, though, it looks like that Alien's coming in. Yes, a little noted presence towards that B side.
And their preference lies here, time and time again for split Vitality.
And on the other side, greeting it is a fair few players. We're not the only ones aware of this. 3 from Navi will be ready to greet them. CNED's there. Xiao tucked into the corner, and Zipan first. Information finder committed.
I was going to say, actually, with Twiston and Bone Cold over towards mid, you're not expecting this hit to come through very quickly. Now they're regrouping. Information will be confirmed here by Zipan. No rotation as of yet, though. Happy for this hold here, on, I guess, on the back of Xiao's utility.
But they've got to make a go of this soon, and here it comes. Let's see how this works out. How much pressure can they get towards the site? Xiao's been deleted. Lovely work from Bone Cold. Used to be just the Sheriff you look good on, but a Classic ain't too bad either. Now, yes, Zipan was here early, and that's 3 right back to them. Support in place, Sugetsu by his side.
Wow.
Navi's back line looks immovable.
And again, the first 2 hurdles with relative ease. I think the gravity well even catches 2 people. Both didn't catch the vulnerability, so again, a little bit of a unfortunate circumstance there. Bonecall just sweeps through though. After that, Zipan holds his ground. And again, no overinvestment there. He doesn't swing out. He's not desperate to really find this. Spacing not ideal from CNED, no.
Spike down A.
Beautiful second onto Twist in here. And
One enemy remaining.
again, by this point, it's bought so much time. NAVI are able to actually get this rotation across. So NAVI 1-0 up. Sugetsu actually going for a spam through his wall. Catches CNED, picks up. Second point of contact and the third. Twiston finally responds, but down to 16 HP. Sender finally rejoins his teammate through sewers. It'll be difficult for them to really find anything else in this.
You can already see NAVI preparing, spotting out both players now. So again, NAVI not known to make mistakes in these scenarios, quite disciplined. And you can see already how deep they are sitting on this. There is no easy, comfortable kill to be had. No one is willing to take those easy fights, one sent deep towards CT, the other all the way back round towards the CT side of A. And again, you've got that B main control as well. So they're giving them just enough rope.
Cage trigger.
And I think Angel getting that information. And Sugetsu going to be put to task. Yeah, Twiston already low, and you can imagine, yeah, Sender not too far behind. So this is going to be one that feels pretty much done for and is very clean round there. CNED having a nice little fun time in mid.
Absolutely, yeah, and the one thing that's concerning, I think looking back to the FUT series, I believe, Vitality didn't win a single pistol. And again, we've had this conversation before. There's lots of people that kind of speculate as to how big an issue it is, but the problem being, there was a couple of bonus rounds that are converted on top of that, and those are the concerning ones. If you can convert the third out of it, and here with 4 surviving for NAVI, you've got to say they've got a pretty good shot at it. Look at this inventory here.
It's fabulous, isn't it? Switching between the Guardian, Phantom, not sure quite what they're going for.
I think this actually enables the operator purchase if he goes with the Guardian, but settles for the Vandal instead.
That's a fair enough choice. Couple of Bulldogs as well. On the other side, they do have the purchase here. This is when I want to find out how this looks. Once again, looking like they want to hit that A site. It's a high preference for this side, but the awareness from NAVI seems highly focused towards it. And again, yes, they're well aware they are here. Wonder when they pull over that third player. For now, happy with just the 2 trying to hold on to
Look at this anti-twist and trip.
It is. It's purely for him. And we kind of noted this may be a comp that's a little tailor-made for him to deal with him. And he has been genuinely a problem. The guy has been quite something to watch, actually. Zipan caught off guard a touch, maybe out of position, and a lovely little piece from Twist in there. Kind of diverting up towards Heaven, gonna find Sugetsu, and that's the site now looking very vulnerable. Yes, Angel's still here, but what can one man do? We're gonna find out not a great deal. Sets up Xiao for a chance, but it's not clean enough. Mozzie down low, but the site's theirs, and the spike plant should be soon to follow.
A 2v4 now, call it really a 1v4 with Xiao's HP. As good as dead in this scenario. So you're gonna try and isolate Sender here, though.
Sender's very aware. Okay, first step found. Aware of Twiston. Oh, Lord, this is vintage CNED. The double stack spots. I think he might have an idea, CNED. Testing, toying, and almost winning. Phone call keeps composure, keeps cool in the end, but that got way too dangerous.
Heroics from CNED. I think it's Sender the one to really shut down any possibility of NAVI fighting back through. I mean, if Xiao's got anything more than 5 HP there.
Could have been...
A fighting chance towards elbow could have been the deciding factor.
Let's look at this again. And again, diverting through Heaven here worked so well for them. It looked so aware of maybe when Twiston was going to go for that burst towards the site, but no, up towards Heaven and took that control quite comfortably. Pretty frustration from the other side getting caught there just off the back of the dog. Nowhere to really fall to. Couldn't particularly flash out of it. They'd already taken that space so well. And similar scenes, but a new look this time. Already got CNED posted up towards that side, but back to more of a traditional approach. Angel finding Twiston for free. There is no one to follow this up just yet. Bone Cold held back a little bit more. CNED ready towards Heaven. NAVI now preparing and bolstering the numbers and locking out Vitality down to just 1. And ain't gonna get much for it this time. Angel says not today.
We talk about, obviously, Vitality's preference towards the A site, and I'm curious, actually, of how many times NAVI are going to stack a third player with the Cypher setup. Again, it's not really criticism towards Twiston, but there are a number of times where he's so self-sufficient that he can be kind of 2 or 3 steps ahead of the rest of his team. Molesey's that second layer to kind of satchel in. But if they can isolate that kill time and time again, that's when it kind of becomes very concerning.
And yeah, we noted the additional man being seen at this time, just posted up towards heaven. But it does feel as though, okay, well, when are they going to have to go to the rest of the map? It does once again seem. They're trying to at least sell this picture that there is presence elsewhere on the map. As you can see, Destrian here desperately draw that attention, but this is only a pistol round. Do have the rifle set on center.
Maybe the Blade Storm here, though, if Twiston can get this orb. I don't doubt Angel's going to contest it at least, but Angel's fallen here.
Okay. Fortunately enough, for at least NAVI, they catch Sender wandering in. Now Twiston does pop the Blade Storm. There's a little bit more bite to this one. Molesey's got to be careful, but the spike's going to make its way over. No, it's not. Zipan with a dirty deep angle there, finding Molesey. Seekers going to make things more problematic, and we need Twiston to do well here. Trying to work off the back of those. Seekers can't do it. CNED and Zipan in combination. Lovely work. Very concise from NAVI. Even off that initial threat of Angel falling, they're right there.
Yeah, because again, you argue the same thing, right? He's the worst person to die first in this composition. If you're playing for those kill traps, obviously, whether it's Angel or somebody else to swing off them, don't really want to see him drop first. So Sender actually isolating that one. Vitality going to pump the brakes very early on here on split.
I think they're feeling quite red right now. The additional man on the side.
Absolutely, yeah.
How do you adjust out of that if that's such a strong preference for them?
Again, this comes back to another conversation that Lothar was kind of hinting at, is actually, other than raw power, brute force and ignorance, what do Twiston and Molesey really have to play with? This composition kind of relies on Vitality death balling towards the side, maybe Destrian lurking a few times, trying to catch favorable timing on mid, but again, when you're playing against a Viper, early rounding versus a Viper in mid just never feels comfortable on the attacking side of split.
No, you can see Zala really going through the options as best he can here. A couple more seconds to try and talk it through, but they do need to find that adjustment.
Hey, I'm not convinced, spreading thin on the default is actually the response here. Destrian maybe wants to toy a little more with this B main pressure.
Maybe.
Again, how do you force a rotation against a composition that Navi have kind of catered to receive Vitality's approach to split?
Yeah, we're going to see what they do. It may not even be in this round that you see it. Yes, it is after the back of the timeout, but that can always be a little bit funky. Yeah. They can always change things up, so we have to kind of wait for that longer reward of that timeout as to what they're going to do. Now, we did see, as noted, I think it was Destrian, toying with that B presence, but that wasn't the pistol with the upgrade of 1 rifle and the Blade Storm. So, again, this could be just a lesson learned, trying to be a bit of a fact finder in that previous round. And a proactive stance from CNED over towards A. The flash confirming there is other players towards middle. So Sugetsu now on red alert.
Navi reading perfectly out of the timeout as well. That Vitality are going to try and approach this round a little differently. You can spot on the minimap actually if Bone Cold was sighted in B main, but at least holding fairly deep right now. And actually getting ahead of the snakebite a little bit. Vitality actually bursting through here. Twiston will find one into Zipan.
Huge value for Twiston. He needs a little bit of support. Maybe he doesn't. Singular brilliance from this man. The follow-up not going to happen. Angel wins out towards heaven. Going to pop the ult. Should get the full picture now. Challenger Molesey loses that one. He has to go away with a tail between his legs. It was on 1 HP there. Does get the heal off Bone Cold, but now into the post plant we go. 3 still standing against the 4. Make it 3 now. Angel doing well for himself. Seeing it on the Blade Storm. Bone Cold needs it. Can't get it. It's Messe. Destrian with the trade, but it's still a 2v2. Time is ticking. Angel goes down, and that's just Sugetsu. Can't handle it in the end. The adjustment worked. That burst towards heaven was lovely.
But this is exactly what I'm talking about. This kind of relies on Twiston being self-sufficient. It's that feast or famine kind of ethos,
Wow.
But he's so far ahead of any second peak from his teammates.
It's the first one, I'm like, cool, okay, he's done great on that first. This, brilliant. The rest of his team are just coming up towards heaven, just towards B main. It's so much on him. And fair play to the man. He does deliver on it, right? Like, that is a very precarious win condition to depend on, though. Okay, Twiston, get us to every round.
Hey, this map is where it's worked time and time again for Vitality, though. Twiston's been good for it. CNED, though, going to get the operator online here.
Cage triggered.
Maybe look to actually start controlling mid a little differently. But Vitality continuing with this trend to explore elsewhere. To test Xiao's hold towards B main.
I do like the idea of CNED on the operator, though, because he can be left to his own devices a little bit more towards middle if he wants to. So I wonder how quickly do they adjust to get to back over towards helping out Xiao here.
Twistin just looking to burst once again. Zipan's found Sender, though. That's very early on. Twistin!
How's he so good at this?
Sugetsu's dropped.
It's actually ridiculous how talented that man is, but the monsters on the site. CNED with one already. Spike now down. Timing's unfortunate, but the double swing was fantastic from Vitality. Now there's problems. Angel, there's a rocket flying your way. Nothing much to do but die in that one. Vitality have found an answer. And precarious, volatile, dangerous, statistically out of sorts. Credit to Twistin again. Second time he's found these entries. And they have not been easy for him by any means, but both of them have converted into a round now.
And particularly starting on split here, I think you look at the numbers again from the previous series. I think Twistin only came out positive in one head-to-head overall. I mean, QT absolutely outclassed him. So to have him come in here, start on split, and be playing like this is a huge positive for Vitality as the series progresses. Now actually forcing the hand of NAVI to look towards some kind of adaptation. And right as we say that, look at the minimap.
It's a good call. Kind of get them accustomed to having to deal with that now. B presence, mid presence, and still confirming there is something there, right? So they have to be a little bit cautious of what Destrian can do, because his lurk now becomes way more deadly, right? This is when he can maybe find some value, and seeing him drawn back to this, called back to attention. He can't rotate earlier, faster now. So this comes down a lot towards Angel, a lot towards Zipan. Zipan's been wonderful, though. Very, very good at this so far. Now, Cena's decided to join them. Spots the players, it's messy. It's not pretty enough.
Yeah, the double swing was a little off time in there. CNED will respond, but still many bodies left to find here. Yeah, so don't shoulder that again, buddy.
Oh, the paranoia was, the support system there from Sugetsu. Saves CNED, essentially. And now...
Destrian actually regroups on side here, but Twistin in no man's land.
Just drifting. Destrian, Morsey, what do you do? Okay, one by pillar, one backside. What's Morsey got? Not much. Okay, well, Destrian's position's noted, but they've lost CNED for it. And now Morsey gets the next layer of contact. They can sit a little deeper here. It's getting dangerous, sure, but time is still on their side. The shots aren't coming through, and now Xiao left with it all to do at 1v2. One shot's great.
Oh my God!
Second from Xiao. Has he got the time?
It should be fairly comfortable.
Just about on the time here. I think he's fine on this one. Fantastic round from Xiao. That looked all but lost. Vitality flipping the script to what looked like a great attempt towards A, but just gets individually handled by Xiao himself.
Wow, what a crazy back and forth. CNED finding a couple of freebies, I gotta say it. Sugetsu, though, bails him out to keep him alive in this round. Great response here. The reactionary paranoia from Destrian. Beautiful. To try and isolate that kill.
And it would have worked.
We're worried about Sender kind of shouldering that, but actually the confirmation on the back of that, immediately Destrian's there with the support. And then actually TP's back towards site.
Really impressive.
Twistin's going for the updraft here.
There we go. Twistin, where are we off to?
Get out of my way.
Oh. And I guess they're waiting for a little bit more pressure to come through. Now he has a little look. Nothing's there. Now, remember, we had seen CNED earlier kind of showing a little bit more leg towards ramp, trying to be a little bit more present. This has fully facilitated this push up to this point. Now, how do they handle this? So rotations are on the way. 2 more players coming over.
Very early, Xiao and Sugetsu, actually. There's a gap in mid here if Vitality do want to kind of pivot away from this.
I know Zipan, the timing's not there for him. Angel, quick snap with the follow-up. Second claim, Bone Cold down 5 HP, but he's trying to find desperate information to work off. Sender bests him. But now, 3v3. Spike yet to go down, but it should be on the way. Destrian dipping towards the side, but it's Sugetsu once again finding Twistin kind of in between a rock and a hard place. Putting it all into the hands of Sender in the 1v2. Both towards CT and not a shot in hell. Sugetsu finds him.
NAVI desperate to prevent the spike going down in so many of these rounds. Happy to catch an early rotation, get bodies in place, and literally play, you know, potentially a 3v4 or a 4v5 ahead of Vitality even hitting the site. I mean, Zipan's unlucky here, to be honest. Half a second earlier, he's probably good for 1 or 2 in that situation.
Well played, Angel. Good ball.
And yeah, rightfully said, Angel goes huge to find 2 kills there. Confirmation with the neural theft behind, again, removing the possibility of any lurk coming through from Destrian or Sender. Well, I had a chat with one of the French casters.
Yeah, talk to me.
Just before we came on.
Yeah, how'd that
He was
go?
like, oh, Series 2, what do you think? I was like, yeah, 2-0, 2-1 maybe, but should be a relatively smooth one. He was like, no tech pauses today.
Oh.
I went, no, I don't think so, actually, no.
Should I have a little look down? I do see an admin behind NAVI. Let me get out my chair.
CNET's causing problems again.
It's always CNET.
He's
He's
kicking
a
off.
troublemaker, he is. It does look like it might. Yeah, no, Vitality at... there's admins on both sides, hold on.
It's all kicking off.
It's all it's all gone P-Tom. Looking. Okay, so we're just going to find out what it is. Looks like it's just a little chat from one of the players with the ref, so shouldn't be too much of a bother. Hopefully that'll be resolved quickly enough.
I could see Angel laughing it off as well, so it's obviously not that big a deal. Well, probably actually very severe, and Angel's still laughing it off.
Yeah, I wouldn't put it past him.
No.
Something has gone deathly wrong, and he's just like, yes.
Let's play.
That wasn't a bad impression, honestly. Yeah, you don't do them often, but that was quite good. It's cheerful. Oh, snap time. It's always nice.
It is, yeah.
Oh,
it is an outrageous
oh.
record so far.
Oh, had a timeout.
Because this has started since like Masters Berlin.
No, we've never known peace.
No.
Never. Well, maybe it's time to start a podcast up. Why would I see players talking during tech pauses though? Because it feels like it might be a long one. Hold on. Come on now.
Angel's being told strictly not to touch his keyboard.
Yeah, yeah. He's having a chat. Does look as though everything
We're
is...
out.
Tickety-boo, we are back on the way. Thank you for the patience. No idea, in the end, what happened.
Just to note as well, there's another couple
Rat
of really weird. I've seen it. Catching Destrian on the attempt potentially to bait that TP out, but punished off the rip. Rez is available.
Look at this.
This literally looks like a bronze lobby setup for a cyber. It's like, but it's all targeted towards Molesey's, you know, pathing on the satchels and also Twiston's dash, and they obviously haven't got the res yet. Maybe looking for a kill or something to capitalize on. Bone Cold slipped the net here.
Yeah. Oh my word, he's gone really far. Now Sugetsu does get him in the end, but that has certainly weakened the side hold. This kind of isolates Sugetsu to his own Viper's Pit. They can plant around this. Seekers have gone in though, and it's the right time to strike! Sugetsu, where did you get that third from in that end? What?
That was outrageous from Sugetsu. There's not a single player considering the possibility Sugetsu's going to swing out of that pit. Wow.
Great timing off the Seekers too.
Beautiful adjustment on the second. Was it the second onto Molesey?
Let's have a look. Here it is.
That's ridiculous.
I'm playing.
And yeah, curious really, with Bone Cold digging, I guess the lack of weaponry here, they're looking for a kill or two, potentially get those weapon upgrades to get Destrian back, but you're hitting a sight on a half buy and eco round without the smokes, and it's difficult. CNED now looking to go exploring, establish his dominance as the Jet in this lobby, but Twiston back on his feet.
Yep. Second chance at life here. I do enjoy watching CNED evolve.
It's always a joy.
It's one of those treats. Now, actually, Sender's been caught. Maybe some
I think through the
unfortunate
cage
timing.
as well, actually.
And as it stands, you can see the backfill from CNED clearing over. No one else is there, so they should be able to drift back through with some relative confidence that it's going to be that either mid or that
Show me the
BP
Cypher
coming in.
setup.
Here it is. That's the crowd, but thank you, Mel. It's quite unpleasant.
Again, Twiston loves this dash up to the top, but he's actually not going to do it here.
Fair enough. He's managed to avoid the weirdness of it, but Sugetsu's still going to find him for one. Now, Bone Cold with an attempted plant. You can see Angel getting curious, getting closer, and actually going to get the catch too. Finds Bone Cold, looking for the follow-up here. Molesey now noted. Got to be cautious of Heaven. Timing should be good for CNED here. Shot goes astray. Destrian's got a new lease of life, but it's very short.
He's not going off the defuse. It didn't bump him off.
Angel's just got like, what are his hands made of? How's he held on to that? He just got bopped off it.
I think it moved him from one side of the spike to the other, and he was just holding it the whole time.
Oh, that's gutting, isn't it? One day these weird traps will work too, and I will find happiness.
I don't often wish for Twiston not to be successful on an entry, but I do want to see him just caught mid-air. Yeah, it's as soon as this cage gets popped. And to be honest, Sender hasn't been drifting ahead of those too often, so...
Where's the boop? Oh, didn't even get to see it.
See, unfortunately, this looking like it might even be a 9-3. Again, the purchase comes through. It's a Guardian for Sender.
Oh, this is so dangerous. See Ned. He's getting away with it again. His entry work has been quite incredible, and the follow-up
as well.
Yeah. That's a rough 2 to lose early on.
And this is a concern I was talking about. I didn't think the solution would be to spread thin in a default here, because there are some key stakeholders in terms of making this composition work. Again, you need Twiston to be self-sufficient. You need to make the same argument for Molesy as well, to be honest with you. And with him falling, Destrian as well now, hit the side with no smokes.
Obviously, they're trying to filter through middle. The 3 that remain. Zenith's still there. Just saw a barrel, took the shot. Didn't get what he wanted, but the smoke will follow as well. Just gonna hinder the pace. They're looking for options, but they're really not being given many here.
But look at how they have to approach this now. It's shouldering every single angle. Just to try and bait CNED out, or at least spot his reposition.
30 seconds left.
They're running the clock so low, and they still haven't cleared this. CNED. Shot goes astray, okay. Oh, bloody hell, Shout. Sharp as ever. Twiston does get the trade for it. Sender gets found, and Twiston falls unceremoniously. It will be 9-3, and quite a clear lead here. Now, upon review, though, a couple of rounds that certainly stood out, at least, were the ones where Twiston was able to get those entries, right? Those two hits that came through. It
goes without saying, this season, Twiston has been individually a massive win condition for this team. But again, where this sort of composition, this approach to split, kind of feels one-dimensional. Is okay, cool. If Twiston can't get ahead of everything, catch the defending team off guard, and find maybe 1, potentially 2 kills in situations that completely blows the site wide open, what else do you do?
What's the next layer?
Yeah.
What's the next
Because there's no utility for you to set up this wide default. You know, you can't really pressure both extremities. You can't have a flash in one side and somebody else, you know, smoking off and twist and dashing in. You don't really have any map control unless you hit a site together.
Yeah, we saw them attempt it almost with Destrian, right? But then again, they're still needed on the other side of the map. So you're absolutely right on that. Now, again, this is one of the harder things I'd say about playing Navi, is their ability to be so aware of this. From the very start, having that additional man cheated over towards the other side that they had, Vitality knew that they loved to hit towards. It worked a couple of times, I think 2 of the 3 rounds.
Yeah, just to say, we didn't see any rounds that really rode on the back of Angel's utility. No. There weren't anywhere, I can maybe count 1 or 2 kills off the trips alone, but for that not to be so prominent really actually paints a bad picture for Vitality's attack here. And historically, it's been fantastic.
It has been. Even in their adjustments, though, it felt like Navi were that step ahead. And that's what scares me. Wait, we've got Stevie down there. Oh.
Hey.
Oh. He's only a treat for only people in-house. If you come down here, you get to hear...
We should get more screen time with Stevie, actually.
True. Honestly.
Get him up here for a cast.
You think so?
Yeah.
It's time.
If he can gas us up the way he gasses the crowd up.
Oh,
Take us to the next level.
Can you stop just like teeing up people to steal my job? Like,
I'm
relax.
to join us.
No, he'll outshine me. You see how he dresses?
I think the crowd would love to see Stevie up here.
Oh, okay, yeah, for the crowd.
Yeah. People
You're a man of the people. That's you. But the second half is now posing a bit of an issue overall, though, because they are working with very few rounds. Navi seem extremely well prepared. This is meant to be probably Vitality's very good shot at doing some damage. This is now going to get quite scary going with only 3 to your name. This is going to be a very uphill struggle.
Yeah, it is. You're at such a deficit here where actually the same sort of arguments we make about how approaching split, and you've got to say, if you're going to ask for a Jet to be self-sufficient, CNED's going to be the go-to guy, right? Especially having the confidence, the momentum built with how that defensive half went. I mean, Vitality are going to need a pistol.
Ooh.
And again, this is, I don't ever want to come back to this, but it does become concerning when you enter a half 9-3.
Oh, 100%.
And you need one.
Yeah. No,
and the round 2. And then the round 3. And
it's kind of wild to me, because you have someone like Bone Cold, who to me always classically was just
god.
literally the pistolero. This guy was the one and only with, you know, the sheriff back in the day. A bit of anything. He was always so god tier with it, so it's crazy that doesn't kind of bleed through to the rest of the team. But Sugetsu doing some nice ice carving here.
Sender and Twiston are 2 of the best pistol players as well. Sender is nuts with a sheriff.
Yeah, absolutely. It's crazy, right? You think surely that combined would at least give them some sort of benefit to it. Not been the case, but Navi making no real secrets of their presence here. So Only real confirmation so far is the Skydog coming out. Cnet's gone a little further ahead.
I mean, that's huge. They baited out the paranoia, and I think for Navi, that's a huge win, considering the progress elsewhere with Xiao and Angel. Very high flash, and actually, Angel tries to capitalize, but Wolsey shuts him down.
Ah, and the rest of Vitality are actually here as well. This is good. But now let's look at Cnet's lurk, because he was kind of posted up early. Gets found as well. Twisted, brilliant comeback, seemingly actually aware of the chance of it. And it does look like a B finish, but Cam in place, Sender not clean on that. And Xiao chipping him down as well, but it's going to call everyone over. He's hit the alarm button, and he's got support now. So between Zippen and Xiao, quite a difficult round to make much happen for themselves here.
Yeah, there's only Sender tagged up as well. 14 seconds left.
Yeah. Okay, that'll be only Twiston falling, but Twiston did some great damage this round as well.
Definitely,
so
yeah.
Towards that Blade Storm quite early on, and Vitality win a pistol.
Absolutely, and they're so quick with this rotation. I think as well, probably identifying the same issue as like we send the paranoia, we don't get anything on it, and actually reading that rotation. I'm not sure if they caught any of the steps through sewer, but they're here so quickly to try and shut down this mid split from NAVI. Yeah, Angel desperate to capitalize on that flash. Molesy able to find a key kill to really slow things down. I think starting initially, it was only Bone Cold there towards A. So he puts the wall down, there's a little bit of pressure behind it. Maybe here's one or two people, I'm not sure, but that's what pulls initially Twiston and Destrian over towards A Heaven.
And the only couple of upgrades come through for Zipan, Cned, and Sugetsu. Oh,
that's not a good start.
Oh,
Cned, snappy with it.
Oh. Just feels like vengeance anytime you take down Bone Cold with the Sheriff, but now Molesy going to try and fill the void a little. Paint Shot's good.
Angel, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Angel couldn't
and they
quite
don't
make
get the
it
weapon
away.
either. Ooh. He's only a Spectre, but...
Something. The rest of the map's already been... Oh my word, wait. Are we going to have a battle in sewer? We actually might... Oh, the timing's atrocious. Twiston just catching the heels there. Xiao never stood a chance, and he can fall away from this now. That's very indicative, quite telling.
Well, it's telling that Angel falls that there's no cam outside A main, there's no trip there, so they can go exploring here. So credit to Vitality of identifying that point of weakness on the side of Na'Vi in this round. Capitalizing very quickly. So you've seen it, is he still considering going for the Spectre? He's going to make his way through vents regardless.
Yeah, there is utility in the way though, so he will be noted.
Left.
Now.
Ratty camera. I'll spot both of the players, noting the CNED's not there. Puts Twiston on alert. Really, I like the discipline from Vitality though. They don't want to give up numbers here, and absolutely correctly. Where did he just get two from? He's got time for a plant.
Hopefully he can't get this rifle up. No, he's just going to try and get it. Molesy going to seal the deal. Zipan, man.
Zipan making something out of nothing.
That second kill was so quick after the first as well.
If we have a replay of that, ooh, wouldn't mind seeing that. And that's, I mean, Zipan's got his ult now as well from that, surely. This was the start for CNED. Little catch towards sewers for Twiston. Thought it was all over almost at this point, didn't you? But, oh. Ooh.
10 seconds left.
Zipan? Okay. Logitech G power up round. Let's see. Now, look. Oh.
I can see smiles all across the audience.
Yeah, they love it. They love a tech timeout.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do too.
Do you?
Yeah.
What about it do you love the most?
Getting to talk more about the game.
Please, then dive in on this second
This
half,
has been
Michael.
a riveting start.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What about it's really enamored you here?
Round 2 particularly.
Oh, what about it? Expand. Compare and
That
contrast.
first kill.
The first one.
Honestly,
Just
I'll remember that one for hours to come.
in absolute rapture.
Yeah.
Wow, yeah.
But let's look at the positives.
Which ones?
Vitality winning pistol.
That's true.
Round 2 on A got dicey, but
That's
round 2
why
on the
there's a
board.
tech pause. They're like, something's wrong.
There's something must have been. There's a glitch in the matrix.
Something has gone terribly wrong. Are we back in game?
It looks like we're back in game, yeah.
Oh, see, it's fine.
And Tristan actually getting early progress towards the Blade Storm. This isn't a comfortable purchase outside of that.
Oh, Molesey's not. He's actually done quite well to get a little bit of progress going for himself too.
A rifle and a Spectre though. So NAVI definitely coming into this with a huge advantage. Twiston. Oh.
How has he won that? How has Sugetsu won that one? He was backpedaling away, and it looked so right for Twiston.
Unfortunate start to this one. See, Sugetsu can actually regroup here and catch his heel, and Zipan, I guess, anticipating some further aggression in towards Suez, actually. Sender's found CNED, but only gets away with 35 HP. Will catch the heel off Bone Cold. Angel desperately trying to backfill that.
I get nervous when the round feels weird. It's got a weird feeling.
It's had a weird start.
It's had a weird start. It's
Sender
okay.
actually double dipping towards Vents here.
It's all right now. Okay, just keep your eyes on Molesy. Molesy's the man who can do the danger, he do the damage. He ain't nearby. He's over towards B.
Bone Cold definitely going to have his hands full here.
Look, I'm a believer in Bone Cold. I'm part of the gang, but this is a lot to ask. 35 seconds.
Just catches a glimpse of Shao, but unable to do any damage here. We've got to be conscious. Again, he's very paranoid of any further progress towards Heaven. Molesy the same. Destrin and Molesy are still clearing mid right now. Trying to maybe isolate Angel, but he's retreated all the way to the back lines.
Okay. I just feel like they have so little time to clear 4 players.
This is taking a long time to get towards site.
Yeah. They have nothing to really propel them forward either, particularly. Yeah, Bone Cold going to step through on CT. It's not looking likely. Destrin, yes, will find one, but Molesy left in a 1v3. No real time to do anything
I mean, the exits would be huge here for Molesy if he swings onto this.
Does he have the time?
No. Oh. So gets you back down to like 15 HP again. See, a nice conversion, 3 left standing for NAVI as well, so a little buffer in terms of the finances here. Twiston did burn up the Blade Storm. You noticed it as well, good progress from Molesy, but that showstopper's still not there yet. Wondering if actually they can spread the funds. Sugetsu at 28.50, I don't know if he can sell a piece of utility. Yeah, it looks like Twiston's got Sugetsu banged to rights there.
Absolutely. Halfway into his great,
One
but
enemy remaining.
not a problem for him. 10-5 now. Double digits have been achieved by NAVI. Purchase will be at least conceding in some areas. We are going to see the Guardian come out. You noted that one of them was a little lower on funds, and that has...
Again, Xiao's been playing some of these attacking rounds slower than Angel, so again, if he's going to backline with that Guardian, make use of his utility, absolutely fine with that.
All right, Twiston operator. Saw CNED having time of his life before. And he actually gets the assist from that, and okay.
Look at that confirmation.
Okay.
Beautiful. Molesy tries to bait himself onto the Trailblazer to play Twiston in, but Angel spots it out with the spy cam as well.
So meticulous to even still go through that, right? That's wonderful.
I think that's the indicator. They spot the operator, they spot the second duelist as well. They know where that pressure is going to be coming from Vitality on this defense.
And here comes the crunch Shao though, back line, and that Guardian not up to task. Does a lot of damage, yes, but now the map feels weird. And is Sugetsu ready for the walkout? No, not at all. Completely unaware of the possibility, but now Bone Cold taking a look back here. In the meantime, yes, they did get the plant down, but it's only 3 of them. And Bone Cold still finding fights. Couldn't quite follow up towards CNED, but it's the 2v4.
A flash
it was
available.
a 5. I get scared when it's these two, though. Flash back up for Zipan. And they are individual in this. They are not playing together by any means. CNED being kept in check by Destry, and Zipan's gone down. CNED now not going to be able to do it. Vitality slowly constricting in on NAVI. And this will give them a 6th. 4 alive as well. Very good round here from Vitality.
Again, this is how you expect them to have to play this, right? It's almost what we wanted to see on the attack. They're stacked up, they're taking their time. It's very, very composed in terms of approaching that retake. Couple of key engagements going their way, though. First of all, the kill towards Shao, then Sugetsu as well. Yeah, CNED almost knows that one's lost. Good stuff from Vitality here.
Behave. Is this just a normal timeout?
No, it's a normal timeout.
I feel like we've had one every round.
Navi have called this one. Yeah, there you go.
CNED looks unhappy with it.
Yeah, I mean, it must feel a little frustrated in a minute if you're in a position where you can't really capitalize on some of the advantages that Navi can create early on. Again, that's such huge information to find Molesy and Twiston, and not just being Twiston, but an operator on the defense. And there's no chance of that pressure coming back through mid. They have to funnel all the way back through A heaven. Again, by the time Na'Vi are hitting sight, you look at the minimap and you're thinking, Vitality, if they aren't quick to this, the clock will decide this one.
Yeah.
In that regard, Bone Cold and Destrian, huge props to them.
Cena very vocal in this timeout as well, actually. Interesting. Between the coach, Angel, everyone else. Cena having a fair amount of input towards that, but held at 10 for now. Vitality doing kind of what we asked them to. We said, pick up pistol, cool, all right, yeah, you didn't manage a third, that's fine, but you went right back to business, and you did it cleanly. This is not bad. Now, it could all fall to pieces in the matter of one round, but as it stands, they're making a damn good go of this.
Twiston trying to find something in B main. Forced off, I think, initially with the spam, but no tag, no damage comes through. This double duelist setup now drifting towards B site to complement Sender's utility. See if Na'Vi can actually garner this information and make a decision that favors them. There is that trip, obviously, in towards vents. Bone Cold and Destrian up towards heaven on A. But yeah, nothing shown from Vitality here.
No, putting full faith in the utility that Na'Vi have put down early on to try and keep them safe in this. Twist, and that looked like he was on the money. So the popped. Oh my God, that's two. Molzy finding Zipan and CNED, and with Sender in this very unorthodox position, finding more than enough value. Vitality holding. Mike, this is very impressive work. I like what I'm seeing.
Beautiful adjustment out of timeout as well. Na'Vi, it takes them the best part of 45 seconds to even find a player, get contact on someone. Beautiful showstopper from Molzy as well. You were saying, yeah, obviously linking together the second, but in my eyes, with this scoreline, the 9-3 from the first half, linking to 4 is that key round to get yourself back in the game. Fantastic stuff from Vitality. Looks as if they do want to start slowing this down just a little bit here.
And playing that style against Na'Vi, you feel you're playing against the kings of it, but they are doing a very, very good impression of it. And Twiston, again, new adjustment, new look. Last time he got really overwhelmed by the utility in his way. Dog the timing on this, yeah. We'll have to rescind from middle. Give Cena the room to stride out, but across the map, it's not all towards mid this time. We do still have the presence here. Sugetsu trying to be cautious on this. They have drifted a second player over. Zipan's now gone towards that side too. Re-smoke towards middle. Twiston got Xiao pinned here. Having to commit the smoke just to get away. Showing a little something. Look at the response. Twiston right back to business as well. They're getting proactive in mid.
I was going to say, Na'Vi feel as if they're going to have timing here on A. Destrian does have his paranoid to slow things down, but no smokes. You only have one investor A main here.
If they want to find that window of chance, Na'Vi, they've got to get a move on now. Cena going to go in first, trying to get up towards it. Clears out as he goes. No one's actually on the side, but it's Twiston waiting towards CT. Second challenger, no, doesn't pull the trigger. They go back for more. The jet battle. Lovely catch on the cross from Destrian as well. Angel punished.
30 seconds
a 5v3, and they're starting to dwindle. Slowed down, the smoke dissipating from heaven, giving now a bit of a problem. The plant can come in. I don't think much is going to stop that. Maybe a paint shell could be thrown through. But Sugetsu needs something here. The timing might just be right. Can he get the adjust? No, denied. And Na'Vi holding this down now to a 2v2. Twiston and Destrian. What can you do about it? It's just Twiston now in a 1v2. He's got the time on his side. He's got to try and move in, find these players. 7 bullets, 5 now to play with. He's making a damn good go of this one. Oh! And the final player, where the hell is Xiao? He has no idea, and Xiao is trying to keep cool, keep calm, and Twiston is on the hunt here. 3 bullets, he's got to make his mind up. Oh, and Xiao!
Nerves of steel from
so
Xiao.
So calm. After you just lost a teammate to a one-tap blind, I'd be shaking in my boots.
Beautiful stuff from Twiston to even make that a likely scenario for him. But again, well worked from Na'Vi. Again, noting very early on, Twiston obviously finds his kill. CNED spots him again, posted up on that deep angle. They completely mitigate the risk here from the operator. Dare I say, is that 3v5? It was I'm pretty sure it was close too. It was a 2v4 or 2v3 at one point. After Sugetsu's traded out.
They're desperate to isolate. Sugetsu is so aware of this now. After seeing before Twiston happy to challenge this. It was with the knives last time.
Yeah, again though, because Angel's not got his cam up here. It's just this trip, so Vitality can post up very deep in towards A main.
He's staying posted on this. How long does he sit here though?
I mean, if Vitality then prioritize mid, this basically funnels Na'Vi towards B. They have no other options.
Yeah. You still gotta assume that Destrian's gonna be under a whole lot of pressure. He does have the support from Heaven now coming back down. Molzy's there, Bone Cold's there, so he does have help. Still a 3v4 at the best of times. And they go for a re-challenge here. CNED happy to greet it. That's gonna take Molzy away from the equation completely. Yes, turns the flash, but no one was following it up just yet. And now they're looking to draw that rotation, and look at what Na'Vi are doing. But 35 seconds, they don't have much time for this.
Look at that, she split through here. Angel was spot out with the spy cam initially.
So
Bone
dangerous
Cold.
now. The flooding into the unknown. Twiston is waiting and delivering. Finds Zipan, falls away. 20 seconds, he is surrounded. Yes, support behind him in the form of Destrian. He wants Sugetsu, but he just looks away. And now they're terrified of coming up that road.
13 seconds.
The cross gets caught. Twiston is doing so much damage. 10 seconds now. They still don't know about Destrian. He's waiting on the site. They bound it. Oh, they got past him. Time, 3 seconds.
He can't get it.
I don't think he's got the time on the plant. They've run the clock down just enough.
I was talking about Twiston being played out in the previous round. Here, he causes so many problems for Na'Vi. And Sugetsu, again, opting not to pinch through ramp. In that scenario with 14 seconds left, you just want to throw bodies towards it. Make sure you get that trade, because you even noted it. They still didn't know about Destrian. It was still another player to deal with after that. So I think the game plan here, and it's been evident a couple of times there, locate Twiston and formulate a plan quickly on the back of that. Not paying off here. Vitality, in my eyes, got themselves right back in this half. Yes, 3 rounds still separate them. They're in the driving seat.
Yeah, they've certainly got the reins here, right? They're holding on to this one. I'm liking it. They're making Na'Vi work for their dinner, right? Like, it's a couple of sporadic rounds, yes. That's about it. Now, all they've noticed so far is that Sheriff. There are 2 rifles, CNED with 1, Shao with the other. No one holding close towards Mail. Twiston, dirty angle with the operator, but he needs someone to hold Heaven for him. Boombot will reveal some of the intention. And there are 2 players up there, Destrian being 1. With that Boombot, obviously Molzy by his side. Contact now made. CNED correctly deduces the second player would swing, but the paranoia catching him, forcing him away. It looks like they're adjusting here. Trade gonna come in. But now there's pressure, and it's on Sender.
Shift walking away. He's so lucky to slip the net.
He got Angel! Oh my god, he's got Zipan! No right to it by any means.
Oh my god!
Sender! You had no right to do that sort of damage from that position.
Again, nerves of steel. Sender shift walking away.
The smoke was, oh my word.
The timing is obscene there. And even then, Zipan throws the Seekers out, and Sender still gets 2 from that position. Ridiculous round from him. Well, I said he gets 2, he gets a 3rd as well on top.
Yeah.
And basically 1 buy round away from tying things up. Vitality are walking mid.
Angel's surely gonna notice something's wrong, but Twiston was so far ahead of it. Beautiful. This has to spur on Na'Vi towards A, right? Like, this is them now having to pour into this. What can Sender do again? He looked calm under the pressure before, but this is a lot of players. Catches CNED on the way through, leaving Na'Vi with just 3, Shao, Sugetsu, and Zipan, to try and at least contain the site, maybe get a plant for themselves, something to work on their side. Twiston is chomping at the bit here, though. Yeah, here he goes, he wants in. Gonna dive in, they have no idea. How has he got this far? Completely unnoted! Oh,
no, my god!
Of course! Straight from the air, flies in with the shorty. None of them knew he was coming. Beautiful work there, right back at the door. 11-10, Vitality with a new lease of life.
And Twiston really taking control in this second half. This is all on the back of this mid-walk early on. After a couple of rounds where they want to slow things down, they're waiting for Na'Vi to creep through the map.
I read him like a book, man. Same round.
Yeah, he's absolutely right. They're reading exactly what NAVI are trying to do in mid, and they punish it.
Is it NAVI timeout? How many do they have?
This is their last.
Surely, yeah.
And again, like I said, NAVI now in a position where they probably have to concede the next. I don't think the purchase is going to be there.
No. I don't quite remember the ults they have to play with, but I don't know.
I mean, I don't think it's feasible.
No, so this should be, by all rights, unless it goes a little bit Carmine Courcoy, 11 to 11, right? Like, I've been hurt in the past, Michael. I can't trust anything.
Oh, we've got a 2-cam of CNED.
CNED v CNED.
A scary duel.
I don't want it. Oh. Back to one.
Yeah, I don't think feasibly NAVI have enough to throw at this. They've been throwing a hero rifle in here and there on the back of Shao and CNED. A couple of times Sugetsu's donned one, but I mean, it's going to be a Guardian, a Spectre. Yes, the Blade Storm, so maybe a chance to get something done if CNED can pop off, but this second half has been the story of Twisted, honestly.
Yeah, fully unleashed. Blade Storm's going to go into it. But he's got a fight on the other side here. Let's twist and play this, though. CNED's got...
Sugetsu's found Bone Cold again.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh, don't give him that shot. Twiston is now trying to deal with the flood of NAVI. Oh my god, CNED swoops in, shows him what he can do, gets the operator ready to go now. NAVI kicking it up a notch. What the hell is this round?
Again, he just makes it so difficult to land that shot. CNED
Spike planted.
makes use of the updraft. But again, it's on the back of Sugetsu finding 2 huge Sheriff picks. Vitality's got to give this one up.
Out.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's how NAVI get to 12.
If CNED can pop off, by the way.
If.
God. One enemy remaining.
Oh, Mosey. That's a whole lot of upgrades they're finding. Whole lot of weapons. NAVI right back into things with 12 and an instantaneous timeout for Vitality. They need a chat.
Because with how this half has gone, that's got to be a very frustrating round. Bone Cold there just completely caught off guard.
One enemy
and then to find the second as well. Huge round from Sugetsu.
The second. Peeking into that? No thank you. Just a little head triangle above.
It's like that. It's like a headshot peek both ways.
Yeah. It's just like the risk-reward factor. Leave him behind the wall.
He's behind the wall, exactly. There's no, until he breaks that wall, there's no real threat.
Getting a little ahead of themselves there. Getting a little, you know, wanting to tie it up, I get it. But frustrating.
Because there's no chance of Sugetsu retrieving the rifle either. It's, like you said, that risk-reward factor is so low, so low.
But until this point, Vitality had been winning out this half.
Yeah.
So this is that kind of anomaly, right? The blip on the radar, but the problem is it comes at such a precarious time. We're sat with now map point against them. NAVI getting to 12 here.
Well, we were talking about that. That should have tied things up. That should have been 11 apiece. Now NAVI with a couple of chances to close this one out.
One away from Zipan's ult, one away from
Yeah, one away from the divide, and the Seekers are huge rounds.
Yeah, real round changes, right? Like actual impact. But they have only managed, what, 1, 2, 3 rounds on this side. So here we go. How much is that shattered Vitality's confidence? What have they cooked up in that timeout? Maybe just to calm down, regain a little bit of that composure and control, because they go back in. CNED with that operated hand, looking to find his first potential victim, but this is a very different look here.
Not expecting too many peaks on the side of Vitality here. And yes, they were awarded finding Angel and Sewers previously, but with how that round just went, might revert back to this much deeper hold.
Destrian's taken one of those orbs, so that's off the table for now. Mid control being worked towards.
I think catch the trip, actually. I mean, it will be noted regardless, but it would be good, actually, if the Trailblazer is the one to deal with that, instead of a playing going forward and shooting it. Bone Cold on the back of the wall has actually preemptively rotated this way.
So you've got Bone Cold, you've got Sender, and Twiston all here. They're going to start hearing utility steps. just wisps of intention coming through.
Sender and Twisted should be locked out behind this wall, though. CNED actually catches the peak.
But do they expect Sender? Do they still check on it?
I doubt they look for it,
They
to be
have
honest. Yeah,
he's
Sender!
got two! He's got two! It's still game on! Red's gonna come
comes
out.
through.
That's Twisted back on his feet. Now they're worried. Now they're worried about middle, rightly so. Yes, Angel's down
There's
there.
15 seconds.
Look, oh, wait, they still got the plant. The plant's in. But there's 4 players in heaven. They just want to flood Angel. He is screwed.
Oh my God!
How is he doing it? Takes down 3. Unthinkable scenes and brings it back to a 2v2. Destra and Twiston, CNED, Zipan, plants in. Zipan, none the wiser, caught drifting in CT. They've got to get a move on though. CNED, can he close down the account? No, he's got Twiston out of the air. And now the 1v1. Where is Destrian? He's got to move forward. He has to take the forward. CNED! There's no one like him. 13-10. NAVI back in business. It got close, but not that close.
How does it end like that? Angel just goes down swinging in vents. Ridiculous play from him.
That turned out to be a cracking map, didn't it? And Sender turning that round on his head, but he was blind.
This
He
is
was
just
blind
2
for half
muzzle
of it.
flashes. That's all it is. The 30 finds Molesy.
Wow.
The cherry on top.
Man, what an insane map one. I thought this could be fun as a prospect. A little worried on that score at the half,
I
but
was
wow.
very concerned with the first half from Vitality, but credit to them bringing that one back to such a close affair in the second. But Navi, honestly, just getting the better of them in the end. Twisted even trying to overwhelm the same way he was with the Blade Storm, but CNED starting to land, man.
Yeah, CNED heating up, Twiston having a fantastic half. So much more to be seen. It is still a best of 3. We do have Fracture coming up next, and before then, we also have the desks. Let's head over to there in just a second.
Hey! Time, no time! Heavy clearance! Nice! I read him like a book, man. Same round.
Red Bull gives you wings.
0 distraction. 0 doubt. 0 opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the studio. A grueling and long match between these, or at least map one, between NAVI and Vitality. But despite Vitality's best efforts, it's still NAVI that come out on top with a 1-0, Bea.
Yeah, exactly. We were thinking that maybe the 9-3 was going to be a curse, and we definitely saw why NAVI wanted to start on that defense. The attack, though, you know, there was a lot of mistakes, let's say.
Something that both me and Hypok were talking about a lot when it comes to those compositions, that they face similar issues. They had a problem of initiation of attack, the amount of utility, or the design of the utility that they had in the compositions didn't allow them to be super proactive. So they relied more about slowly grabbing the informations, but the problem is no one was giving that. So unless someone overpeaked, they were not giving like a first blood to just cascade on, and that was an issue. Although I really like the fact that the Viper was not used for lurking mostly, but was as a supplemental wall towards the site.
You can't be used for lurking if you have Angel in your team. Like that's something that it cannot work out. But definitely, I think that the head-to-head between Twisted and Zenit, I think that Twisted wanted to show up his performance last week. I don't think he was very happy with it, and he had to do something about it. He needs to feel comfortable. We saw him wearing the mask, so he's probably still not feeling his best, but he did perform, especially in that second half.
It felt like the map was pretty slow. Is it just due to the composition, or is it something else?
So in the first rounds, Vitality was being too slow, as Lothar was saying, grabbing the information, and then they were executing without smokes just because you were using them at weird timings, and then you don't have them ready for when they happen. Then Zenit goes on the operator, and Destran goes down, mostly goes down. They started to be in these situations where it's always a 4v5 before you even go on to the execute. But the same mistake was happening for NAVI. I was looking at Xiao and his stars, and sometimes I was going insane.
The timings, the problem is when you recall it, it just takes such a long time to have it ready for the execute. So when they were rotating, there was a situation from B to A. After they got the opening kill on B, they got to the A side, and Xiao was jumping down in vents in astral form and he couldn't trade because there was already someone there, but he had to put the utility down because he couldn't do it before. There were many moments where the timings were just...
But that has to be, it has to be around the mid-round calls and actually him not being able to react to all those things.
Angel still had some highlight moments. One of them is more of a strategic one I want to mention here. If we can bring that up on the screen, setting up specific trip mines.
Yeah, those trips, they can look like...
people forget how blessed we are that we have Angel.
Yeah, this looks like a, like a TikTok setup or something. But it's specifically, I'm not laughing at it, because those specific traps are meant to catch those bees. Yeah, those wasps that are there coming from Vitality. The two duelists with the mobility, so the Jet and the Raze are meant to be caught with that. Unfortunately, we didn't see that happen even once. But
we were trying to be like, oh my god, such cool setups, you know, Mose is gonna be running around, Tristan as well. He's gonna, he's gonna catch him and he's gonna get a kill, and he's gonna be like, oh my god, Angel. But but we're so
Those are butterflies.
blessed that we have Angel. I am telling you, I could literally, like, if I had to do a highlight package just of this map, I would only pick the Angel moment.
I mean, there's a specific Angel moment in the final round, if you want to pop that up also. A 3K to save it all. A recovery, I want to
Look,
say.
he wanted to go up, and he's like, oh no, I missed it. No, oh, never mind, I just get 3 kills. And this is the difference sometimes when the Phantom is just so superior, because if they had Phantoms, Angel wouldn't have known where to shoot because the muzzle flash just totally exposes their position.
I think that
insanely hilarious.
Yeah, I think that we saw it in that clip that he, even though he's blinded by the paranoia, they're so close up to him that he manages to see the cannon of the gun, and he's like, okay, you're first, I see a bullet from here. Honestly, it's just Angel things. It's just things that happened to Angel.
Since you are on it, he also did have a close call in round 11. If also could pull that up.
Awesome. It's a 1v3. It's already a complicated situation for Molsey. He throws the satchel, and just because of Angel's position, he just...
He still has...
Hold it!
He's
Hold it!
on the spike.
He gets knocked off to the right position, and he just, you know, he keeps sticking. Angel, I don't think he even noticed.
Yeah, sometimes it just doesn't go in the right direction, and then you stay in the range of the diffuser, and it doesn't bother you, right? So you have to leave the range. It can be, if it's on the top, by the way, it will get you off. But if it's just like on the side, that's like the same happens with the Astra pool if it's placed incorrectly.
Yeah, because you have a box, you have the wall next to you, and it just knocks you back into it and doesn't really...
It's just the Angel moments that literally gave NAVI this map. It's great.
It still required CNET to put numbers. I think it was like 26 to 17, which is pretty darn impressive. We got highlights all for him because, well, CNET's CNET, right? And he's having a good time today.
Yeah, I think that especially on the defense. On the attack, I think it was more of the general plan and actually getting those mid-run calls to work. But when we think about the defense, I think that CNET was everywhere. When he was required to take out the operator on B, on mid, get in those first kills, CNET delivered just like he always does.
And the thing is, though, on attack, I felt like he didn't have support, you know? Like, both teams actually kind of suffered from the same thing. The win condition was the defense, right? The win condition is purely defense half, and then on the attack, you just kind of hope, oh, we're gonna get some kills, and it's gonna we're just gonna get those 3 rounds or something. So, yeah.
Because he's not going to get directly countered when he's on the defense, right? They only have the paranoia to invest onto him. The rest is going to be, what, smokes and someone getting and trying to get a fight onto you. Do you think that CNET is going to say no to that?
I don't think so. When you have the ability to get a freebie, you go for it, right? You seize the moment. Though, our map select, let's remind everybody of how things went down and which map we're going to have for second. It is Fracture, and Vitality will be starting off on the defense in this case. And I think there is a case to be made on what sort of compositions are brought up if we look at map 1 on its own.
Yeah, it's roll the dice. By the way, Fnatic has played 13 maps so far in EMEA. They have played 11 different compositions. So you tell me how you prepare for that. The only person that comes prepared for this is Angel, and he's playing on the opposite side, so it's gonna be complicated.
Yeah, look at the composition from NAVI. Do we expect it to be repeated? I would love to see CNET on Euro. I would love to see some.
Right?
Yeah, I would love to see like a little bit more refinement coming in from NAVI, because they always just kind of wing it composition. It's like half-assed, let's say, and then they don't repeat it ever. And it's like, okay, well, I guess you just put it there once out there, so people will not know what you're gonna play next time.
It depends, right? Because they decide to go into this map. Maybe they're going to surprise us with something different. Maybe they have another composition that they need to test, because map 2 is usually where NAVI is going to test stuff. They need some more reps on this map if they want to make it a strong one, not only in pracs but also in officials. Maybe this is the right moment. So,
would you swap anything out? If it was
yeah, probably I will swap out the Euro. I will keep the double control.
Don't hurt him.
Yeah. So in your Euro ranking, in your Yo-Yo ranking, where is CNET?
Well,
is he top 5?
You know, no, he's pretty good. I was pretty happy with his performance. It's just the fact that there was not many synergies.
Above or below Angel?
Oh, definitely above it.
Look, this is movement map here for CNET on Euro for defense.
Yeah, for defense, actually, when you're gonna look at if let's say CNET is gonna play that Euro, right? On defense, it's gonna be very similar actually to how you play Jet. It just used the TP as a dash out, so he's taking aggressive angles, tries to get a kill, jumps while teleporting out to safety. So on defense, there's not many differences from his playstyle for Jet. On the attack, that's the one that we're gonna be looking forward to if he will play on that Yoru.
It scares me still that we're going on to Fracture for map 1, I would say, and that maybe Vitality was overconfident because of the results that they had. On this map, it could be the same.
Well, we'll need to wonder also no more. We'll get to see if Yoru gets played here by NAVI or they switch up to something completely different. The kings of changing things up every single time, as the stats do say. Lothar, anything coming to mind?
Well, I hope they're gonna... Actually, this looks like a very close composition. Are we gonna see the same? Yeah!
Whoa, let's go!
All right. Well, I'm honestly really very positively surprised that they kept the composition, and that means they refined it.
Zipan was supposed to be on the fade, and he's going to go on the KO, so that is 40 maps.
Another composition!
But that was the combo! You play your fade for the combo, for the
I didn't say that there was not a combo, I was talking numbers here, okay? I said 14 maps, 12 compositions on the side of Navi.
And for Vitality, it's exactly the same composition that we've seen before. Very cookie cutter, apart from the fact that they played the fade. But the fade has actually a lot of synergy here because of the raise and bone cold here. So a lot of damaging utility that can be comboed with the C's. And we have seen that actually from Fnatic so many times when they coined the Fracture metagame.
All right, our game is ready, so let's get through it. We'll be a 2-0. We'll go to map 3. That's Fenzin Hypuck to take us through it. Enjoy.
Yes, I guess there is that chance of map 3, but this is still a daunting task to get past. Again, yes, the agents look interesting. What's your thoughts on it? How do you feel about the
I do love seeing diversity in comms, period. Okay. Again, seeing people stray away from what's expected and things that kind of force teams to adapt on the fly. It kind of throws that preparation factor off, which we know for Vitality is actually very prominent. Yes. So for me, I'm absolutely happy to see it. Okay. A little concerned that we don't have the things that Lothar's kind of hinting at, you know, the combination of cutting sound and the TPs to the back line. So maybe we don't see a hyper, I guess, choreographed setup for Yoru in some of these set pieces, but again, if he's still going to play as aggressive as he would do on a Jet,
it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, I think the proof's in how it looks in the server without that combination to it. We have to kind of learn by what we see.
Technically, do we see some crazy paranoias to set up the
Maybe.
TPs? That's the only thing that we can really bank on seeing here if we're going to see that synergy.
Okay, I'll be interested. I'm always down to learn. There's normally method to the madness when it does come to Angel, but...
Mostly madness.
Yep.
But that tends to work for him.
Which is terrifying in its own right. So yeah, eyes a little on Cena this game, and mostly kind of what's put in place to make it work, right? Because on its own, at this level, it's very difficult without that support structure to have as much impact. However, we go into things, and it will be NAVI starting out on the attacking side, which then obviously means Vitality on the defense. A relatively close first game defined by some very... obviously, first map, should I say, defined by some very key rounds, but let's see how this one looks.
It's got to be heartbreaking for Split to end the way it did for Vitality, because they did so much right on the defense. And to claw back into that as well.
There you go, first contact found, but it is just CNED for now that he's noted. A couple other players joining over this way, though, congregating towards that A piece, but just unwilling to stick around a little longer, still has that paint shell as well, so not too worried just yet. We do see the split coming through from Dish. Let's see what the approach is from NAVI.
Fault line used fairly early on, just on the back of spotting a player. So he gets actually going to throw a wall up that kind of divides the site in two.
There's the flash. Nothing really opposing Twisted just yet. Finding quite a bit of freedom, yeah. And TP taken. Okay, towards the backside we go. Vitality manhandling this round. Another utility really doing much damage, yeah, making zero difference here. Fantastic round between, I think it was Sender and pretty much Twisted really doing a lot of the work, but nothing made them uncomfortable on the side.
Great timing as well for them to pivot immediately towards targeting that drop player. So Sugetsu unable to really have a say in that one. I mean, has a peak, yes, but it's certainly not comfortable enough to get a free kill, and that's exactly what I was talking about here. At that point, Vitality hold him at the front door. Sender actually finding the blind headshot to close things out. Another pistol on the board for Vitality, tick in the box.
If that's what they've been working on, gives them way more of a buffer.
Like I said, that stat only really becomes concerning when you see the bonus conversions on top. Again, situationally in 9-3, halves or 8-4 halves even to lose those first 3, that's when it becomes a bit of an issue.
CNED has been spotted somewhat, but unfazed, they continue forward. We do have 3 Sheriffs coming out, so Getsu, Shao, and Angel with those. Everyone else down towards the Classics. And on the other side, Rifles in the hands of Sender and Twiston. So Spectre, Pedestrian, and 2 Ghosts. So can pretty much hold their ground here as long as they don't make any uncharacteristic errors over peaks. They should be just fine. Lovely work to connect towards Killjoy there.
Yeah, disabling Sender's utility is actually pretty big.
He does have to relinquish tower control off the back of this, slips back away, but now, quite like they've taken the fight elsewhere. Again, Sugetsu really being isolated for the last couple of rounds. Yes, they will give up the site, but the spike wasn't with the initial kind of group that took towards it, so slowly making its way up towards tower. Whether or not they get the plant yet is yet to be seen.
Fake teleport.
So finally it comes through.
Planted.
Molesy just about reacts to Angel slipping through, getting a little bit aggressive. We'll find an upgrade, at least Destrian actually catching Zipan with the Aftershock. It's just seen it left now. Classic in hand for the first, but the trade comes through from Twiston. Round 2 on the board here for Vitality. And again, great reaction here to isolate Sugetsu, you noted it. As soon as they feel that pressure ahead of that site here, they're able to find a kill on the back of it. And if that continues into the buy rounds, that's very concerning for Na'Vi.
And I wonder if they're aware of it or if it was just simply a response to Sender 1 getting the knife on him, kind of being proactive in what seems to be a disadvantageous situation, pushing down, retaking some map space, but now it's happened twice, right? Over towards Dish by the drop, doing it round 1, round 2 it's happened again. So that's what we can keep our eyes on towards the end of things. As it stands, we look at the Logitech G power-up round here.
Cutting through.
3 rifles.
Exciting. See how Na'Vi look to approach this one. See Molesy get a little bit aggressive towards A main. Have the backup here, obviously the utility from Destrian. Look for here, but Zipan ahead of the curve a little bit. Molesy got to be careful now. Does catch that, but I think CNED caught the flash as well. He's not going to know this reposition.
Oh, wow, Molesy's making a mountain out of this. Takes another one with him. And CNED gets towards the site. Unsure of what they've garnered so far, and it is the complete safety of the cross. The other 2 players not really able to make it over there in any sort of feasible time to deny it. So Spike will go down pretty safely. Bone Cold, Molly and 2 smokes. Sender, nothing really left to put into play, but he has the rifle.
I was going to say, a Spectre at this range, though. Na'Vi just need to play distance to mitigate that risk. I mean, chance here for Bone Cold to maybe pick up a weapon. I'm not sure what's dropped on that death marker, but it's pretty close to the wall.
Just running the clock solo. Still a flash to play for CNED too. Another smoke put in. Yeah, this is getting really uncomfortable for Vitality. As much as they want to get towards the site, there's utility in the way. And it's just not going to be happening here. Sender, options very limited now. Na'Vi going to get their first on the board. 4 standing. They'll be happy with this one, keeping it quite clean. Yes, losing out on Zipan, but wow. Sender.
I was going to say, financially okay. You hit or miss again, you lose that round out. The purchase is already reforced, but this is not giving that one away in terms of ult progress. Yeah, the timing just a little off here for Vitality. You can see this setting up, like I said, for Destrian to put that push into A main in motion. Unfortunate, Molesy's not found another one. Like I said, I think CNED just catching his own flash ever so slightly. Operator online for Twiston, nice and early. Showstopper as well, so very good early progress in this ult cycle. Sender, notable in that regard. Only 3 away from the lockdown.
Well, they've noted the operator very early on. I wonder what they do with this information. Again, we know that Twiston is slippery as hell. He'll be everywhere at once if he can be. But just slipping a little bit deeper this time, working off the back of the utility from Sender, keeping him a little safe here.
So problem being, Zipan's actually only 1 away from the null command. A kill or potentially the orb over here could make Vitality's hold very difficult.
Great timing on the boom bot.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is very nice. I guess not the full picture, sure, but you're still aware of the intention. You can draw that third player over. Bone Cold now joining Sender and Twiston here. First couple of attempts now up towards tower. There's gonna be the knife coming in, but Sender actually wins the fight. Sticks around for this one. We can see how this works going forward. None of them actually going towards the side just yet. 30 seconds, they're being held at the door here.
Seconds left.
Still 2 players of Vitality over towards A, but Na'Vi need a kill to make this comfortable.
They're not getting much. They're not selling much either. CNED is playing with fire here. It's either walk through the smoke and hope for the best, and actually, he gets away with murder. Oh, and again, come off it. Finding Bone Cold there, straight through the smoke, basically. Unbelievable. CNED just brute forcing the way in. It's not pretty, but they actually might be able to get a plant now. Twisted, yes, does find CNED in the end. The support system gets cut off, though. Desterine goes down. And now in the post plant, you got Malsey and Twiston just pushed out of position. I don't know how CNED just got away with that.
Just brute forcing his way onto site. Zipan actually boning up the null command here on the post plant. Desperation for Na'Vi to secure this round. They won't be able to remove this operator, and that's got to be the key objective after getting this plant. Malsey and Twiston will slip away. Showstopper burnt up as well, and that would have been key for the next round. They're not going to be able to spread the funds here. Wait and see if that is enough for Vitality. Fight back in round 5. But yeah, again, with these kind of windows of opportunity, as soon as the alarm bot is triggered, there's an extra player from Vitality rotating across. And like I said, when you run in the KO, if you can find the Killjoy setup, and again, you got to argue more often than not, particularly with a Killjoy or Cypher, same argument to be made, but there's probably only one other person there. That window of opportunity has gone so quickly for Na'Vi, which is why it gets really concerning. You then look at the clock and it's like 30 seconds left before they've even got to sight or got a kill.
And to even add to that, the fact that they got away with CNED walking a smoke, spamming someone through a smoke, and then just
because he's revealed his position. Yes, he fakes the TP, but he throws the flash as well. So
you can't. It just in my mind, it's like how if that is your game plan, CNED go kill 2 when you shouldn't. I want to see what the next steps to this are. Yes, Na'Vi gets away with it, sure, but I don't know. It just feels a little bit worrying to depend on that. For now, though, it's worked out well enough. See how it works going forward. Spotting players out by Arcade, and there's plenty of them. Na'Vi almost all in attendance, barring one. That's going to be Angel on the other side.
Cena's got his ult here as well.
Who's next?
There you go. So we'll look to figure this out. Vitality looking to get proactive on the back of this contact once again, though.
Well, Cena's taken towards the side. There are 3 players over towards B main, though, so that is a little bit unorthodox, but they're doing just fine. Na'Vi handling it well. Yes, lost out on Xiao, but they still have the side control, so the spike can go down without much contest. And once again, you're probably not feeling like you want to go for this too much. You have one rifle, yes, on Malsey, but that operator is precious goods here. They just simply haven't had the capability to use it. CNED.
CNED tried it. He actually tried committing to it. Malsey's found another one here. It's a 2v2.
He's done this with decent time. Okay, noted zip on the site. I don't think Malsey, oh, he did eat a lot of that flash. Okay, spots out another player over towards Arcade. Malsey just striding in, making something out of nothing. Angel put to the test here, forced away, and they make it happen. Vitality.
What a throw.
How have they done that one? NAVI just let it slip between their fingertips.
I'd argue gave it to Vitality on a platter.
That should not, this doesn't feel comfy at all. Watch this round back. Watch what Malsey was allowed to do.
I mean, sure, CNED goes for this engagement.
He's already won
sure,
the
maybe,
site.
yeah, he's one of them the site. You should argue the round as well. Malsey's hit a ridiculous shot on that. But then Zipan's isolated, and there's such a huge gap between the two remaining members of Na'Vi. That one's borderline unforgivable for me. Vitality actually get themselves ahead. Twiston, who opened things up here onto Zipan.
Yeah, head of the knife as well. Did end up catching it, but that's fine. He stuck around just long enough for it to hit. And it looks like a similar pinch towards A. Yes, that one player through towards Dish. This time going to be Angel instead. Twiston spotting out another. Xiao.
I think just considering what the Boombot had seen there.
Okay, and Angel's position should be very much revealed now. They should have free access to the site. I don't think anyone's going to really punish this cross here. Yeah, 3 of them navigating ahead of that. This will be just fine. Plant can go down.
Spike planted.
But a 5v4 here, Vitality, and actually the lockdown going to be invested. That could cause massive problems for NAVI.
Now, what do they do with this? One of them can TP out, sure, but the rest? Let's see. Angel turning the flash fine for the burst, but they're going to take the time perfectly. Sugetsu with 1, Sugetsu with a 2nd. This is big from Sugetsu, forcing them away, but there's still more players here. They just have to kind of sit and watch. Xiao holding the line. We still got players going towards the site. They still need to clear, and they do. CNED caught in the end, could not get away from it. Twiston and Sender this time, the ones to clean up, and NAVI looking out of sorts here.
Funds will be a comfortable purchase behind this, but a couple of rounds now. CNED does get detained from that. I don't think had an opportunity to TP back out. He's just got to try and wait things out and hope that Sugetsu and Xiao can buy enough time. Sender closes the gap nicely. Yeah, another successful retake here for Vitality. They have the pit here if NAVI can get themselves into a post plant. This is the point where, I mean, we saw Vitality toy with this in the previous. If they start getting a little more proactive, and we did see it early on this map as well, on the back of very early contact found. So you got to be careful here. Sender noted as well. And finding the kill on Bone Cold. Again, that window of opportunity is created, but NAVI not able to capitalize.
No, so the rotations are in. You've got 2 more players brought over towards B. You're looking at Destrin coming over. I think Molsey's there now as well. Yeah, just going to leave Twiston to his own devices on A, which is fair enough. He's got that operator full kit of utility. So putting a lot of faith in the other 3. Prowler going to go down, going to catch on 1, so they know they are still very much in attendance. They're going to try and clear by Arcade. It's a messy shot from Sender. Destrin overwhelmed. Yes, they do a bit of damage, but they're going to surely now be in problems on the site. Molsey's in danger. He's got to pick between a rock and a hard place, and he seems to want to... I thought he had Xiao. I thought he had Xiao.
Nearly.
17 HP. Xiao is breathing, but it ain't by much. And Twiston, he was quite far away to this, but he seems all too aware. Sugetsu, so sharp though, so quick. Deals with Twiston well. NAVI answer back.
And here, obviously, the utility being noted from Molsey. I think the Prowler sent through just ahead of that push towards Arcade.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are opportunities here for NAVI to step the pace up a little bit. They're still taking this very slow approach. Should have had Xiao, to be honest. You'd argue he should have had Xiao as well.
Observers, why do you keep showing us the less talking we're doing? Huh? I see you. Oh. Oh, Xiao. Xiao's done something dirty. He's done something terrible to them. This is on a buy, by the way. That's 2 rifles gone, I'm pretty sure. Oh, dear.
And they can't do anything about this TP either. Molsey has to just wait. Snakebite doesn't land, but he's isolated regardless. A 2v5 now for Vitality, and Rolling Thunder available, yes, but we're seeing Ed finding that.
Yeah, the response from Destrin's like, well.
Well then.
It seems I'm in next round now. Sender is off. Off and away.
Angel might even be close enough to catch this.
He's absolutely heard it.
We've seen him.
Bye-bye. 5 alive. Lovely piece there, but...
Well, talking about stepping up the pace a little bit. Vitality take the fight to them.
Off we go.
Ridiculous opener from Xiao.
Gosh.
1 enemy remaining.
Well, more of that.
I think in a similar scenario to what we saw on Split, where after I don't want to say a tilt round, but Vitality need to take a breather. Can't really call that a mistake. We've seen them toy with the idea of being proactive. This is very proactive, very aggressive to kind of stop NAVI from setting up into these slow creeping defaults that they are famed for. Again, if you keep going for this backline of NAVI, they're very capable of punishing it.
Poor piece. And you're right, Vitality just taking a second to go through. Not looking particularly overly animated either. Just calming down after that, potentially trying to keep control of it. CNED not having a bad start though. Currently 8-5, doing well enough on the Euro. Didn't love it initially. Now you're seeing it kind of slip into some decent use.
And I guess I know Cougar started touching on this on the desk, but the concerning side of Vitality's fracture being the attack, whether or not they're just looking to post the bar and set themselves up as best they can. Without getting to the point where, yeah, 5 and 6, sure, you're separated by a pistol. Don't want to come back to that conversation again yet.
There we go. And proactive towards A though, they've taken over A main, so they should be quick on this flank. Similar knife up towards tower. That has been a problem for Sender. Can't get... He's kind of pinned here at this point. The other two are not able to directly support him.
That didn't catch though.
Okay, so Sender... Oh, the paranoia does though. Tries to just keep his life for a couple more seconds. And the flash is great. CNED, Xiao, wonderful unison together. NAVI just showing such diligence on these approaches. I doubted the combination work, but it's wonderful. Now they know both players who are coming in off that flank. Yes, they were quick to this, but now it's a 2v4 on the site itself. Lots of utility left to burn through as well. Can Twiston maybe find some magic here? Not looking likely.
Where are you?
Might be time to back away.
Twiston and Molesy both won off their ultimates. To potentially get them in use, but not going to have a purchase there. I think Bone Cold and Destrian as well having their ultimates, so... potential here to try and build up that snowball round. I didn't even know Sender actually. I know he uses lockdown, well, it must have been 4 rounds ago now for that A retake, but it's got to be there or thereabouts. Actually, going to remove one of the rifles.
Twiston, can he hold? Yes. Okay, just about. Yeah, ults are coming. Sender is still off, but they're pretty big ults too. None of them weak by any means. And this
flash time in there is perfect from CNED.
Yeah, it's strange because CNED's such a great jet player when you see him in motion. You know what I mean? And a couple of other agents here and there, but seeing him look quite comfortable on the Yoru is a very unique aspect to him in showing he's got some nice versatility.
This agent discussion is always, if you put somebody that's self-sufficient on any agent, they can deliver, right? It's just the viability from, obviously, that synergy, that choreography standpoint that kind of has to be present.
I mean, I would say, though, I was always kind of a little worried after Cena did fall off from, you know, the jet prevalence once it moved away from that he wouldn't be able to pick it back up, but it's showing that he does have some of that capability here, very much showing it well. However, already Bone Cold going down, this is looking a bit worrying. This is the one that could maybe take that scoreline further away from Vitality. And the ult's going to come through, so can they make anything of this while it happens? Yes, Twiston going to find Xiao. Okay, Molesy going to keep them busy, and
it's the pinch from Dish, actually.
Let's see if the others can make it through a little bit in time. Now, obviously, they know they're there. They've already drawn blood in that regard. So, as it stands, kind of cornered into this, but deciding to back away.
Who's next?
So, just going to try and fish for some information here.
I know exactly where you are.
Actually, going to expire pretty quickly here. He's got to be careful about where he ends up. Angel bails him out there. Sugetsu to follow through. Destrian will fall as Twiston and Sender left. A 2v4 situation if they opt to go for this. And Sender will upgrade, call it, to a Spectre. Get a couple, well, a few rounds too many in my eyes where Vitality have been forced to just give it up. Yeah. It's looking like it might be another one.
They're taking site with at least 4 players standing at this point. They've been doing well. CNED's ability to just be a problem. Love that Angel was able to help him out there because you noticed that the ult was running very low. He was about to be hounded down by Molesy, but no, handled in the end and supported well. So the worry starts to begin here for Vitality, because I feel like they haven't quite had an answer yet. They've had a couple of shaky purchases short. That was the flank coming in, and you can see the intention is there from Vitality to try and get behind them, but by the time they're there...
We can hit B, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, I was questioning the investment of Rolling Thunder. Again, how quick that they are there to sweep out of Dish. And speaking of Dish, Xiao got a TP away from this paint shell. And CNED actually finds a kill.
Fabulous work. The support structure is really nice within Na'Vi now. Just kind of playing in unison is really nice to watch. A couple of moments here, really key to that. And we'd seen a couple of tests of those aggressive, space-taking moves over towards either A main, over towards Dish. We saw it B main as well. Arcade, Vitality are happy to try and take some of this face, but Na'Vi all too aware of it now.
Here.
And that punishing factor in effect again here in round 11. And yeah, we can hit B, guys. It looks like that might be the aim once again. No command here, so Sender got to be careful about his positioning. And right now, with him being spotted, there's a chance for him to be isolated with the ultimate.
And the other two, even on this flank, are so far away.
And they're stuck behind 2 trips, not just 1 trip, it's 2 trips.
Okay, one of them get past. What you gonna do, Bone Cold?
He's leaving it as late as possible to pop this one.
But there's the second. And he has to do it again. Okay, so here's the thing. Does he hold off? Yes, he does. He waits as long as he can. CNED! He checks on it so fast,
HP,
regardless. Oh, come on! This is just brutality for Vitality. I hated saying that. I'm so sorry.
Iconic.
Shut up. Caster of the year, by the way. Sender is screwed. He can make a damn good stand of it. It does not matter. Na'Vi have regained control here. They are very much in charge, and Vitality yet to really find any form of answer.
Yeah, it's tough to see how Bone Cold and Twisted have to approach that flank, but it's immediately dealt with. CNED with 2 ridiculous shots.
The fact he was turning that way so early on as well.
Sorry. Comfort on an agent. He eats his own flash, but then still finds the kill. This was on the paint shell to try and isolate Xiao, by the way. He's desperate to just try and flash somebody off the angle so they can't peek the paint shell. Thanks for catching that one. Because that looked real good.
Cian's gone up. Oh, he's quite good with it too.
Yeah, he's found the kill too.
Yep.
And immediately he's back over here to pressure B main.
Oh, there we go. Finally gone down. They're down to 3 players. They have 3 big ults as well. It just feels like Na'Vi have been so slippery. Where you meant to use it?
I mean, yeah, do we see Sender and Bone Cold drift away from sight here? The answer's probably going to be no with where Bone Cold's going exploring, but you're right, those are 2 massive ultimates to have available here. Molesy with his positioning, you got to argue it's probably going to be lent towards a retake, but...
Oh, Sender's off.
I was talking over it there. I'm not sure if Sender was actually loud rotating. Bone Cold's positioning, you can't deny Pliant if anybody clears tower here. Na'Vi aren't doing it.
Okay, Bone Cold, it's all basically on you. The knife does not reach him either. He's got a shot at this. Gonna get down Xiao, 30 seconds. All gonna come in, tries to clear towards tower, or at least outside of it. There's the ult as well from Sender. Na'Vi are running desperately low on time, and actually Bone Cold is holding. He needs to hold as much as he can. Keep presence, allow time for Sender to come back, allow for Multi to get back there and try and keep this together. Sugetsu is running out of time and running out of chances. Has to make his move, has to go now. 8 seconds, a tap on the spike is not enough. They're not falling for his trickery. They're gonna let the clock rock. And Bone Cold doing wonders to keep this scoreline away from a disaster.
Absolutely, I think Bone Cold enters this round at 1-9, so huge for him to come alive, to actually make the difference between a 7-5 and an 8-4 half, which is massive.
It's huge.
Considering those numbers from the previous performances of Vitality here on Fracture.
This whole first half feels like once they got CNED rolling, once they started to really find comfort within that, it looked fantastic for them. I was very worried for those first couple of rounds. It felt not quite in place. It felt a little bit out of sorts.
Yeah, and again, the way that Na'Vi are playing, I don't think they're solely reliant on CNED really, blowing sights wide open. His TPs are very reactionary. Obviously, he's kind of just using it to bait kind of in that kind of pivot part of the round where there's a little bit of contact, a little bit of an exchange. So in that regard, it's not really reliant on him, synergizing with another agent particularly well. Na'Vi had a very slow burn approach to this attack.
Yeah, they did. Vitality really struggling to get any of those flanks into the right place at the right time. You saw so many attempts at it and some very unfortunate scenarios, that fully blind kill that happened. All of these moments certainly do add up. So
And the other thing as well, to say, it sucks for Sender as well to be kind of targeted when you have a KO in that composition in NAVI. The focal point was being, we even heard Angel saying that, yeah, we can hit B, guys, let's just keep doing it. And like I said, that slow burn approach, time and time again, Vitality tried a couple of times to get proactive or to play very reactive off of Navi's contact. Just didn't play out, which again, you look at the scoreline, they come out actually probably the best case scenario.
But as much as we talk about, you know, the factor of Vitality missing some of those pistols and not quite having it by their side, them at least having a pistol in this as well has kept them somewhat afloat. It gives them a little bit more of a buffer into that second half, which they certainly do need here because, again, I just get a little scared when Navi have a little lead on the half. They just grind things down so mechanical, almost like a machine at this point when it comes to it. Some nasty little rounds coming out from some of these individuals. But yeah, actually not minding the Euro as it stands. Kind of, I was a little worried without the fade, but it looks quite nice.
I'm always excited to see players, and particularly iconic players in terms of an agent behind that name, switch things up.
It's cool, right?
And to see if I'm impact and still fragging out, I'm all for it.
Yes, showing.
Seen it back on Rainer, you heard it here first. Lothar grinning ear to ear.
I really want someone to look in Reina just to upset Lothar in a completely useless map. Just do it.
For a game he's on the desk for as well.
Oh, yes, of course. Of course. All right, second half, 5-7. And a very well-needed pistol here for Vitality. Otherwise, Na'Vi might just start grinding out this game. They do have a buffer. Decent couple of rounds here. Got some big impact rounds for Na'Vi, though. And now on the defensive side, let's see how they bring this one together.
So you've seen it already preemptively sending a TP across. I'm not sure if that's caught on the wall, but maybe the intention is for that to head all the way towards B. You can see on the X-ray, it's a 3-man stack here from Na'Vi.
This is extremely ratty. Okay, well, Angel's got to accept that. It actually catches both players. And this is just going to be madness. Yeah, perfect work from Vitality on the way in, though. Going to catch both of them. Third player was somewhat unknown, but Zipan can only get one. Takes out Destrian, so huge man advantage to Vitality. 4 standing to the 2. CNET still alive, does have, I think, a flash to hand, so has that to play with. But Sugetsu on the other side, very little in the form of utility here. And Vitality with lots to play with.
One enemy remaining.
Sender will find that one. CNET drifting out. Now Sugetsu in a 1v4. Frenzy this range.
Frenzy best gun, don't worry. See, it's all good. He's 48 HP.
I was going to say, yeah, there's no way he actually gets these two. With a high-low setup, but... Yeah, curious to see what causes Angel to take the decision to drift into his cage there. I mean, you get that sound cue when somebody steps into it anyway. I'm not sure if the fault line just completely threw the plan off, but that 3-man stack absolutely dissected. And maybe that's it, yeah. Maybe that replay actually paints the picture. There's Twistan's pressure through Arcade that forces Shout, obviously, into that engagement and that push that comes down to B main.
Yeah, and that crossfire just can't hold anymore.
I mean, they have to push back over towards the cage. It's just space. We'll see conceded by Twistan's pressure. The approach, yeah, only one pistol for Vitality and 2 rifles, actually, back up these Spectres.
Chao's got one. Oh God, CNET's got another.
No.
This shouldn't happen so often. But here we are in this form of
still looking to hit this site as
God,
well.
Chao batters him out of the air. Twiston left embarrassed on the floor as Destrian bone cold.
Did Angel spot both as well?
I don't know if he spotted both. Oh Lord. Oh dear. Shao.
So it looks like Shao knew where the second was.
Hello and goodbye. It's all down to Destrian. Oh, this is... That's one they too
Flawless
forget.
round 2 conversion.
Wow. Just the way it started as well.
Vitality immediately looked to respond to this as well. It's like, guys, just follow through. The other 3 members actually step up the pace to catch. Potentially Na'Vi retreating, but at that point, they've got the upgrade. You don't want to feed into that.
No, it feels like they fed into what Na'Vi almost wanted here.
Twiston plucked from the skies.
Oh, he headshots me.
Yeah, he headshots you.
He does. That shout.
Poison ore, toxin screen down.
Headshots and such. Well, NAVI with a round in hand, basically, the free purchase, right? Those free upgrades they've just been able to walk away with, which is madness to my mind. But Vitality, looking for pace is the answer, and it doesn't look like a fantastic one. Softened up, Destrian and Bone Cold go down quite comfortably. It's Molzy to fight back, but Zipan and Angel, oh.
Don't think that was an intentional one.
Wait, making sure. He's fallen and cannot get up. What do you...
I don't think that one was BM.
He might just be knocked. I'll double check.
9 on the board now for NAVI. And this is where it becomes a little worrying, actually. You lose this buy round. NAVI double digits and gives them access to the 11th, you've got to argue. And with that flip, actually, NAVI will have a big advantage in terms of this ult cycle. It's actually not, well, CNED 2 away, and an operator online for him. Twisting 2 away from the showstopper as well, so the saving grace there. It's not actually as big as I thought it would be in terms of an advantage. But it will hit actually on the wrong round for Vitality.
Okay, so Xiao's going to get the first contact forced away. Flash comes in. Doesn't actually catch it all. A little too far behind. Twisted was still able to get ahead of it, take down Xiao. Now, okay, we're going to see that little pinch. Does it work out? Soaking up the utility they're trying to throw in. Sugetsu gets a second shot of life here. CNED is trying to watch this as well. Sugetsu still with a fantastic angle. Almost brought them to death. Molzy's barely breathing. Destrian took a boatload of damage. And a quick drop down from Angel. Audacious play to take the fight there. Spike should be planted, so at least time's on their side, but a 3v3 post-plant.
Destrian 56 HP, Molzy 11 HP. Difficult to hold on to, but Twiston's found one.
It's huge, he's still fighting. Twiston, if he's got to do it all himself, he will. A massive round from him, getting ahead of that first flash and then closing down the round.
It's crazy as well. It's another scenario where it's like Twisting goes big, or it's really difficult for Vitality to follow through on that. He's so far ahead, but you noted it, he's ahead of that flash. That's the response from NAVI, and he isolates Xiao in this scenario. Beautiful stuff from him.
Nice, Twisted!
Again, actually, a crucial round win for them. Will force the repurchase from NAVI, yes. Still a couple of numbers on the right side there that are quite concerning. NAVI's still got another comfortable purchase behind this. Showstopper available for Twiston. And CNED will actually retrieve that orb, so has his ultimate as well.
Ooh, what's this?
Just Angel setups.
Angel's doing weird things again. They have taken sight. Sugetsu has to relinquish, but takes a bit of a shot in the dark with that. Takes Twiston down to well, a little bit lower HP, but he should be somewhat okay. Now he looks towards the Mayhem. Spike is yet to cross to the site. Now it makes its way through, so Spike will go down.
Oh, no, he's not.
Okay.
They're just delaying the plant.
Yeah, okay. And now pops the ult. Okay, in we go. Let's see what you can do with this one, CNED. So it's our 1, 2, 3. Cool. Plenty of info. Flash ready. Gonna send it in the meantime. NAVI helped him clear the site. Now gonna tap towards the defuse. Twiston drawn towards this. Has to check on it. Has to look towards it. Lovely. Double checks with the jump peek. CNED wait till he strikes. Takes down Twiston. Now Molzy and Sender have to fight back.
Placing swamp grenade.
Swamp towards it.
Does actually win that.
Oh my god. Sender. This isn't pretty. The 1v1. He's got it, Sender. Holds his nerve. Clutches it out. Something from nothing there for him.
That's a massive round for Vitality to follow through here with a second consecutive. Sugetsu actually, I don't know if this is paranoia to try and avoid the showstopper. But ends up committing to the engagement.
Yeah. Why does it sound so bad on the replays? Here we go, 8-9. Scoreline getting a little closer. There we go. CNED back on the operator though. Oh god, here we are. Right, finds Molzy. Dips away, gonna stick around just as long as he can here. They will get access to the site, but he can watch a fair amount of this cross. Oh dear, now he's screwed. He's gonna have to stand and hope and pray that no one tries to push this one, but look at Twisted on the way. A couple of players fell back, but no one able to close down towards CNED fast enough, so he will get to play his life out now. Spike is down, and they fought very hard for that. Lovely combination of the ults, not finding the value they want, but you saw the intention.
Beautiful setup. Unfortunate not to find a kill, to be honest. Destrian's still got that Rolling Thunder. Actually posted pretty early here.
Very early. I think that only catches one. I think that only found Angel, and Xiao with the operator now, leaving CNED to be able to go ahead, try and be the tip of the spear. Bunko does find Zipan, but now sitting towards the spike. CNED ain't moving, gets off at the half, has to, Destrian denies, and now it's down to 3. Xiao, Angel, and Sugetsu, what are you meant to do with this one? Have to clear some of these bodies, and they can't. Sender holding on again. Yes, they got it to half, but they can't quite get to the spike. They still need to get the defuse, and Sender, he wants to be the hero, but I don't think he can be in time.
He got the defuse! He actually got the defuse! The poison orb stays up long enough after Sugetsu falls, and he's able to stick it with no time left to spare.
God, Sender tried so hard to try and keep hold of that.
Wow. What a round from Vitality, though. Again, unfortunate not to find some value off that investment of the fault line and the orbital strike, but at least it gives them, I guess, free access to site. They have so much utility to try and hold on to that post plant, but it just doesn't get there. Barely anything separated them in that round.
Right, I'll find you.
Not sure what Angel was.
Angel's. How's he got Twisted? I don't know, this round's already weird.
I don't know what he was doing initially there. It was like...
I don't think he knew.
And then he stood in the middle of the site and still gets a kill. Twister's got to be thinking, what the hell is going on?
Is he here? Spike planted. Spike is down though, so that's pretty nice for Vitality. Lovely from Sender. Picking up where he left off in that previous round. This time wants a little more. Zipan going to be spotted. Knife going to go in. Not going to really deter Sender too much. No. Going to carry on forward. Lovely shot. Now just 2 and probably a save is their best bet here. What was Angel up to?
I don't know, but it comes at a point that's actually quite concerning. This kind of back and forth, this war of attrition in the second half in terms of the finances for NAVI. Their save round comes at the worst time possible.
Toxin screen down.
Yeah, CNED leaves this with 300, Zipan 50, Angel 1100, but there's just not the funds there. So it should be an opportunity for Vitality to actually tie things up here, Lauren.
That was a very underwhelming round.
It is criminal.
Yeah, no,
it is criminal.
The brakes now,
maybe they were just mid-discussion or something, and the barrier drops, and this is a pacey approach here from Vitality. Maybe that's what catches Angel off guard. Yeah. But initially, he was the solo anchor towards this site.
That was it. So, timeout called for NAVI.
Maybe actually, sorry,
go ahead, please.
To even look at that round previously, ahead of the timeout, whether or not that's the round the NAVI are looking to get proactive. Go exploring and try and disrupt Vitality a little bit with that 4-player stack towards the B side of the map.
Just very fortunate time.
Well, unfortunate actually, because it happens in a round where Angel's immediately traded out. They don't really have the opportunity because Vitality then follow through on the pressure. Now they come in with a lesser purchase. They're not going to be able to employ that approach to this round.
It seems like that might be the reason for that timeout now, to kind of consider what their next couple of steps are.
And it's always a red flag. You call the timeout, you expect the adaptation. The Vitality will be on red alert now. Getting pretty close to a full deck in terms of the ultimates for NAVI.
Yeah, CNED's really close, but Angel, I mean, no, it's not the end of the world, but the buy, yes, they have those 2 rifles. Sugetsu and Xiao will have those. This round, see if anything can be made from very little. Happy to take contact over towards the A site. Naturally, I feel like CNED wants to kind of backfill a little bit to this, a little bit of a deeper trip sent there by Angel. And there's the contact made. 1-for-1 trade out, Xiao still alive, but not for much longer. Vitality doing well here, very diligent on approach. Sender really coming into his own in the last couple of rounds now. 3 more to find, and the 2 rifles have been removed.
Send it down to 30, though.
You should run.
Actually, investment of the lockdown here from Sender as well. Just to try and secure this. It's going to force Angel into a very uncomfortable position, but with Sender low HP, actually going to give across the weapon. Luckily, twisting there to remove that threat. So now a 2v3 presents itself for NAVI.
They didn't quite cross to the site before this, though, so again, there's still a little bit of threat to this, but none got caught on the cross. So Zipan and CNED unable to make the most of that. Can't CNED be a nuisance at all. Not really here. Yeah, still a lot of utility for Vitality to hold on to this. Destring a little stuck to where he is, but again, unless you're going to get a banger from Zipan, shouldn't be too worried. Not much to play with here. Yeah, just the classic for CNED. He has managed to slip a little closer on the side, but these are rifles. The flash is fantastic, but it will be controlled. Vitality actually losing 3 players, yes, but 2 stand, and the scoreline now all even, 10 apiece.
Yeah, like I said, to come through with these finances and to tie the game up at this point, NAVI actually up against the ropes in terms of the finances.
But they might have a snowball round now, right? They've got so many
Sure,
to play with.
Definitely not a comfortable position to be in. Vitality, again, they win this, they basically get map point in terms of NAVI being knocked back down to a non-existent purchase, to be honest with you.
Face your fear!
He's got to get away from that now. They're going to try and regain control over towards A main, and it's actually only 1 player on the other side of it, so they've got to be cautious on this one. Going to be held back. As Vitality will take towards the side, but they still have players here. They did not fully rescind by any means. Xiao's still amongst them, and Xiao's still thriving. 3 kills back to back. CNED holding off towards A main, leaving Destrian in such a bad position. Finds a fantastic first, and Angel absolutely lost. What? Where are they looking? Destrian! He almost got away with daylight robbery.
I think Angel looks up to where Zipan is there. A little bit of confusion in the fray, but massive opener from Xiao. Capitalizing on Sugetsu's Viper Spear and the Snake Bite, actually.
Yeah, look at this. You're absolutely right.
And shuts down Twister before he can cause any problems in the back lines as well. A crucial round win for NAVI.
That's what Tom.
Oh, was it? I wasn't even looking. Hello, Tom.
Oh, I think he waved. Oh, shrugged. Okay. Well, Bone Cold started quite nicely this time. Just decides to take a straight of fight against CNED and actually wins it. Fair enough. 5v4 beginnings. Now, we're still seeing the Bulldog for Angel. We're still seeing a couple of bits and pieces missing from what NAVI would have wanted, even with this round advantage. Ult there for Destrian as well. Huge to bring in. Bone Cold, 1 away. Not a million miles off from Twiston. He's hiding. Goodbye. Where's Mitch? Feels weird seeing one of you, not both. No, I'm sorry.
That's a beautiful trip, by the way.
Yeah?
Yeah, on the tower towards B.
Angel's been in like a class. He's been deep on the TikTok grind.
In the custom game dungeon, yes.
2 noted off that.
Staring each other down here.
Oh, this is going to be fun. We've got 4 players on the side. Here comes that ult.
It doesn't catch Zipan.
How does it not even find Zipan? Was he too close to the wall? What? It doesn't matter. Zipan with a monstrous spray. Angel alive and kicking this round. Leaves Sender irrelevant to it. Locked off towards Dish, and what a way to play it. You thought that ult would have been golden there.
I think Destrian's posted right up against the wall.
So it just skips that little bit.
It just misses Zipan.
That's devastating for them. They walk through a full intention of it being cleared, or at least being a favourable scenario.
Wow.
Not the case, and now 12 for NAVI. Vitality. This is going to be a heartbreaking loss potentially here.
It really is. Again, shown so much promise here in the second half once again.
Yeah, unaffected.
I mean, again, he should never get 3 from this position. Even being missed off the Rolling Thunder. And a sigh of relief from Zipan.
That's upsetting. And now to try and regain what they had for so many rounds. They were doing so well for so long. Vitality brought this game back. It was looking like this was going to be their map for some time, quite genuinely.
Problem being as well, everything but the pit available for Na'Vi. And on the side of Vitality, I don't even think they're going to be able to stretch to the 5th rifle. Be a Guardian or a Bulldog at best for Destrian. As we come into round 23 and Na'Vi on 12. That snowball round we were alluding to could be on the cards here.
Could be. This is the big round for Vitality. It's either GG or maybe they can draw this game out. They've done so well this half to pull it back.
Twisting going to go for the operator here.
Oh, we hadn't seen much impact with it really from him this map. Oh, big investment, Brave. Really dangerous, but you're right. God, there's so many ults against them. Just zip hands. CNED's annoying. Showers is very valuable. Angel's got his as well in case maybe it finds some value, but Bone Cold's got his online. Is there anything they can do to make this work? Twisted taking those first couple of cautious steps forward. A little bit of contact made towards 8. Nothing much. Yeah, that Guardian for Destrian. But look how much space Twiston's getting.
We've given a number of angles to explore, but Angel now to it. Okay, I was going to say toying with the idea of stacking up behind the smoke, but Twiston actually won off the showstoppers. Yeah, he will swap out here. Wants to try an entry as best he can with the blast packs.
Only got 1 to implement.
No kill trip here though for Angel.
No. Here we go. Does Angel succeed? Yes, he does. He holds him at the door, taking down Twiston, who's been such a catalyst for this side. And Navi's starting to thrive here. Bone Cold does find his victory on the site, so a plant is feasible, but they need to shore up this site. And you just heard it, the ult gets popped. CNED takes a little bit of a tour around, calling it out. Paranoia hits, oh dear, it's all in motion. Perfection from CNED. Bone Cold is still trying to hold on to this though. He's making something out of nothing. But can he keep this up? CNED, oh, he's got him. Bone Cold, he's not done just yet. Morsey with the operator and a 2v2. They should have time for a plant here. Smoke just to cut off, allow maybe Bone Cold to step. He's off HP and it's precarious.
Oh, the reveal missed. It bounced back on him.
Is he walking the smoke? No, okay, I was looking towards Sugetsu there. I was a little worried. Shao commits, and now there's problems. Bone Cold surrounded, and he's dead. Sugetsu with the heartbreaking strike at the end. Na'Vi defuse right in front of Vitality. After such a good half from them, it falls to pieces at the end.
And it's the last round. We actually see the 1PC utility to make use of that ultimate or the TP from CNED, absolutely punishing Vitality. But like I said, a lot of promise shown from them in the second half, actually on both maps, considering obviously the scoreline coming out of the first on split.
This is just a really hard game to look at if you're a Vitality fan or anyone watching, because again for them, I was questioning some of their prior results in this season so far. Yes, sitting in a positive. Exactly, we're looking for something to confirm where they stand. They put up a brilliant fight. They made Na'Vi work. But again, the problem then becomes Na'Vi still get the win. They're still fine. They're still comfortable.
It's hard to really quantify as well, especially when you have some of those rounds where it's just Sugetsu popping off or CNED popping off. And again, this is another roster that any 5 of these, even Angel throw that into the equation, can have a round or 2. Yeah, exactly.
Oh, yeah, that's going to take the wind out of their sails for Vitality, because sometimes a clean loss is easier than those like close games. Like we actually had a shot in this one to close that gap. A couple of key rounds just falling by the wayside. But look at Na'Vi's perspective though. Fabulous first map. Saw them really identify what worked for Vitality, kind of figuring it out, making it very hard for them to thrive in that. Yes, the second half got very close. Very good game to look at. But overall, this has still been just one of those games where I don't feel like I have an answer overall to the standings anymore. This is
definitely
still so
not.
close.
And it's definitely not the nail in the coffin. What Vitality said, 3-3 now overall. I think for the record. So definitely not the nail in the coffin. Again, we'll look towards the future weeks in terms of the performance. But time and time again, we are seeing improvements in certain areas. Again, for me, Split is one that almost feels like a coin flip, especially when you face a team like Na'Vi with their approach overall. There just wasn't enough there for me. It's like Twiston has these pop-off rounds, Molesy there to back him up as well, but we need to see kind of everyone firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, a couple more things to put into place, but considering, I mean, at the start of the day, Na'Vi are the second place team to Fnatic, right? So that's not bad at all. No. And you have Vitality in 6th. So this is the kind of, if you're looking at it in more of a, I guess, removed perspective, you've got the top end, facing towards kind of mid-table. In the positives, at least, starting the day out here. A brilliant game. I was kind of hoping potentially a third. That would have given us a cent. Wouldn't mind seeing that.
No, absolutely not.
Happy to give it a go.
Again, any map where it's a playground for twisting, always happy to see it.
Hey, throw him down against CNED.
Well, yeah, exactly.
It's been a really nice head-to-head there. I actually thoroughly enjoyed getting to see those two throw down. CNED showing some real nice validity on other agents too.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how much they're going to explore with that. Again, the compositions can be a little sporadic for NAVI of what they want to play on the given day. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, definitely a positive to see CNED put this performance up outside of his comfort zone.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And just to kind of leave it on that note, we're going to wrap this one up today. But do not forget, we do have the post-plant coming up next. So do not go too far away from your screens.
Nice, Twisted! Nice! No!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Usually when I see a target, I won't miss. I try to find weaknesses wherever they are and just game by game try to pick up on anything I can. So this training course is a way for me to really showcase and demonstrate all the questions you guys have been asking, you know, how to get better aim, and it really enables me to answer a lot more and kind of expand on the first video I made like so long ago about VALORANT fundamentals.
Welcome, everybody. We had a pretty short day. Yesterday, we were here until 2 a.m. So we thought of another cool way to say goodbye to Icebox and hello to Bind. I have Xiao and Angel here with me. And as you can see, a board full of agents. So first, Angel, I'm going to ask you to turn around. I don't want you to see this. We know that you in NAVI are pretty crazy about compositions. Xiao, please, could you give us the 5 agents that you would like to see played on Bind?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, Angel, what do you think
Viper.
He's picking? Okay.
It's too boring, bro.
Well, he's cooking.
Okay. You got another one, Angel. What do you think it is?
No, I think actually he started with Yoru, right? And then it should be Brim.
Nope.
No, again?
No, but you were close.
Bro, I told you this strat, you remember? My idea. No, bro, I'm not remembering your ideas. Okay, trust third one. Third one. Third one, agent? Yeah. Yeah. But it's not one of the 2 I named first. Maybe. Then no, just pick 5. Pick 5, all good.
You probably will need one of those, yeah. Okay,
and
one more.
And the last one.
Okay, so just show the people. Lothar, please take a picture. Everybody seeing this? Angel, do not move.
No, just tell me.
Okay, why did you pick this composition?
It's just fun to play.
Point at which agent you would be playing.
I can play any agent, so it doesn't really matter.
Which one would you like to play? Not this one.
Probably the third one, the middle one.
Okay. So I'm gonna put them back. Don't move yet, Angel.
Sure.
I can see you. Thank you very much,
I can't see you.
Make sure to move that one agent. He will gonna recognize which one we moved.
Okay, thank you very much, Shao. You're free to go.
I can
See you
join.
guys. Thank you.
Angel, please. So if you had to make a composition on Bind, which, you know, maybe we see next week, what would you like to see?
First, I need a tip. From 1 to 10, how fun?
Like 8 at least.
Was it? Okay, from 1 to 10.
Wait. You have a pretty different definition of fun.
True. From 1 to 10, how realistic this comp was?
2.
So now I...
Depends. On the MEA 2. Just come on, Angel, be real. People would love to pick your brains. Okay.
Actually, there is Harbor. I didn't think about Harbor.
He's here.
Yeah.
Controllers are here. Here you have some initiators.
Wait, I need to think how he can what he can smoke, fuse.
We have until 2 a.m. Take all the time you need.
Let it be Brim.
Okay.
Obviously Yoro.
Bream, Viper. Okay, you're.
Obviously Yoro.
Lothar approves. Please, Lothar, come and approve.
And now we need some utility, right?
Yeah, I mean it would be nice. Some initiation. What would you rather have? Some flashes or?
Obviously.
Yeah, I mean,
No,
yeah,
it's
but
more
he's talking about utility. I mean,
it's more of a search
would you like to have?
utility,
You
like-
okay, spotting. Okay.
And Yoro needs some support. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So a breach. So Brimstone, Viper, Yoru, Gecko, breach. What agent would you be playing from here? Okay. Okay, we'll take it. We'll take it. Thank you very much, Angel. Follow me, because we're still
Sure.
not done. We need to
Yeah.
talk about your game. We have so many other things to talk about. So please take a seat and
Which
join
one?
us in the post line.
Come here.
Come
Sit
on,
right
come
next.
on.
You're right next to me. Come on in. That was fun. How would you rate your composition? Like fun out of 10?
I would rate it 8 out of 10 in terms of fun.
Utility-wise, though, how viable would it be?
Yeah. I mean, realistic-wise.
Yeah.
Depends which team plays it. If NAVI, it's 8 out of 10. Any other, I don't think so.
Okay.
Should we turn now the...
Maybe, actually...
I mean, there's a lot of synergy that you made it in that composition, you know?
There is,
Yeah, that does.
Just happy there's Yoru in
support
there.
Yoru well together.
There is like search utility, there is stoppage power for defense. Everything is there, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Should we tell him the composition?
Yeah, of course. Tell me what Shao chose.
So Shao chose Yoru was the first pick. I don't know how did you know that, but there was that one. Then you had another common pick with Shao. That was Gecko.
Gecko.
Okay, but then he went off the rails a little bit, and he went for Fade, which is nice for Bind because of the combination of the TPs.
But Gecko Fade is not the best duo.
Oh, you can punish him later.
All right, but then we have 2 slots, and he went.
Yoru have flashes. True.
That,
it's not that bad. Okay, what is?
I mean, Fade Yoru is insane combo as well, right? So.
Fade Yoru.
You would take any combo with you.
I mean, you can ult and they don't know the TP at all, right?
And last 2 smokers, I hope.
The two slots last were picked with Astra and Harbor.
Astra and Harbor?
Yes.
No Viper. So he was trolling.
No, I mean Astra and Harbor. Astra gives stoppage power on defense. Harbor allows you to execute attack. It's just a bad comp, you know?
But if you would choose like Viper instead of Harbor, that would be actually kind of viable.
Yeah. Pressure on short on attack and defense like stoppage power. Yeah, it would be better.
So what do you make of the changes on Bind? Do you think it's going to make it a fun map? Is it going to be like a picked map? I know it's just theorizing, you know?
I didn't try this. I
didn't try it
join
yet?
Bind the once yet.
Okay.
They always just go like that.
No, I didn't join it once.
Is there any team you'd like to play it on, though? Like play against them, yeah.
Fnatic was a good team on Bind, and we've become a good team on Bind in the end.
I love that you mentioned that, because you still have to go up against Team Liquid next week. Then you have Foot, and then you have Fnatic. How do you think the rest of the split is going to look for you? Because obviously on that last day, you're going to face off against Fnatic. How do you think, you know, because...
I hope.
They're undefeated.
Fnatic game not gonna, like, matter.
I mean...
You want today, you're almost like...
At this point,
you want to be number
one.
one.
To already share the first 2 spots.
Yeah, you know...
That's a plan. I know it's gonna be a bit boring, probably.
Okay,
But-
okay.
Look, Mitch is still hyping up Carmine Corp, so it might change things.
It is possible. You're practically, you know, locked in playoffs already, so there's no worries on
We're
that
locked
side.
already?
No, almost.
No,
That's
almost.
You're like
99.99%.
10 scenarios, or you know, there's a margin of error, but it's very small.
Okay, then tell me when it's like 100%.
We'll let you know.
It's almost 100.
Probably next week
You can have a good night's sleep. I would say that. Talking about the compositions that we were doing here, in 14 maps that you have played so far, you've been playing. And when is the composition?
Fury can be few reasons. It can counter something on opponent side. It can fit us better than the previous one. Because I'll be honest, the only way to test the comp is to play it in official.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, like all the practice doesn't give us too much.
It's a little bit of knowledge how you want to play, but you don't know how other people will react, right? You don't know how the other teams will react when fully committed.
Like yes, under full pressure is different. It's just on practice. It's one speed of game, I would say. Yeah.
We were seeing some trapwires that you were using on splits. We assumed that they were created because you're playing against a comp that has double duelists and you're playing on the defense, but you didn't catch anything with them. Were you sad about that?
No, not at all. I just basically it was zoning like wires. It wasn't.
Yeah,
like,
you were beekeeping. You know?
They had waypoints with like dashing A up catwalk and double satchering upside. This was 2 wires for these waypoints. If they just go like they're straight, they're dead.
Yeah, you know what's funny is that because observers were like really waiting for the moment to be like catching anything. We were waiting for it as well.
Actually, the thing is they catched it in the first gun round when they went A split.
Yeah, because they went from heaven towards down, and then I think Raze got caught.
They catched it up catwalk.
Yes.
And after this, they figure out this is like anti-catwalk dash, and next gun round, Jet just like went straight. And
That's very unfortunate.
And that's it.
Yeah. What about that last round? What happened there? That 3K, the...
In the vents.
I don't know, I was blind.
Well, I think we have a replay of that, right?
We should.
Do you see that,
please.
TV? Please. We have a replay, so you see what happened. You try and jump and... Yeah, that's just
and the fun part, I would kill 4, but Sui started screaming over you. It's like he literally stole a 4 kill, a potential ace.
But thankfully he didn't just say behind.
He said like over you. You see what I'm doing? It was so confident that I had no choice. It's like, you know, you trust the teammate and then you say he did super wrong.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Earlier in the map, there was you were trying to just get the spike off, basically, just trying to defuse it, and a satchel was chucked at you, and you just kept on holding it, and it pushed you to the side, and you kept on holding it. I think we have a clip for it too, if we could bring it up.
I'm telling you, all the highlights that we have from Split.
It's literally just you, genuinely.
Such a map. Like the 3Ks that you were getting, the defuse, it was literally just banner rounds that only happened to you.
I have no idea how Satchel doesn't like stop the defuse. Probably it went towards the direction. Yeah,
exactly.
into the box.
Can we bring them up just to show it, just to make it very clear?
Just assume it was like planned, okay?
Yeah. That was you made the position work, you know?
There it is.
Because we saw it from this POV and we were like, he's just chilling.
That's it. It's like a bad grav well, you know, that is putting you towards.
Let's go. Diffuse faster.
Okay, from then we also had another clip, round 19. There was a one-way on B main.
Oh yeah, I think we wanted to take a look at one round because when we were looking at Split, after you went on the attack, things were not really working. This is, I believe, it's Destrin using and missing out this one way. You would have never missed that one way, I know.
No chance. Actually, it's a very hard one, really.
But so
that's why I'm not playing Omen anymore.
Then you go a little bit of on the aggression. Cena gets the kill. I think he was getting a lot of openers there on split. Everything very cool. But we see a lot of mid-round calls that just put you into running across the map. And we see that, for example, Xiao is not able to pick up on everything. And when we think about the utility, you try and get a spot there. Maybe to Igor here. Yeah, but when we think about the utility, you end up running across the map.
Catching strays, goddamn.
Xiao jumps in astral form into vents, like everything is a little bit of a mess. What was going on in that attack?
I just heard the camera on B-Heaven, and it's in my head. It was a force guy.
Yeah.
Ah, so you.
But
okay,
but it's like VALORANT sounds. It was behind me in ropes, over the ropes.
Okay.
So, but it's actually worked. It was lone A. We just didn't refrag jet, I think. Right?
Yeah, the refrag was lacking there because Xiao just jumped in the astral form. So he was literally just without
it was
a gun.
panic, obviously. Like late round calls when it's like 40 seconds. In my head, 40 seconons was enough to rotate from tunnels to A through mid, and I can delay I was just pressuring B-Heaven for our guys just to literally run with the knives.
Run behind you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, things happens.
So,
yeah, you won.
But I wanted to ask, like...
One round? Or a game?
The game.
Okay.
The game, yes, but you literally won that game because of that 3K in Vents. You guys were losing, I think, 5-2 in that last round, and you just get a 3K in Vents and just win it.
Yeah, just to be honest, I felt like Split was a lot about individual moments. Our individual moments. Pistol was 3-5, Zipan just killing 3. I don't know what happens there, to be honest, because I was other part of the map. But I felt like they played really good in terms of strategy-wise, preparation-wise. We just, it seems, was a bit better players at this point of time.
So I have a question, because from our perspective, the defense from both teams on Split was really well done. There were good setups. You were playing off the contact play from the opposing team, right? But when we looked at your attack and the Vitality attack, it looked like you guys had been just playing a lot of defaulty setups that were relying on other pushes from the enemies, but that wasn't happening. So what do you do in that case as an IGL?
If they're not pushing, you just do either straight round. Depends on the game plan, basically. Yeah, sometimes to simplify it, you can choose to go mid-round straight into some agent or a player. Or you can do a split into, it all depends on the info we gather. It's if you're playing default, I never have a call. 10% of times I have a call, play default, then I straight. Usually all the calls mid-round is from info gathered.
Can you tell me that on Split, did you guys try to get the utility out of the defenders a lot? Because that wasn't that effective, right? You had the race against you, and that paint was always ready for you.
I'll be honest with you, they have ABC comp, they don't have too much utility to spend. Slow Urban mid, HE, from Raze, not too much. It was more about them playing aggressive, they snowballing economy, getting early up, and that's why attack was a bit hard. Plus, it was okay, we knew the Cypher on attack before we had Gecko on the same slot, basically, yes, and we knew our attack gonna be a bit weaker. Not that weak, to be honest, but a bit weaker, yeah, so it's fine.
There was one clip that was set on Fracture. That was right around 18 in a post plan, if we could pull it up, just to show it for the context of the moment. And
what is that? I'm trying to remember.
I'm trying to remember as well. So we saw Cena taking so many risks sometimes.
It was the round when Breach have ulti, we have to risk. It's the round when we need to make him waste his ultimate as early as possible, so we need to run super YOLO and do some crazy stuff for him to waste it. Otherwise, we're not gonna have time.
Ah, that's the stick, I think, right, from Sugetsu.
Yeah, when it keeps poking out one after the next.
Oh, there was you talk about there not being a lot of util in Split. This was definitely the opposite.
Here, yeah.
Yeah, this is the stick situation.
No, actually, here also it's ABC comp, super easy to execute,
The round before, though, still did look awkward because I think one player was just trying to poke out constantly to deny any diffusing, and it's just one after the other running into them, low HP, dying one after the next. I don't know what was happening in a situation like that.
There was not 100% info about third guy, I think. We were still looking. We knew one heaven, one long, banana for us, and wasn't sure about third, so we had to check short at the same time, not let them kill mollies from kill. It's just a cool panic round, literally too much utility around you and not enough information to play it calm.
Since we are on Fracture, I wanted to ask, because you changed one agent in that composition from the previous time you played Fracture. You went for KO instead of Fade. Was that change because of the opposition, because you played against Vitality, or was that change because you didn't like the previous one with Fade?
It's just fun, no?
Oh, okay. Well,
yeah.
I guess. Okay.
That's good.
You just knife and grunt, no?
Yeah, you press X, you go in. Okay.
Good changes, good strategies, I guess, for looking at it that way. That's an extra thing we have to add to the repertoire of NAVI. And I'd like to take a look at the standings here as we wrap things up in our post-plant, because that'll be the next conversation. Yeah.
Were you watching KC yesterday?
Until 2 in the morning.
I wasn't.
Okay.
Oh, you missed out.
Yeah, guys told me. I was like reading a book. I like my day before match, I full chilling at the evening.
You definitely should rewatch, if anything, just for the coach cams.
I mean, it's just
actually no. I saw a clip. I saw a Barber clip from yeah. Eric even translated what he said, but obviously I can't.
If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
Yes, exactly.
It's okay, Angel. We'll always protect you.
Is there anybody from the bottom four?
No.
I heard it 5,000.
But any surprises for you in the results that we have so far?
No. Like, first of all, like, not everyone played like us, Fnatic and stuff, so like strong opponents, and it's gonna be changed a bit.
3 weeks left. It's not that
I mean, yeah, I agree. I think just Vitality like should be a bit higher. They're a really good team. I placed it as top 3, a bit over Liquid before the start of the season. But
Would
Liquid
you do the
found
same
the form. Not sure. We need to play Liquid. I just not sure really.
So if you win next week, we can ask you about this.
Even if I lose, you can ask.
Okay.
It's
Yeah, but I mean on the show, you know, we don't do.
Yeah, we don't. We don't invite losers. Okay. Sorry, bro.
Kind of mean, you know, to do interviews.
True. Yeah, so we'll see next week. It's like I rated Liquid lower, not like most of the people like at the 7th, 8th place. No, I rated them at like 4 or 5, but they found their way of playing and they're super dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning they looked really shaky, but now they're just going with the upwards trajectory.
What about the Spanish teams? What is going on with them?
How
They're at the bottom.
Players Spanish teams have?
There's 3 Spanish teams, and they each have 1 Spanish player.
Does it count?
They're Spanish orgs.
So ask, what do you think about Spanish orgs?
Oh, see, he caught you with the nomenclature.
Okay, do you want me to? What do you think about the Spanish players on the league? Do you want me to ask you that?
Who is Spanish player?
Con la Menta, Mixwell, y Fitiño.
Coldamenta Mixwell not doing too good, I think. I'm not watching too close like enemy, like other matches, I'll be honest with you. Sometimes I open stats, sometimes like when we're playing next week someone I'm watching like more close. But I can't say anything good, so I just...
If I speak, I'm in big trouble again.
Not now, but it's just...
Okay, what about Fiti?
Their teams are struggling right now from what I see, right? Like Koi is not doing super well. Giants also lose some points which they shouldn't lose, right?
Against you, for example.
I mean,
oh wow! This is the points.
No. I mean, like on split. No. Don't get me wrong. The second map that you played against them was that split. They went into overtime, and there was a lot of clutches. Them literally lining up on their way out. You remember this?
I mean, you can take as many rounds as you can.
Yeah.
We will take as many rounds as we need. Okay.
Okay.
I have one kind of unrelated question, but I would love the viewers to get to know that information, because not everyone knows how a team functions in the professional environment. I wanted to ask you, or to introduce you, the viewers, to like your typical day as a team. How does it start? Like, what's your schedule?
Match day, or actually we have like 5 types of days. Like we have performance
more
day,
compositions.
Match day, like it depends.
Then let's say practice day.
Just a regular practice day.
Regular practice day.
We wake up, some doing like doing different physical exercise. Me and Shao like doing physical in the morning. Guys at the evening going gym. We have 1 hour with psychologist. We have like 2 hours discussion plus 1 hour before, half hour before 2 hours discussion is like me and the coaches, just figuring out which ideas we have and how to explain it and how to make it perfect. Then we play like 4 pracs and then individual time.
So that's around what, 10 hours of work?
Depends for who. Like for me, it's a bit more. For me, not a bit more than 10, but a bit more from there. Usually it's like 8 hours, not too much. Considering like the long-lasting league, it's very important not to like
overdo.
Overdo, yeah, exactly.
So your typical hours are like in practice day 8 to 4, or is it like?
It's like 6 hours, literally 6 hours. 2 hours discussion for practice. This is like, if you're asking about exactly like when everyone is working, right? That's our usual day. And we have like short days, we have performance days, we have like different approaches.
Okay, cool.
Are they like starting at 3 p.m. gamer hours for the?
Depends on the match we play. Like if it's like first match or second, we can play a bit later if it's second match.
You prepare yourself energy-wise for the days after.
Yes, exactly.
That makes a lot of sense. I want to ask you then, since you play Liquid next week, is there anything you just want to say to them? Because I mean, they still beat Giants, but NAVI is a different level.
No, I don't like too much banter, to be honest, if it's not an AOS.
Fair enough. Anything you'd like to say to Annie? In general.
I'm not sure. Like, there is not too much NA teams left who can qualify to LAN, so...
Dios, I can see it on her face. Anyways, to wrap up our day, any final thoughts, Lothar, Bea?
It's been an intense week. I feel like next week is going to be the same.
That empty
Listen, yesterday I was here until 2 a.m. I went to bed at 5:30. So I don't even know how I'm here. So I'm just, you know, I'm happy with the quality though.
You sleep here.
Yeah.
In the mattress. Yeah. Lothar?
Just was exciting week for me, and I cannot wait to actually see the NAVI Liquid next week.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a fun match.
For sure.
It definitely will be. That'll be May 5th, of course, with Angel NAVI playing against Team Liquid. Giants and Heretics also are playing. We'll see if, you know, Spanish team, or at least the one Spanish player on the Spanish org, exactly to move forward and actually advance up in the ranks. But we'll be back on week 6, May 3rd. That is next Wednesday with Vitality versus Fnatic. Though that is our week done. It was a long one, but genuinely had fantastic games. Giants Liquid on its own with a banger of a start to the week, and we kept on rolling through it all. Thank you, Lothar and Bea, for being here. Mitch, of course, and Tom that joined on the desk, Penzi and Hypoc. And Angel, thank you very much for joining us in here. Thank you for being in every single replay that we needed. Till then, take care. We love you so very much. Good night.
Oh, exactly.